America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Finally became a human being. Anne was enjoying a French meal in a Michelin-starred restaurant, and Martin, sitting opposite her, was attentive and courteous, taking care of her in every possible way. She forked up a piece of baked shrimp and passed it to Martin. "A reward for you." Martin took the piece, his face full of happiness, and also forked up a piece and fed it to Anne. Anne ate and asked, "The last time I called you, were you in East Asia?" Martin said calmly, "I went to Hong Kong to solicit investment." Anne thought of the movie project. "Isn't the money in Atlanta enough? We have to go overseas to solicit investment." "Another project?" Martin said vaguely, "It's not a wanted order. I'm going to cooperate with others on another big project with a higher investment. Sorry, it involves confidentiality clauses, so I can't tell you for the time being." Hearing that the investment was higher, Anne thought it was necessary to keep it confidential, and smiled and shook Martin's hand. "It doesn't matter. Big business must involve many clauses." She was particularly concerned about Martin's financial prospects. "Did this trip go smoothly?" Martin nodded slightly. "I found a few potential investors. They will come to Los Angeles in a while to attend the premiere of The Hills Have Eyes." He took the initiative to invite Annie. "Will you accompany me to the premiere?" How could Anne refuse? "I will definitely go." Martin took out an exquisite gift box with a beautiful starry sky pattern engraved on it. "It's for you. Open it and take a look. There will be a surprise." Anne saw so many stars and immediately thought of dazzling diamonds. She took it and prepared to open it. "Is it okay?" Martin made a gesture of invitation. "They belong to you." Anne opened it excitedly and found a certificate, an extremely exquisite star map, and a beautiful crystal star. It was not the diamond she thought. Even though Anne was an actress, for a moment, her smile froze on her face. But after opening the certificate, she was quite surprised and couldn't help covering her mouth. You bought the naming rights of a star for me? This business is really unpopular." Martin said. "Atlantic Astronomical Association, the naming rights of a star." His lines were written when he came, and his acting skills exploded at this moment. "Absolutely Oscar level. When I was in Hong Kong, I couldn't help missing you. After calling you, I missed you even more. I was thinking, is there a way that I can see you just by looking up?" Anne pursed her lips, her eyes slightly red and misty. Martin continued, "I found the famous Atlantic Astronomical Society and bought the naming rights for this star. From now on, I can see your starlight when I look up, and your starlight will always shine on me." Anne nodded vigorously, unable to help herself. "I love you, Martin. My love for you will be like this star." Martin was not afraid that Anne would find out the problem. If she really found out, it would be that he, Martin Davis, was deceived by the Atlantic Astronomical Society. It is normal for a good person to be deceived by a liar. Anne felt that this was the most precious gift in the world and carefully put it in her bag. "You are in need of money. It is too expensive." Martin said, "Annie, you deserve all the good things in the world." Anne stared at Martin blankly. He was really good looking, useful and promising. It would be difficult to find another boyfriend like him. "It's time to increase the stakes." Anne tried to ask, "Martin, you have invested in movies one after another, so you must be short of money, right?" "If you need it, I still have some money." Martin was surprised by this. He responded very quickly, with a touch of emotion, "No, I can solve the problem of funds. Tell me if you need anything." Anne did not force him, but specifically said, "What's mine is yours." She could not say the last part now. "Don't worry, I'm not under much financial pressure." Martin finally behaved like a man. Bruce was impressed when he saw him. After dinner, Martin paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant hand in hand with Anne, walking along the sidewalk. Of course, they would not say it explicitly, but their respective agents had already communicated well. Every time they dated, they would go around in public and show their affection appropriately. When the time was right, they could even use a big move. Martin held Anne's hand, walked and laughed all the way, and they were very intimate. His professional ethics were beyond doubt. There were many paparazzi and entertainment reporters behind him, and they might not have eaten. He had to make money for today's meal and gas. The two kissed unscrupulously on the street. The Eyes Behind the Mountain has entered a large-scale publicity period. After entering a small park, Martin carried Anne on his back for a while. Entertainment news is all fabricated. Afterwards, Martin bought an astronomical telescope and took Anne to the nearby Ritz-Carlton Hotel and never came out again. Anne was first overwhelmed by the romance from the stars and then by Martin. In her excitement, she agreed to many of Martin's strange requests. The next morning, when the two left the hotel together, they were photographed by paparazzi who came to wait early in the morning. These entertainment paparazzi followed them all the way to the entrance of Warner Studios. Martin wanted Anne to further cooperate with the publicity, so of course he had to give Anne confidence. It was too low class to show people the pitiful savings, and it might even scare people away. When they arrived at the small studio rented by the wanted crew, Mean took the initiative to greet them. "Boss," Martin introduced to Anne, "this is Mean, my brother." Anne smiled at Mean. "Hello." In the glass office on the other side, screenwriter Mike Bratt ran out. Martin introduced him to Anne. Bratt didn't want to look at Princess Anne and said directly, "I need a professional action director. Some script scenes must be combined with action." Martin said, "I came here today for action guidance." Chad Stahelski, who I met at Kate Winslet's party last time, finished his work on the Constantine crew last month. After a short break, he contacted Martin and prepared to start a new job. Martin and Brad discussed the direction of the script story and could only listen on the side. It felt that Martin was full of passion and vitality at work. After 10 minutes, Chad entered the studio and joined Martin and Brad's discussion. Bruce happened to come too. Martin and Chad imagined some action scenes, so they simply let Bruce demonstrate directly, which was more intuitive. Bruce has been keeping fit and training with Martin for a long time, and he is agile. Before noon, Martin had decided to hire Chad as the crew's action director. Chad and Martin have a lot in common and are willing to accept this new job. Brad also looked forward to the professional action director and shouted that he would treat him at noon. Martin found Anne and asked, "But, right? Once we talk about work, we can't stop." Anne saw the studio being built with her own eyes and was completely relieved. "A working man is the most attractive. Don't worry about me. I'm going to the crew soon. You continue to work." Martin said, "I'll treat you at noon. Come over after lunch." "Okay." Anne wanted to get closer to Martin's life. Martin treated her to lunch, and then he sent Anne to the Hilton Hotel. Her crew was going to shoot in the afternoon. Martin went to see Craven and attended a road show in the afternoon. After the new year, the promotion of The Hills Have Eyes was fully launched, with posters, advertisements, promotional soft articles, etc. The Nevada nuclear test declassification website has been updating true or false information as planned. If there is real, use the real one, and if there is no real one, make fake ones. The power of capital is very strong. Warner Brothers found many veterans who had worked at the nuclear test site and interviewed them specifically, which earned a lot of eyeballs. Movie promotion and marketing are true or false. As long as it can cause a sensation, they dare to create panic about the end of the world. Documents with the word top secret printed on them were disclosed one after another. Residents and veterans who originally lived near the test site, especially those with physical abnormalities, were constantly dragged out for publicity. The heat of public opinion finally spread to Washington. At a routine press conference at the White House, a reporter from Warner TV asked relevant questions. The spokesperson flatly denied it and directly stated that he would go to Hollywood. For such things, official rumor busting has never worked and often makes things worse. The fictitious American Atomic Energy Evaluation Agency issued a missing person notice to find data collectors who disappeared at the Nevada nuclear test site. Then, someone else posted a similar missing person notice on the internet and in the media, claiming that a family member or friend who drove across Nevada disappeared near the nuclear test site. In fact, at this point, people familiar with Hollywood movie publicity and marketing have already seen that this is a promotion for a certain movie. Viral marketing was not the first to be created by the Blair Witch Project. After the success of this film, other films have used similar marketing methods in recent years, and they were also used in the promotion of The Matrix. Just as Washington responded, and public opinion reached a climax, the homepage picture of the Nevada nuclear test declassification website changed. It was no longer a picture of a veteran with a lipoma on his back, but a missing person notice. I'm Brian, the principal of Orange County Loversa Middle School. Last month, Bob, a physical education teacher at the school, went missing while traveling with his father-in-law's family through Nevada. Their car ended up at a gas station outside the nuclear test site. Now I'm looking for clues. The missing person notice has a picture of a family. The man standing in the center, holding a dog in one hand and a child in the other, is the male protagonist Bob, played by Martin in The Mountain Has Eyes. Behind him is Bob's father-in-law's family. Viral marketing is prone to backlash, and the experienced Warner Brothers has been prepared for it. At the same time as the missing person notice was released, a flash game called The Mountain Has Eyes was loaded on the webpage. The content of the game is to assist the male protagonist Bob to find the deformed and perverted killers caused by nuclear tests, control the protagonist Bob to pass levels and fight monsters, and find the baby stolen by the killer. Those who pass the test before the deadline can participate in the lucky draw and receive a souvenir mailed by the crew. There are also 10 super lucky prizes. The winners will be invited by the crew to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of The Hills Have Eyes. The travel and accommodation expenses will be fully covered by the crew. In terms of formal publicity, Martin is preparing to go on a talk show. 2 updates today. Chapter 177, The Ellen Show. Today, we have the honor of inviting Wes Craven, the godfather of Hollywood horror movies. At this point, Ellen DeGeneres suddenly changed her tone. Martin Davis, the male lead of his new film, is also Princess Anne's boyfriend. The audience burst into warm applause. Martin strode over from the backstage, greeted Ellen and the audience, and sat on the white single sofa. Warner Brothers is optimistic about the film's prospects, and has invested a lot of publicity resources. The same is true for WMA. The opportunity for this talk show was brought about by WMA and Warner Brothers at the same time. Between the single sofa where Martin sat and Ellen's sofa, there was a strange table that looked a bit like a wooden box and looked very unique. The Ellen Show has had a good viewership rating for more than a year since its launch, and the host Ellen DeGeneres has become even more popular. Alan got straight to the point, speaking a little harshly. Martin, actually, I heard about you before, all because of Anne Hathaway. Did you chase Anne to be your girlfriend to become famous? The first question was off topic. Martin cursed her in his heart, but his smile remained unchanged. That's because you don't know enough information. My fame comes from the 2 movies I starred in. Zombie Gigolo had a North American box office of $7.02 million and a global box office of $12.3 million. House of Wax just came off the shelves in North America with a box office of $67.58 million and a global box office of more than $100 million. He further emphasized, my zombie machine gun dance is very popular in major nightclubs. Alan asked, it is undeniable that Anne has further expanded your fame. Martin was blunt, if I wanted to use my girlfriend to become famous, I could have chosen someone else, such as you. You are much more famous than Anne. Alan frowned slightly, I'm gay. Sorry, I didn't know. Martin said politely, I apologize for my rash words. He would not be polite if the other party was off topic. Weakness will only make this bitch cause more trouble. Alan knew that a tough guy had come today, so he first showed his thorns to stab him, and then apologized in time to show his grace. He had a good sense of proportion between the advance and retreat. The audience applauded to encourage him, and it was obvious that they liked his trick. Alan glanced at Martin's face again. As a homosexual, he overlooked one point. Martin Davis's appearance naturally gave people a good impression. This damn world is based on appearance. Many people have labeled Alan's style as mean, so she immediately changed direction and stopped mentioning Anne Hathaway. She smiled and spoke as if she was chatting about family matters. I heard that you have a good personal relationship with Wes Craven, so he chose you as the male lead. There are factors in this aspect. Martin did not deny this, but emphasized, the key is that I have good acting skills and good skills. In this horror film, some action element have been added. My performance and skills determined that I got this role. Alan was surprised. Good skills? Better than Sejal or Jack Chen? There was obviously a trap in this statement, and Martin would not jump. It's different. There are many kinds of skills. Alan knocked on the armrest of the sofa, sending a signal to the people below, and continued to dig a trap. Are you strong in practical ability? Martin said, it depends on who you compare with, and how you compare. What if it's really like the crew advertised, and a perverted killer appears? Alan's trap became bigger and bigger. What would you do? Martin heard a faint sound, and just as he was about to speak, the box-like wooden table between the two sofas was suddenly pushed open. A deformed man with a strange appearance came out with a sharp knife in his hand. Martin didn't cooperate at all. He raised his hand to grab the deformed man's wrist. Before the man could rush over, he twisted his hand hard. The deformed man screamed and was pressed on the wooden box. He first grabbed the prop knife with his other hand and threw it aside. Then he pressed the deformed man's neck to make him unable to move. This was not something that the two sides had discussed. It was normal to have an emergency response. The audience was enjoying it. It didn't look fake from a close distance, and there was warm applause. Alan hurriedly said, "Stop. Stop. This is one of our staff members. Just a little joke." Martin let go of the man and patted him on the shoulder. "Sorry, no one told me in advance." The deformed actor rubbed his wrist, glanced at Martin, and left the stage depressed. He didn't scare people, but he was almost beaten, so he was in a bad mood. Alan had to smooth things over. "We can now confirm that Martin is really good at fighting." The audience applauded again. Martin knew very well that so many out-of-scope contents were mentioned in succession because of his low status. It is not new for variety shows to bully young stars. Martin said in a neither soft nor hard way. "Fortunately, I don't have a weapon in my hand." Alan smiled and said, "You are a very strong father. We believe that you can rescue the child in the film." Martin's words are impeccable. It is a man's responsibility to protect his family. Alan pointed to the big screen behind him. "Now let's enjoy the trailer of The Hills Have Eyes and see how Martin performs." The program switched to the trailer. This talk show ended quickly, and there was little content that belonged to the agreed outline. Martin entered the lounge, and Thomas followed him and said, "When that special actor comes out, you should cooperate and be scared. Taking action is in line with my character." Martin asked, "Did they notify you?" Thomas quickly replied, "No, no one discussed it with me." He added, "It is normal for young stars and actors to have this situation." There was a knock on the door, and Martin said, "Please come in." Alan pushed the door open and said directly, "You are not cooperative enough." Martin said, "I come from the slums and grew up in gunfire and chaos. My first reaction is to protect myself." Alan stared at Martin. "You can't afford it, so you don't have to come." Martin also looked at her. "You are the ones who can't afford it, right? You didn't give me any communication or hints in advance. I was suddenly attacked and reacted instinctively. You come to blame me?" Alan said coldly, "This episode will be broadcast according to the contract. I will not cooperate with you in the future." Martin waved his hand and was too lazy to pay attention to her. When Alan left, Thomas said, "It's unnecessary. She will discredit you." Martin looked at Bruce, who was sitting in the corner of the room. Bruce put on the headphones, pressed it in his arms, heard the clear conversation, and nodded to Martin. Thomas was speechless. "You." Martin stopped him from talking, took off his macape, changed his clothes, went out and got in the car, and then said, "If she discredits me, some employees of the program team are angry and posted this recording online to defend me. It is reasonable." Thomas thought he was a member of a large agency, and he was also a little annoyed with Alan. After these talk show hosts have become somewhat famous, they always can't control their hands and mouths. When they meet someone they can't afford to offend, they will disguise their pranks as jokes and don't even say hello in advance. The unpleasantness of the Ellen show did not affect the normal publicity of the crew. Martin's performance in the show won the favor of a large number of viewers, and the number of fans under his blog continued to increase. At the same time, viral marketing has entered the final stage. In New York, Ted sat in front of the computer and controlled Bob in the game to rush into the pervert town and kill people. The game is relatively simple, and Bob only has 3 skills, but dog release and concealment. In addition, there is a simple decryption component. Kill the perverts, and collect the children's belongings, and let the dog help find the whereabouts. Ted's mouse and keyboard operation is fast, and he blew up several perverts' heads in succession, and finally found the protagonist's child. Control the protagonist to pick up the child, and the interface popped up the lottery link. Ted chanted God Jesus, and picked up the Coca-Cola next to him, and drank it all. Then, he pressed the start button of the lottery wheel. The pointer spun around and finally stopped on the super grand prize. Ted couldn't believe it. He held his head and opened his eyes wide. He watched it over and over again and was sure that he had won the biggest prize. He could go to Los Angeles for free to attend the premiere of The Hills Have Eyes. He had never won the lottery before, but this time he won the super jackpot. 10 days before the premiere, various awards on the website were announced one after another. People left messages in the message area one after another, saying how happy they were to win. The total number of people who participated in the lottery on the website exceeded 1 million, and the total number of visitors exceeded 10 million. After the North American release of House of Wax, the DVD and videotape were launched on the market. In the title of both, short advertisements for The Hills Have Eyes were added. Martin's fan club also started to mobilize. The blog called on people in Los Angeles to go to the premiere to support Martin, and people in other places to buy tickets after the premiere. As the premiere was getting closer, Jessica and Emily kept in close contact with Rachel. The crew took out a small amount of marketing expenses and ordered a large number of Martin's light signs and posters. Jessica specially asked Rachel to meet. I have 300 light boards and 1,000 posters. Jessica said, Rachel, we are not short of materials now, but people. Let's mobilize as many people as possible to support Martin on the premiere red carpet. Rachel said, I can guarantee that 300 people will be there. It's hard to say how many people will go there spontaneously. She noticed a new situation. Annie will accompany Martin to the red carpet. I think many of Anna's supporters will go there. Jessica was prepared. We also made some light boards and posters for Annie. According to the estimation of the marketing department staff, after the film is released, a group of people who like Annie will go to the theater to buy tickets to watch the film. Rachel organized several activities and gradually gained confidence. Leave it to me, and phobot the scene. You can transport the materials in advance. Jessica said, there is no problem on my side. The crew will transport the materials to the warehouse of the premiere theater one day in advance. The two discussed some organizational issues on the day of the premiere. Jessica left the contact information of a security manager so that Rachel could find someone to support her at any time in case of unexpected situations. Martin welcomed some important guests. For example, Wu Mei-Oting and his daughter from Asia. Since the studio of The Departed had not yet been officially established, Louise took them to visit Pacific Pictures, and then accompanied them to Warner Brothers and Warner Studios, and even temporarily brought a Warner Brothers executive to accompany them. Pacific Pictures was already discussing cooperative investment with Warner Brothers, and everything they showed was real, which naturally won Wu Mei-Oting's trust. After The Hills Have Eyes was released, the two sides would officially discuss investment. Chapter 178 Martin and the Fans. In North Hollywood apartment, Martin came back after finishing the styling. After entering the room, he took out Coke from the box, smeared it with olive oil, and placed it on the windowsill facing the premiere theater. Taking off the disposable gloves, Martin took out his mobile phone and called Robert. In Atlanta, Robert said, I understand. I'll do it right away. Martin went downstairs and got into the Mercedes-Benz car parked at the door of the apartment. He said to Bruce, go to the hotel to pick up Annie. Bruce drove and asked, does it really work? It worked several times. Martin was also seeking a kind of psychological comfort. It was similar to the act of worshipping the god of wealth in the previous life. Arriving at the Hilton Hotel, Martin just got out of the car, and Laura came out with Annie, who was dressed up. Martin hurried over to open the car door and held the roof of the car to let Annie in. Annie saw all her boyfriend's meticulous care in these little things and smiled sweetly at Martin. After Martin got in the car, the Mercedes-Benz started. Laura drove another car and followed behind and asked with concern, "How much does Warner Brothers expect to make in the first weekend?" Martin looked very stressed, $25 million, and held Martin's hand and encouraged him. "I believe you can do it." Martin nodded. "It all depends on the first week's box office. The current movie screenings are fundamentally different from those before 2000. The marketing strategy is to attract fans to the theater as early as possible. The North American box office of most commercial films accounts for more than half of the first 2 weekends. The premiere of The Hills Have Eyes was held at the El Capitan Theater. Rachel brought the core members of the fan club to the theater early in the morning and received the official light signs, posters, banners and other cheering tools from Jessica and Emily. Jessica and Rachel took the initiative to contact those who supported Anne Hathaway and send them light signs and other materials before the red carpet. Except for some horror movie fans who came to join in the fun, the fans were mainly divided into 3 parts. In addition to Martin and Anne, there was another large group, supporters of Wes Craven. Starting with A Nightmare on Elm Street in 1983, over the past 20 years, Wes Craven's horror films have been a well-known golden sign throughout North America. Therefore, this film, including the trailers that have been released and some posters, have the most eye-catching font at the beginning. Wes Craven's work. Both director Alexander Aja and actor Martin have no objection to this and support it with both hands. When the cool old man Craven was the first to walk on the red carpet, there was a tsunami of cheers at the entrance of the theater. Angelina Jolie came to cheer. When Mean walked on the red carpet, a large group of people asked him for autographs. When Mean walked over, he found that most of his supporters were over 40 years old. The people who walked on the red carpet later almost shocked the media reporters and fans. Paris Hilton reappeared in public after a short hibernation. Having experienced jail time and Kim Kardashian's betrayal, Paris seemed to have mastered the traffic code. She didn't stay on the red carpet for long. She quickly caught up with Mean in front of her and insisted on taking a photo with Mean. Mean was so nervous. "What are you going to do?" Paris whispered. "Take a photo with me and come back to get the check." Mean's face immediately changed. "No problem. How do you want me to cooperate?" The two of them stood in the media area and the media reporters almost rioted. Paris was no longer as manic as before and let Mean put his arm around her waist and smiled at the camera. At this time, more intense shouts rang out at the front of the red carpet. A black car stopped in front of the carpet. Martin took Anne out of the car and the two walked onto the red carpet arm in arm. Unlike the premiere at the Wax Museum, Martin was the absolute protagonist this time. On both sides of the red carpet, hundreds of fans held his posters and light signs with his name on them, constantly calling his name. Martin pulled Anne over, signed autographs for fans along the way, and even met fans' requests for photos. Bruce followed behind, his eyes constantly scanning the fans, looking for any possible danger. With Anne's support, the fans were too enthusiastic, and it was not a good idea for Martin to get away rashly. He and Bruce had already discussed it. Bruce said something to the microphone on his collar, and immediately 4 security guards came over and asked Martin to return to the red carpet on the grounds of safety. Martin was still enthusiastic about signing autographs for fans until he was forced to leave by the security guards. 2 security guards even had to hold Martin's arms. "Martin really cares about us." Witnessing all this, the fans burst into tears, and a female fan took the lead and shouted, "Martin, go back, don't delay the business." Many fans echoed in a variety of ways. The movie star they support has done this to this extent. What else can they say? What else are they dissatisfied with? Jessica, who was mixed in the crowd, suddenly shouted, "I want to buy 5 tickets to support Martin. I want to support Martin." Other fans agreed. "Yes, I will watch it 3 times. As long as the movie is good, I will watch it 5 times." Few people noticed Jessica, who was the first to speak up. Similar emotions spread quickly among the crowd, and shouts came one after another. Among them, many people just said it because the economy allowed it, but time did not. But Emily took a DV camera and filmed everything, and then uploaded it to the internet, which always stimulated people's viewing emotions. A good movie will naturally have a good box office. Many times, it is not as good as a good business operation. As Martin walked across the red carpet and entered the media area, Jessica and Emily waved to Rachel and left quickly. The two entered the theater through the side door and came to the reserved office on the second floor. They opened the laptops they brought and immediately uploaded the photos and some videos taken on the scene to the internet, especially the decryption website. Unlike Warner Brothers and the crew's publicity staff, they completely took Martin as a core. Martin and Anne were interviewed in the media area and came to the theater's lounge to wait for admission later. There were many guests gathered here. Sophia and Vincent also came. The former's burly figure attracted people's attention frequently. She came over, looked at Annie for a moment, and asked Martin, "Is this your new girlfriend?" Anne Hathaway. Martin introduced Sophia, "My friend in Atlanta, Sophia." Sophia smiled with a face full of flesh and shook hands with Annie. Annie felt that this woman's hands were as hard as stone. Martin was worried that Sophia would talk nonsense, so he pointed behind him and sold out old Bruce without hesitation. "Bruce is over there." Sophia lost interest in other things and walked quickly towards Bruce. Martin believed that Bruce would not fall. Annie came over and whispered, "Why do I feel that she is not a good person?" Martin certainly would not tell the truth. She is a fitness fanatic and she has lost the fat on her body. She looks a little scary, but she is actually a very good person. Scott can definitely prove this. "Hi, Martin." Wu Maoting came over to say hello. His daughter Wooden looked like an ordinary little girl, staring at Martin with admiration. "You are radiant today." Martin cleverly turned to Annie. "Did you hear that? Miss Wu is praising you." Annie has completely recognized Martin, and she cooperated very well and took the initiative to shake hands with Wu Dan. Wu Maoting said, "I visited Pacific Pictures and Warner Brothers and talked with several executives of Warner Brothers. The situation is better than what I said. Thank you for giving me such an investment opportunity." Martin was not polite at all. "Mr. Wu, can I ask for a small thank you gift?" Wu Maoting thought that these Westerners really didn't know how to be humble, but he smiled and said, "Just say it, as long as I can do it." Martin said, "Can you sell me a batch of jade at a fair price?" It turned out to be such a small matter. Wu Maoting's good impression of Martin returned. "I'll have someone bring you list later, just pick it." After the two men left, Annie whispered, "Jade? I seem to have heard of it." Martin simply said, "A kind of precious jewelry from the East." Jewelry? Annie's mind immediately became active. Is the jewelry finally coming? If the jewelry comes, are luxury cars and mansions far behind? Wes Craven came over and took Martin to meet several media people, mainly film critics, including Kenneth Turan, a columnist for the Los Angeles Times, Todd McCarthy, chief film critic for The Hollywood Reporter, and Courtney Howard of Variety. These people are all members of the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. Martin greeted them politely and chatted with them for a while. Stars need the praise of the media and critics. When leaving, Martin asked Craven, "Should I prepare some small gifts for them?" Craven shook his head. "No, the crew has already prepared it." He reminded Martin, "If you want to win awards in the future, give priority to critics in Los Angeles and New York. Nearly 70% of the Academy members live in these two places." Martin asked tentatively, "They?" Craven understood what Martin meant. Most of the time they will emphasize fairness and justice. But all industries surrounding Hollywood are all commercial behaviors. Martin saw Mean at this time and found that Mean was led by Paris Hilton and socialized everywhere. He didn't understand what was going on, so he found an opportunity to go over and ask. Mean said with a bitter face, "Boss Martin, she gave too much." Martin knew that he was under great financial pressure recently and encouraged him, "Come on, try to make more money. Making money is not bad." A large number of audiences entered the El Capitan Theater one after another. Ted entered with 9 other lucky audiences and his seat was in the middle row. The theater, which can accommodate nearly 1,000 people, was full of audiences except for the first few rows. Although it was not a peak season such as the summer and holiday season, The Hills Have Eyes still attracted a large number of people. Then the guests and people from the media circle entered. Amid applause, Wes Craven and Alexander Aja led the main creative staff into the theater. Martin was the only one in the crew who could be called a star. After a brief media interview, The Hills Have Eyes officially premiered. Chapter 179 Pain and Anger. The movie opens with a documentary-like nuclear explosion scene, with yellowed paper as the background, revealing a lot of so-called top-secret information. When the subtitles of the main cast and crew flashed, a team of scientific researchers wearing protective clothing were suddenly attacked and wiped out. Then it was the typical beginning of an American horror movie. The family went out for a trip and chose to drive through Nevada. All the dialogues and scenes highlight the profession and character of the male protagonist Bob, a physical education teacher who teaches baseball and other projects in a certain school, and a young father. He has a deep love for his family. For the sake of his children and wife, he has endured his conservative, stubborn, and aggressive father-in-law again and again. Every time the two had a dispute, when his wife came to act as a peacemaker, Bob would choose to take a step back for his wife's sake. For the sake of love and family, the audience will at least not be disgusted with this character. So, after refueling at the gas station, Bob locked himself in the RV to look after the children, while his father-in-law chose a small road. The car was punctured, and the father-in-law chose to go back to the gas station for help. Bob, as a young man, went to explore the unknown road ahead. The road was cut off by a huge crater, and the deformed killer officially appeared. Bob was suddenly attacked by two killers. After paying the price of losing his fingers, he killed the killers. When he bandaged his wounds and picked up the baseball bat to return to the RV, his father-in-law was tied to a tree and set on fire. His mother-in-law and wife were killed. His sister-in-law and brother-in-law were injured, and the child was taken away. In pain and anger, the mode of one man, one stick and one dog officially started. The male protagonist and the deformed killer abused each other. With the help of the dog and the deformed girl, the male protagonist killed the enemy and rescued the child. Sitting in the third row of the audience, watching the scarred male protagonist walking out of the abandoned town holding the child, film critic Kenneth Turan said, "After so many years, Wes Craven has finally made some progress." Todd McCarthy nodded. He incorporated more action element in the film. Another film critic Courtney Howard said, "This model is interesting. A man and a dog struggle to survive and then fight their way out." McCarthy asked, "What do you think of this movie? It does not deviate from the traditional horror movie routine." Turan said simply, "But the male protagonist's acting is good. Did you notice that he played the sadness and anger of losing his loved ones very well?" Courtney continued, "Don't you think that in the final confrontation with the killers, he was more like a pervert?" McCarthy recalled carefully, "It seemed to be that interesting. But Turan didn't think so. Put yourself in their shoes and think about it. At the beginning of the film, the male protagonist loves his wife and children very much. When he sees his wife being killed and his children being robbed, what will he do? If you have his ability, what will you do? McCass has children. I will be even more perverted and crazy than him." Courtney nodded. "So, the male protagonist uses this method to show the greatness of fatherly love." Turan said, "Martin Davis is a good actor, much better than the idiots in Craven's two most successful series, Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream." The end credits appeared at this time, and the audience stood up and applauded, and several film critics also stood up and applauded. It's not that good to say that this movie is so good, but it's definitely not a bad movie. Vaughn next to him is from CinemaScore, a professional market evaluation agency specializing in audience word of mouth, and has a keen insight into the film market. Vaughn thinks this movie is one of Craven's rare masterpieces in recent years. The male protagonist's performance is very wonderful, and the climax scene of a man, a dog and a stick at the end is amazing. So much publicity and marketing has been done, and the rumors about Martin and Anne are making a lot of noise. Judging from his many years of experience in the frontline market, the market response of this film will not be bad. Vaughn took out his mobile phone and sent a group text message. His subordinates were ready. Amid applause, Agia and Martin took the main cast and crew to the stage to take a bow. In the audience, there was a sudden chaotic scream, "Martin, I love you." At the beginning, only 2 or 3 people shouted, and then more people shouted Martin's name. Martin's role in this film is really outstanding, especially his love for his wife and children. The deeper the love, the more ruthless you'll be when facing a murderer. No audience was disgusted by Martin's almost perverted killing, but instead felt a kind of refreshing pleasure. The charm of the character flourished and spread to the actors. The fans were very excited for a while. Jessica and Emily looked at each other. With the excellent movie and role as a foundation, their task was particularly easy to complete. The so-called momentum is all created. Martin's status and appeal are not enough at present, so momentum has become a necessary option. Faced with the enthusiasm of the fans, Martin had to stand up, wave, bow, and take a bow. Once people's enthusiasm rises, it is difficult to dissipate immediately. Martin could only take a bow again and again. The other actors in the crew looked at Martin with envy, but there was nothing they could do. He was the absolute leading actor, brought in money, served as the production manager, was one of the 3 most powerful giants in the crew, and participated in the publicity and marketing in depth. There was more than one level difference. At the media booth, a reporter exclaimed, looking at the atmosphere in the theater, "He looks like a superstar." The reporter next to him said, "The success of this movie, Martin Davis's momentum is unstoppable." The former agreed. He and Anne Hathaway were ridiculed by many people as a strong woman and a weak man, and perhaps they will soon become a strong man and a weak woman. Finally, the applause faded. The emotions of the fans gradually calmed down. After the crew director and the leading actor said a few words of thanks as usual, the premiere ended in an orderly manner. Back in the lounge, many guests came to congratulate one by one. Angelina Jolie gently hugged Martin and said with a smile, "Your performance is crazy and full of charm. I'm looking forward to acting opposite you." Martin smiled and replied, "I'm also looking forward to working with you." The atmosphere in the lounge was very good. Anne stayed with Martin and watched Martin become one of the central figures. She had also enjoyed similar experiences, which was a sign of success. Kenneth Turan, the top film critic of the Los Angeles Times, came over and greeted Martin and Anne. He said to Martin, "I have been in the industry for more than 30 years and have reviewed thousands of films. I find that your acting skills are very explosive, but the role itself limits your performance. Perhaps you should try a role with richer layers." Martin said respectfully, "Thank you for your pertinent advice. I had no choice before and could only play whatever role I encountered. If I have a choice in the future, I will definitely choose a more complex role to hone my acting skills." Turan was very pleased that the other party listened to his words. "Martin, you are very talented. Don't waste this talent. I hope you can become the new Daniel Day-Lewis or Sean Penn in the future." Martin nodded and said, "I will work hard." Turan smiled and said goodbye and returned to the circle of media critics. Todd McCarthy asked, "How is it? You don't look as arrogant as young people." Turan said, "You are a very humble young man who listens to advice. You are so talented. I hope you won't disappoint people like Tom Cruise." The group of critics left the lounge first and prepared to go back to finish their manuscripts. The crew immediately sent someone to see them off, and each person was given a handbag. At the same time, the audience dispersed and left. Vaughn of CinemaScore gathered several of his men and got on a large business car together. He asked, "How is the audience's reaction?" The assistant next to him made a preliminary statistics. Most people rated it A or A and there were relatively few A+ or B ratings. On average, it should be A. Vaughn said, "It's great for a horror movie to achieve this level." The assistant said again, "Today's premiere, too many viewers are supporters of Martin or Craven, so the rating will naturally be higher." Vaughn certainly understood this. According to past rules, after the full release in North America, the rating may be A or A and the box office in the first week will not be bad. In the theater, the premiere guests were also leaving one after another. Mean found Martin, "Boss, I'm ready to go." He glanced at Anne. "Do you want me to help attract fire?" "No." During the film promotion period, Martin now needs high exposure. Seeing Mean alone, he asked curiously, "Where is Paris?" Mean had a complicated face. "She wants to go with me and is willing to pay, but I dare not let her follow." Martin said, "It won't hurt to be cautious. Here in the theater, she offers a lot, and I can't refuse." Mean expressed his own concerns, "But what if she finds someone to attack me in a secluded place? I'm not old boo, and I'll be finished then." Martin looked at the time. "Go back early." Seeing Mean leaving the theater, and said, "Where are you going tonight?" Martin said, "I'm a poor guy now. I can only stay at the princess's residence." and just thought Martin was joking and took his arm and walked out. Then you just pretend to be a poor guy. I will be responsible for supporting you. Why does this line sound familiar? Martin thought about it for a while. Isn't this what he often said to Louise? The two walked out of the theater gate, and a large number of reporters and paparazzi surrounded them to take pictures. Several security guards stopped them. Martin escorted Annie to the car, opened the door and let his female companion get in first. He got in and closed the door, then said to Bruce, "Old Bruce, let's go to the Hilton Hotel." Bruce was not driving very fast, and there were at least a dozen paparazzi driving and riding motorcycles behind him. If they drove too fast, they would be in danger. Under Martin's words and deeds, Bruce would also put himself in other people's shoes. A group of paparazzi chased to the Hilton Hotel. The Merced stopped in front of the door. Martin and Annie entered the hotel. The two of them were so intimate that they would not come out again tonight. The other paparazzi left one after another, and Jodie waited patiently for a while. Not long after, someone came over in the parking lot and waved at her. Jodie walked over quickly to get in the car and found that it was a young girl. Jessica took the envelope and handed it to Jodie. "Martin is going to propose to Annie. This is the plan." Jodie opened the envelope and quickly flipped through it. "I know how to write it." Chapter 180 Champion. The film premiered with great reputation, and word-of-mouth marketing was put on the agenda by the crew and Warner Brothers that night. The next morning, from print media to internet websites, there was a chorus of praise for The Hills Have Eyes. After Scream, The Hills Have Eyes is Wes Craven's best horror film. It's a pity that it is not a series movie. Otherwise, under Martin's influence, it would have been called the best in the series again and again. Craven can only be used to make a fuss in this regard. Variety, Entertainment Weekly, Hollywood Reporter, Los Angeles Times, etc. all gave positive reviews. The Rotten Tomatoes freshness rating was released the day after the premiere, and the freshness was as high as 78%. In the ratings collected by the MTC website, the media gave an average score of 68 points. This is a horror movie. The media's word of mouth is not to say that it is explosive, but it is also a medium to high choice. The positive reviews are mainly focused on the combination of horror and action, as well as the performance of the male lead Martin. With one man, one dog and one baseball bat, Martin Davis fully interprets the rage that a husband and father can erupt in when he is in extreme pain. Some media also wrote, "Martin Davis is crazier than a serial killer in the second half of the film, but he is heartwarming. Shouldn't a real man be like him?" There are also gossip newspapers such as American Rumors which commented humorously, "American movie fans and travelers are tortured by all kinds of perverts and tremble all day long." This time Martin Davis stood up and vented his anger for everyone with his wonderful performance. Normal people finally stood up in the horror and murder movie instead of being brain dead and driving people crazy. Kenneth Turan from the Los Angeles Times highly praised Martin's acting skills. The young Martin Davis perfectly portrayed the process of how a good man turns into an angry person. He expressed the emotion of a person turning into anger and revenge under extreme pain and sadness, and then his revenge became justified. The distorted expression and bloody massacre did not make people feel uncomfortable, but made people cheer. A father who rescues his children from a devil's cave is probably like this. Martin Davis made a classic performance. Most of the media praised it. There are constant good reviews on movie websites such as IMDb on the internet. "Martin is so cool. The father he plays is so brave. I wish my father was like him." It turns out that you should not mess with a father who is brave, courageous, strategic and skilled. In order to save his children, no matter how many perverted killers there are, Martin will not kill them. This is a horror movie, but Martin uses his twisted acting skills to tell everyone what family love and warmth are. The outsourcing company that undertook the viral marketing took on a new job to promote the reputation of The Hills Have Eyes on the internet. The next day, Martin visited the crew of The Hills Have Eyes and continued to expose new gossip. There were even gossip newspapers and websites that published articles with confidence, saying that Martin would propose to Anne soon, and even disclose the plan of the proposal. The decryption website, which has been renamed The Hills Have Eyes, released a video of the audience cheering wildly for Martin at the premiere. It is easy to think that the movie must be very exciting to make fans so excited. A video was also released on many websites and entertainment blogs, which was said to be shot by a fan. Hundreds of viewers clamored to buy tickets to watch The Hills Have Eyes again. All of these were delivered to the North American public through the media channels that extend in all directions. Because the film has a quality foundation, Warner Brothers will market it in this way, otherwise it will suffer backlash after the release. After the premiere, Martin was not idle. With the arrival of the first weekend in February, he and Anne appeared at the Super Bowl hand in hand. This scheming man will take the initiative to kiss Anne whenever the game enters a pause or other interruption. They frequently kissed each other, showing affection and making their presence felt. Before the halftime break, Anne felt her lips burning and said tactfully, "Martin, you are too passionate today." Martin looked at Anne affectionately and said, "I want everyone to know how much I love you." Anne ignored her lips and took the initiative to kiss Martin. The two appeared on the TV screen again. In addition to traditional performances, halftime also has important advertising moments. Since the success of Independence Day in 1997 with Super Bowl advertising has become a reserved program for Hollywood movies. Martin saw advertisements for two movies related to him, The Hills Have Eyes and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The latter can make Angelina Jolie turn over and drive Wanted. If you don't have enough appeal, you can't avoid taking advantage of the situation. In the last quarter of the game, Anne's lips were not burning, but a little swollen due to pain. Martin felt sorry for Anne and didn't kiss her again in the last quarter. It was mainly because there were too many in the previous quarter and the director probably wouldn't give her the camera again. In fact, in the third quarter of the game, the director in the studio was cursing, "This shameless couple, are they here to watch the game? Or are they here to take advantage of our camera? Don't give them any camera. Don't give them any." This is the consensus of everyone in the studio. That Hollywood star couple is too shameless. There was a close-up shot, and they could see clearly that the woman's mouth was swollen from kissing, but she took the initiative to move closer. What's so good about that Martin Davis? Anne Hathaway doesn't even care about her face. After the Super Bowl, Martin sent Anne back to Los Angeles and followed the crew to promote the film non-stop, mainly to New York and Chicago, participating in local radio, television and roadshow programs. In addition, Warner Brothers announced that The Hills Have Eyes will participate in this year's Saturn Awards and Teen Choice Awards. The latter was founded in 1999 and its influence among young people is gradually increasing. The Hills Have Eyes will apply for the Best Movie Horror Scene. When Martin returned to Los Angeles, there was only one day before the full release of the film. Alexander Aja specially asked him and Craven to go to the nightclub to relax. The three men shook off the paparazzi, entered the strip club they often went to through the back door, selected the right dancers, and went to the VIP room on the second floor. Because the tip was generous, the three dancers went to wash up. When the headlights illuminated the faces of the three men, Martin and his team were particularly clear-headed and their thinking was particularly active. Agia stuffed the tip, washed his face with the headlights, and said, "Finally, I can relax a little." Martin gave him a middle finger. "What are you afraid of? At worst, I can go back to France to shoot woodpecker." Agia asked, "Will you be the male lead for me?" Craven said, "Martin is experienced in zombie dancing men. He and the Queen of the Holy Valley performed a flying dance together." "Yes, I've seen it." Agia was curious. "You?" Martin interrupted directly. "Come on, I'm an actor with professional qualities and good character. Acting is acting. He has an E now, so he doesn't care about those things." Agia stuffed the tip again and washed his face with the headlights. He said, "We have competitors, and they are also horror and thriller films." Martin had already seen the film schedule. "Are you talking about the Entity released by Screen Gems? Don't be afraid, man. We have Craven in charge." Craven continued, "The key is this weekend, and next weekend is the Valentine's Day schedule." Martin stuffed a tip and said before his face was washed, "By then, Will Smith's Rivals will be released." Agia asked, "The genres are very different, and the audiences are different, right?" Martin wanted to speak, but before he finished speaking, he was pressed down by the face washing machine and turned into a gurgling sound. After washing his face, He said again, Will Smith now has a killer effect on men, women, young and old. Craven's mouth was blocked by the headlights, and he couldn't speak. After washing his face, AGS said, the first week's box office is very important. Craven spit out the lights, North American box office accounts for more than 1/3. Martin said, Warner Brothers' ability in distribution is not comparable to that of Screen Treasures. The movie will be released tomorrow, and the three of them left before 10 o'clock. This time, not only Martin, but also Agia and Craven did not take anyone away. Bruce drove the car and waited at the back door. Martin got in the car and went back to North Hollywood together. Martin said, I asked you to go up but you didn't. Bruce looked very professional. I want to guard your retreat. He then asked, there is a lot of rumors in the media now that you are going to propose to Annie. Didn't Andy ask you? A highly qualified person like me, once I propose, I will definitely be serious. Martin said it as if it were true. Don't you think Antonio is living a very free and easy life? Bruce got to the point. If you want to be a scumbag, just say so. There is no need to drag the fat landlord into it. Martin thought for a while. Let's wait and see. Bruce asked, she has taken the initiative to confess to you. What if I force you to express your opinion? Do you want to be a scumbag? No, I'm definitely not a scumbag. Martin said flatly, no initiative, no promises. So, I can't take the initiative to break up. Bruce thinks that this bastard in the co-pilot seat is so good that, even if he is thrown into hell, Satan will not take him. What do you want to do? Martin considered it carefully. Old Bruce, as a good man, it is reasonable for you to test your love for the woman. Bruce said, don't call me if you do something bad. Martin sighed. Kim and Kim's sister. Bruce chose to compromise. The so-called Tess must wait. After all, the film is about to be officially released. At 4 p.m. on Thursday, the advanced screening of The Hills Have Eyes was released in 3,280 theaters in North America. In Martin's blog and fan group, die-hard fans led by Rachel called on Martin's supporters to go to the theater sometimes, and the response was overwhelming. Fans, even if they can't eat or sleep on the streets, will buy tickets to support. Passers-by were influenced by the publicity and marketing and chose this film. Of the two films that opened on a large scale this week, most people chose The Hills Have Eyes first. The advance box office was as high as $4.25 million, nearly double the $2.28 million of the entity. The following Friday, The Hills Have Eyes won the opening day box office championship without surprise, with a box office of $10.51 million. After 3 days of the first weekend, the film topped the North American box office chart with $34.15 million. The second place was less than $20 million. Chapter 181 Actors and investments all arrive. On Monday morning, in a seemingly ordinary studio, Ellen DeGeneres was preparing for a new episode. She was bored while getting her hair done, so she picked up the Hollywood Reporter next to her and flipped through it. As a newspaper that specializes in reporting on Hollywood dynamics, the North American box office chart every Monday is indispensable and is published in a prominent position. Ellen saw it at a glance. The first one was The Hills Have Eyes, and the relevant picture was the main poster of the movie, Martin Davis. Shit. She immediately lost the mood to read the newspaper and threw it on the ground. The assistant came to pick it up, and Ellen yelled, take all the entertainment newspapers away and throw them in the trash. Like most actors, she is also a famous two-faced person. Others are cautious, for fear of accidentally making the boss unhappy. Ellen's face has been clouded. Whenever she thinks of that little bastard who didn't cooperate with her, she actually won the North American box office champion. She feels uncomfortable. The guests who participated in the recording of the show today were unlucky and were made difficult by Ellen. After returning, she complained to other media, saying that Ellen DeGeneres was vicious and mean. In the recreation room of the villa, Angelina Jolie sat on the floor, playing with her son. Every time she built a house, the child would pick up a big block and throw it over to knock down her house. Jolie built again, and the child smashed again. The two had a lot of fun. The nanny knocked on the door gently and reminded, Mr. Gay is here. This is the agent. Jolie currently has no manager. Because of the poor film selection in the past few times, she fired the manager last month. The nanny came to replace Charlie and played with the child. Julie went to the living room and nodded to Gaia. I was just accompanying my son. Gaia opened his bag, took out a document, and handed it to Julie. The second adoption procedure has been completed, and the person can be brought back at any time. Julie glanced at it briefly, put it aside, and asked, I was so busy accompanying my son that I didn't have time to check the latest situation of The Hills Have Eyes. How is the box office in the first week? It's a big hit. Gaia said simply. It ranked first in the box office chart last week, with more than 10,000 tickets in a single theater and a total box office of $34.15 million. He added a special sentence. The film has a good reputation in the horror genre. The average cinema score of the live audience is A, and the IMDb user rating is 7.5 points. Julie paid special attention to some public data. The production cost of The Hills Have Eyes was $16 million, and even the publicity and distribution cost about the same amount of money. Based on the box office and reputation in the past 2 days, it is estimated that the North American box office will be able to recover the cost. What about Martin? Julie asked the key point. Gay brought a clipping made by his assistant. Most media are praising his acting skills. WMA and Warner Brothers have contributed to this, but he did a good job in the film and the critics have praised him. Julie took it and quickly flipped through it. As she read, she said, the box office is really explosive. Including Zombie Gigolo, Martin's films as the male lead have been successful 3 times in a row. Gay said, I specifically asked someone to check the feedback on the internet. Not only was it a box office success, but Martin also gained a large number of supporters, his personal supporters. The whole of Hollywood is chasing after successful people, and Julie is no exception. She pondered for a moment and said, have you read the first draft of Wanted? What do you think of it? Gay knew that Julie was very opinionated, so he directly told her his true feelings. The plot is just so-so. The standard line is a little higher. This kind of film mainly depends on the action design. I talked to Martin about action design. It sounds cool. Julie thought of the first Tomb Raider and said, Martin has succeeded again. I think he is more reliable in selecting films, and he also understands marketing and hype. I plan to work with him. Gay agreed. Although Alexander the Great failed, Louise Mayer has a good record in investing in medium-sized projects. You have a good relationship with Louise, and she is willing to. There are some things that he is embarrassed to say directly. Julie continued, Louise is willing to help me in difficult times, which is rare. I understand. Gay is very aware of Julie's current situation. There is no more powerful work to save the situation, and she is heading straight to the third line. She can only play a supporting actress or a villain from now on. Julie said, I can accept a salary of $5 million, but the crew has to pay the nanny and leave time for me to accompany my son. The rest, that's it. When shooting the last film, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Julie's salary was as high as $10 million. After the 2 films failed at the box office, the salary was immediately cut in half. Gay said, I will go to Pacific Pictures today. Julie stood up and prepared to accompany her son. Notify me to sign the contract after the negotiation. At Pacific Pictures, the few employees of the company are busy. After Louise took over the preparation of the compilation of Wanted, nearly half of the company's staff were invested in this new project. This morning, Martin came to Pacific Pictures because Wu Maoting was going to discuss investment. Wu Maoting came to the reception room, greeted Louise first, and immediately came over to shake hands with Martin, saying with a smile, congratulations, the film is a big hit and has become the box office champion. Martin said with a smile, after a year of work, I finally got the harvest. Wu Maoting also laughed. I heard that this is your second box office champion. It's amazing. Now is not the time to be modest, Martin said directly. I believe there will be a third and fourth box office champion in the future. Wu Maoting waved to the back and waited for someone to bring over a photo album and handed it to Martin. All of them are my inventory. There is nothing too high-end, and high-end goods are rare in recent years. Just tick the ones you like. I will give them to you at cost price and ship them directly to Los Angeles. Martin took the photo album. I won't be polite. He also didn't know how to choose high-end goods. After all, he would ship them back to Atlanta to give to others, and mainly gave them to Lily to practice. Wu Meioting turned to Louise at this time and said, "Ms. Mel, let's talk about investment. During this period of time, I have seen Hollywood's world-leading production model, witnessed the broad market prospects of Hollywood movies, and also seen how you operate a movie." He thought of Hong Kong City. "I have to say that Hong Kong City movies are lagging behind in all aspects, and have no chance to catch up. I decided to participate in your package investment." Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Pacific Pictures and Warner Brothers are long-term partners, and the cooperation matters have basically been agreed upon. "Oh, yes, the adaptation project of Scorsese and Leonardo is named The Departed." She asked directly, "I wonder how much Mr. Wu plans to invest." Wu Meioting said, $15 million, which will be credited in 2 months. Louise stood up and shook hands with Wu Meioting, who also stood up. Happy cooperation. The two only need to reach an agreement, and naturally there will be professionals to take over the specific negotiations. After Wu Meioting finished talking about investment, he talked about another matter. "I have a small request. My daughter Dani, she just gave herself an English name, will live in Los Angeles in the future. Please take care of her, Ms. Mel. She is going to study college preparatory courses and wants to enter the USC Film School." Louise said directly, "I will personally write a letter of recommendation for Dani." Wu Meioting said, "Thank you." He waved to the back again, and someone sent 2 gift boxes up. "Friend's kindness, you must accept it." The other party was so enthusiastic, how could Martin and Louise refuse? Louise gave all the commemorative posters of the movies that the company had participated in investing in as a return gift. Martin also prepared a return gift and asked old Boo to come in and give it to Wu Meioting's men. Of course, the crocodile tooth pendant he hunted personally, and the clown sculpture in Martin's shape. It was not expensive, but full of sincerity. When friends give each other gifts, isn't it all about the affection? When Wu Meioting and his daughter said goodbye and left, Martin opened the gift box and took a look. There was a full green jade plaque inside, and the water quality was obviously better than last time. Louise's was a string of pendants. Martin handed it to Bruce and asked Louise, "Is $15 million enough for me to get the role? I also got some investment in Cambodia." Louise didn't say the specific amount, but told Martin, "I will get $20 million to participate in Martin Scorsese's Project Platter." This is a complete case of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Pacific Pictures itself does not need investment, but can profit from management fees and profit sharing. Louise is not a philanthropist, and she will not go through so much trouble just to help Martin. Martin was in a very good mood at the moment. He followed Louise into her office, took out the wine and glasses from the wine cabinet, opened them and poured each of them a glass. First, The Hills Have Eyes sold well at the box office, and won the box office championship. Even if it is not optimistic, the North American box office of $80 million is very hopeful. Now that Wu Meioting's investment has been secured, he can take $20 million to discuss cooperation with the crew of The Departed. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Martin clinked glasses with Louise. "I still rely on you for the crew's negotiation intention." Thomas' words were not powerful enough, and he still needed Louise's push. After all, the $20 million belonged to Pacific Pictures investment. Louise took off her glasses, drank it all, and reminded him, "You are in debt again. It is natural to pay back debts." Martin understood and said, "I will go to Sherman Oaks tonight to pay off my debts." Louise was very satisfied with Martin's positive attitude to pay back debts. "Remember to come before dinner." As a cattle breeder, she was also conscious that she had to feed the cattle first, so that the cattle would have strength. Nikki knocked on the door and said, "Angelina Jolie's agent is here and wants to discuss cooperation." Louise went to the reception room to meet with Gay and came back soon. The specific negotiations will be handled by the deputy producer assigned to the Wanted studio. Martin knew that Angelina Jolie would no longer have a problem joining the Wanted crew. The success of a movie is enough to change the choices of many people. Only successful people have the capital to make better choices. Louise said, $5 million for the film. This is Jolie's bottom line. When she was ruthless, she didn't care about friendship at all. I'll wait for her for 2 months. If Julie and Pitt still don't come to light, I'll have someone expose it. Martin thought of the love triangle in the past. It must be exciting. Louise had a bad taste. Why don't you add one leg? Julie actually has a good impression of you. Then it will be a love quadrangle. No, you seduce Julie and Aniston at the same time. Wow, it's exciting. Martin's cell phone rang at this time, and he went to the window to answer it. The call was from Thomas, and the agent was obviously a little excited. Man, we won the box office championship again. Martin asked, aren't you going to celebrate for me? Thomas said, at noon, I'll treat you. You come to the company first. Come quickly. I'll be there. Martin hung up the phone, said to Louise, left Pacific Pictures, and rushed to WMA. Chapter 180 to the customer decides everything. As soon as he got to work today, all the colleagues in the open office hall looked at Thomas differently. In just a few months, his client Martin Davis won the North American box office championship twice. How many years ago was this the last time the hall agent had this situation? Someone whispered. Another person said, it seems to be the second year after Ari Emanuel left the mailroom. The first person was envious and jealous. Where is the value of the agent? The client. Thomas now has Martin as a client. As long as Martin doesn't kick him out, he will definitely be successful. The other person stopped talking, and an idea kept coming to his mind. Martin Davis' next movie must be a failure. At this moment, I don't know how many agents in the hall have similar thoughts. Especially Thomas was called away to meet with the top management. These people who have been trained in the mailroom seem to be normal on the surface, but their mood is particularly complicated. Everyone wants to be Thomas, and everyone doesn't want others to be Thomas. Leaving the hall, Thomas walked past a dozen independent offices. The door of one of the offices opened, and Pinto leaned on the door frame, watching Thomas turn into the elevator room. He turned his head and looked at the independent office across the street. 4 or 5 workers were doing the final arrangement. Computers had been installed at the independent workstations outside the door. There was a sign on the frosted glass door. Thomas ran an independent office, and one with an assistant. Martin Davis alone made Thomas a presence that surpassed him. Pinto regretted that he should have worked harder to get Martin Davis. He had many female clients who were as beautiful as Anne Hathaway. Is there still a chance to poach Martin Davis? Pinto thought carefully, unless he changed jobs and left. Thomas went upstairs and came to Ari Emanuel's office. Weitzel, who was in charge of administration, was also there. Weitzel got straight to the point. Your work has been very effective over the past 6 months, and you have cultivated clients like Martin. An office has been prepared for you. You can go to the mailroom to choose an assistant. Thomas had already seen the office, but he was still very happy after the dust settled. He suppressed his excitement and said, I want to choose Natasha at the front desk. Weitzel replied, you will go to the mailroom to handle the formalities later. Ali took over the conversation. Martin is a good actor. His acting skills, emotional intelligence, communication, and network are quite outstanding. He has the potential to continue to move forward. Thomas smiled and replied, yes, although Martin sometimes does things. He originally wanted to say that he has no bottom line, but Martin is his client, and he must defend Martin. Sometimes he does things in an unconventional way, but he is absolutely trustworthy at work. Martin handles his work like a young man in his 20s, but like a veteran actor in his 50s or 60s. Ali emphasized, many people were very sober before they became famous, but they were overwhelmed by success. You have to pay attention to observe. For the company, Martin's value and profits can be greater. We can't let him fall quickly. People are not the key. The key is the profit that people can bring. Thomas said, I'll keep an eye on Martin. Ali asked, I heard that Martin is working on a new project? Yes, Martin has set up a studio and is working with Louise Mayer of Pacific Pictures, who is mainly responsible for assembly, production and planning. Thomas roughly said, the project is called Wanted, and it's based on the Dingneo comics. The crew is being set up, and Martin and Julie are starring in the male and female roles. Ali asked, what about the investment amount? Thomas said, it's expected to be around $50 million US. Martin has the support of several female investors in Atlanta, and Louise Mayer is also his supporter. Sure. Ali was a little curious. He's clamoring to get engaged to Anne Hathaway here, and he can still cling to several female investors there. This is Martin's most prominent advantage. Weitzel said, I suggest that Martin's internal level be adjusted from level 5 to level 4. Although his salary does not reach the level of $5 million, his situation is very special, and he has strong support from the financial backers behind him. Thomas then added, there is one more thing. I haven't had time to report to the company yet. Martin and I are going to compete for the second lead role in the new project of director Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio, the gangster film The Departed. You guys? Ali couldn't help but frown. He just said he had to stay awake, but these two people were already infatuated by the box office champion. Thomas quickly explained, Pacific Pictures has basically negotiated a project with Warner Brothers. Louise will let Martin bring in funds, about $20 million. Ali and Weitzel looked at each other, and at the same time, a thought came to their minds. How powerful are Martin Davis' strengths? He has achieved such a level. This guy completely relied on women to get to the top. He is definitely a talent to be able to eat gigolos to such an extent. Martin has two things that need the company's support. Thomas was used to super gigolos, so he was not surprised. Louise will discuss cooperation with Warner Brothers and director Scorsese, and focus on promoting Martin. The company. Ali nodded, I will have further communication with Scorsese and Warner Brothers. Thomas said, Wanted currently lacks a suitable action director. Ali is a man who does big things, and he did not hesitate at all. I will help him find a suitable director, but the company's clients must be given priority for a series of supporting roles in the project. Thomas said, Martin means the same thing. Ali looked at Weitzel and said, the company's level 4 resources will give priority to Martin. Martin has 2 movies to shoot in a row, and he will not use the role resources recommended by the company in the short term, but the company's attitude of attaching importance to it must be displayed. There are too many poaching between the major Hollywood agencies. Near noon, Martin came to WMA, and many people looked at him with strange eyes. Some people also came to greet him. Hi, Martin, congratulations. Our box office champion is here. What's your next project? Bring me my clients? In the agency, no matter who he was facing, Martin looked very kind and harmless, like a lucky naive person. When he came to Thomas's office partition, Thomas was sitting on a chair with an empty desk. Martin understood at a glance, and went over to bump fists with him. Dude, you have an independent office now. Thomas laughed and waved, come with me. The two entered the independent office area. Martin saw the independent office with the sign Thomas Ryan from a distance. There was a short blonde woman sitting at the assistant's workstation at the door. Seeing Martin coming, the blonde woman took the initiative to stand up and greet him. Good morning, Martin. Martin remembered her. Hello, Natasha. Thomas pushed open the frosted glass door and invited, come in and take a look. Martin followed him in. The office was not big, only about 15 square meters. In addition to the desk and filing cabinet, there was also a long sofa for guests. Thomas was very excited. How is it? Not bad? Martin knew that he had to encourage him at this time. It's a great office. I want to stay here to work. After the encouragement, he naturally had to add some pressure, but it's still a little small here. The big office upstairs is more suitable for you. Thomas nodded. I also want to go upstairs, but that is an office that only senior agents and partners can have. Do you have no confidence in me, or in yourself? Martin needed Thomas to charge forward, and would never allow him to rest on the spot. Who was number 1 in the North American box office last week? It was us. We are a golden combination. We are developing well, and we have a bright future. He emphasized, we still have many goals. We can stand higher. Thomas was full of energy. Yes, I want to be a partner of the company. Martin said, above the partners are senior partners, and above them are joint partners. Just like me, I'm now a small star, and there are many levels above. You are now the 4th level of the company, which means a star level client. Thomas said, you can't get the salary, but your situation is special. Martin understood, because I can bring money into the group. Yes. Thomas selectively described the relevant situation that Ali had mentioned, mainly talking about Martin's client level upgrade, as well as the 2 projects of Wanted and The Departed. Martin pulled out his office chair, sat in front of Thomas' desk, and said, "One movie was successful, and I feel that there are more good people around me." Thomas pulled open the blinds of the window and said, "Many of the connections and resources are brought by the success of one movie after another." Martin asked, "If I fail, will everyone around me become bad people?" Thomas thought for a moment and said, "When a movie starring a star has a high box office, everyone from the producer to the distributor, from the theater to the audience will remember him, and everything he does, no matter how vulgar, is right and good." He suddenly changed the subject. "If the movie fails, do you think these people will let him go? Will they simply forget the failure? Will they not blame him for the box office poison?" Martin couldn't help laughing. "Thomas, you can be my life mentor." Thomas said, "Because I want to continue to succeed with you." It was noon soon. Thomas invited Martin to a nearby restaurant for dinner, and even invited Bruce to go with him, and the agent generously contributed. "Bruce, we didn't interact much before, so we should interact more in the future." Thomas had a drink with Bruce and said nicely, "We should serve Martin well." Bruce smiled like a pervert. "No problem." Martin gave Thomas Jessica's contact information. "She's my personal assistant, responsible for fans, blogs and some miscellaneous matters. If you can't contact me and Bruce, you can contact her." Thomas wrote down the contact number. After lunch, Bruce asked Martin, "Where are we going?" Martin said, "To meet Vincent and Sophia." Bruce was still scared. "You go alone." Martin didn't want to go alone. "Hey, man, you have no professional ethics. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Sophia's Shadow. At the Four Seasons Hotel, Martin and Bruce came to the coffee shop, found a booth, and waited for Vincent and Sophia to come. Bruce wondered, how can a jerk like you be afraid of Sophia? It doesn't make sense. What's the shit in your head? Martin reminded, Sophia is my financial sponsor. I can't wait to curry favor with her. How dare I offend her? Since I can't offend her, how can I not be afraid of her with her behavior? Bruce felt personally hurt. That makes sense. Martin asked tentatively, Old Bruce, what about you? Bruce wanted to lift up his clothes and act like a civilized person again. Martin said quickly, I don't mean anything else. I'm just helping you find the root cause and get rid of your psychological trauma. Bruce seemed to be recalling something far away. Sophia saved me. I understand. Martin began to answer. You were originally a pair of thieves. Sophia saved you, but she chose Vincent's father. In order to protect your beloved, you joined Vincent's family. Sophia couldn't forget the old love, and after getting you drunk. Bruce stared at Martin. Shut up. Believe it or not, I will give you to Sophia. Martin could see that there must be a bloody story with many twists and turns, but it was a pity that Bruce refused to tell it. On the upper floor of the hotel, Sophia walked out of the suite in sportswear. Although the clothes were loose enough, they were still tight on her, highlighting her huge size. The investment was a great success, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Unfortunately, the collagen loss was serious, and the smile was a little scary. Scott, the bag-carrying boy, followed behind with his legs split, and his walking posture was a little weird. Joining Vincent, the three entered the elevator. There were also 3 people waiting for the elevator to go downstairs. Harvey Weinstein, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Sophia saw Harvey at a glance, and couldn't help but grin. Because of the fat on his face, his smile looked particularly ferocious. What a coincidence, fatty, we meet again. Harvey remembered this female King Kong, and said with a stiff face, I don't know you. He looked around. Unfortunately there were 2 younger brothers this time. After the last time at Warner Studios, Harvey specifically asked about the other party. He was not in Hollywood, and came from Georgia. He was not within his sphere of influence at all. Sophia waved to the younger brother carrying the bag. Kettle. Scott immediately took out a pink kettle, and handed it to Sophia. Sophia untied the straw cover, grabbed the crown of the kettle, and drank water, her eyes constantly drifting to Harvey's fat butt. Harvey unconsciously took a step back and leaned against the corner to hide his butt first. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck saw him like this and thought they had met some female boss, so they didn't interrupt rashly. For ordinary actresses, they dare to rush to the front and take the initiative to help Harvey solve the problem. Even Harvey is afraid of this. Let's see. Sophia's eyes turned to Harvey's mouth again, then she looked down at the kettle and then at Harvey's big mouth, as if thinking about the size. The last time this fat man wanted to steal the Hills Have Eyes, Sophia remembered it clearly. Vincent raised his cowboy hat and moved his wrist slightly. The atmosphere was stagnant, and Harvey couldn't help but say, "This is Los Angeles. This is a society ruled by law." Sophia sneered. "Why didn't you talk about the law when you snatched the Hills Have Eyes? You didn't snatch it from me, so you talked about the law?" Harvey's momentum was a little weak. After all, he couldn't suffer a loss in front of him. The Hills Have Eyes won the box office championship. What else do you want? Matt Damon and Ben Affleck also knew that this movie, the champion of the North American box office list last week, must be a low investment, high return film. Unexpectedly, Harvey competed for this movie and lost. Who is this woman? As if by instinct, without actually thinking, both of them took a step away from Harvey. It seemed to say, "We are not familiar with this fat man." The elevator door opened at this time, and Harvey entered the elevator first. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck hesitated for a moment, but still followed him. Harvey pressed the door closing button repeatedly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when the elevator door closed. Matt Damon was a man with a lot of thoughts. When he helped Harvey suppress the media and the actress, he encouraged Affleck to make phone calls most of the time, and rarely made phone calls himself. He seemed very frank. "Harvey, who is that person? She looks like a female killer, and Ben and I are scared." Harvey said, "Rednecks from the southeast, vulgar, rude, and don't know the rules of the civilized world. Sooner or later, I will deal with them." Affleck asked, "Did they steal the Hills Have Eyes from you?" Damon touched Affleck with his arm, and Affleck quickly shut up. Harvey didn't seem to care much. "It's normal to win and lose in business. This time they robbed me. Next time I will naturally find a way to rob this." Damon followed up his words and asked, "Are they going to continue investing in Hollywood?" "Possibly." The elevator opened, and Harvey came out, took out his cell phone, and made a call. "There are a few people. Help me keep an eye on them, and by the way, find out what projects they want to invest in Hollywood." Entering the hotel lobby, Harvey put away his cell phone and said to Matt Damon, "You want to win Martin Scorsese's new project. It's difficult for me to help you. He is working with Warner Brothers, and my relationship with Warner Brothers has deteriorated. Speaking for you will only have a counterproductive effect." Damon knew very well that auditioning was not the key to winning a role, and said, "When you were at Miramax, you worked with director Scorsese twice." Harvey thought about it and let them owe him a favor first. "I'll call Scorsese, and you need to figure it out on your own at Warner." Matt Damon has been working with Warner Brothers on the Ocean's End series, and he doesn't think there will be much problem with Warner. In the coffee shop on the first floor, Sophia saw Martin and Bruce standing up to greet her and strode towards the booth. She opened her arms and hugged Martin first. "Come, celebrate your success." Even though Martin was an excellent actor, his body was stiff and his face was nervous. In this situation, few men would not be terrified. Bruce, this pervert, was even worse. When he hugged Sophia to celebrate, his legs were shaking, just like what happened back then. Martin shook hands with Vincent again. "Boss, congratulations. You're too polite. Call me Vincent." Vincent also hugged Martin. "I made a friend of you. It's not a mistake." Martin invited the two to sit down. As for Scott, the bag-carrying boy, he consciously stood far away. Sophia said, "I have discussed with Vincent. In addition to the initial investment of $6 million, we will invest another $4 million. In addition, all the investment income generated by the Hills Have Eyes will be used for the investment of Wanted." Martin quickly calculated in his mind. Sophia's initial investment was $10 million, and his expenses including the adaptation rights were counted as $3 million by Louise, which is $13 million. The other two major investors of The Hills Have Eyes are Pacific Pictures and Grey Pictures, which also plan to invest all their income in Wanted. Louise made an estimate based on the North American box office of $80 million and the global box office of $140 million. After the distributor Warner Brothers deducted various expenses, the three investors' total copyright income including box office, DVD, TV, etc., will be at least more than $40 million. It's about the same as making a Wanted. Martin, of course, only looked at the book figures. He didn't ask, understand, or participate in the actual operation. If something goes wrong, he can find someone to take the blame, but he doesn't have the ability to do so at the moment. Vincent said at this time, I hope we can win a few more box office champions. Martin said, it's impossible to have eyes behind the mountains. We can only wait for our next project. Sophia suddenly said, I sponsored a bartender competition in Georgia, and Alina was the champion. Martin glanced at Scott. He often asked two people to remember favors for the same thing, and Sophia was also very good at it. Thank you. He could only say this. After confirming the investment in Wanted, the two sides did not talk for too long. In the cafe, many people looked over here, as if they recognized Martin. A cleaner quietly ran to the empty safe passage, took out a broken mobile phone, dug out a number, and made a call. I have important information to provide, he said to the paparazzi on the other side. Martin Davis, the young star who is very popular recently, is having a tryst with a woman in the Beverly Four Seasons Hotel. The paparazzi on the other side immediately became excited. Keep an eye on me, I'll be there soon. This was not the first time the cleaner had done this kind of work. Don't forget my news informant fee. Almost at the same time, an hourly worker in the cafe took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to a familiar entertainment reporter. Martin Davis is at the Four Seasons Hotel. I'll be there soon. Coming out of the cafe, Martin walked towards the main entrance of the hotel. Through the glass door, he could vaguely see the paparazzi's activities. He asked, Old Bruce, did you call the paparazzi? No. Bruce understood what was going on immediately. There are news informants everywhere in Los Angeles. You are very popular now, and you must have been reported by someone. Martin went out directly from the main entrance. Now he needed exposure. Flashing lights lit up one after another at the bottom of the hotel stairs. 7 or 8 paparazzi were waiting for him. Bruce drove over quickly. When Martin got off the stairs, the paparazzi surrounded him. We got the news that you were having a tryst with a lady in the hotel. Martin, did you betray Anne? Or did you break up with Anne? Martin ignored him and opened the car door and got in. A paparazzi stretched out his hand to open the door, but Martin pointed at his hand and the paparazzi had to retract his hand. The hotel security came out at this time and the paparazzi dispersed. Bruce drove away quickly. The paparazzi were quite disappointed that they didn't take a photo of Martin leaving the hotel with the woman. Those who retained a little humanity chased Martin's car by car or motorcycle. Those who had long thrown away their faces simply turned their cameras to take pictures of young women entering and leaving the hotel entrance and went back to write short essays. Martin found that the paparazzi followed him. He had to go to Louise's house to pay off his debts in the evening, and finally had to let Bruce take the paparazzi to stroll the streets, and he drove Bruce's pickup truck to meet Louise. It is troublesome to pay off hundreds of millions of debts. Chapter 184 Selfie Gate. Valentine's Day is coming soon, and Will Smith is coming with Rivals. With its strong appeal, it has almost booked the weekend box office champion. The promotion of The Hills Have Eyes is still in full swing. On Tuesday morning, Warner Brothers convened a meeting with Martin and Anne's agents to discuss the Valentine's Day promotion strategy. It still revolves around Martin. The plan was quickly finalized on the same day and sent to Martin and Anne. Anne had long been convinced by her agent Maha that she needed to keep the heat during the work window period, and she was looking forward to Martin's Valentine's Day gift. For example, the jewelry that Martin talked about at the premiere. She specifically checked it out and found that the exquisite ones were very valuable. Martin found Daniel, who was responsible for the promotion of the film at Warner Brothers, and talked to him alone. The two films that adopted Martin's publicity suggestion sold well, so Daniel attached great importance to Martin's words and asked, "Is there a problem with the plan?" Martin knew how to speak. The Valentine's Day themed plan you developed is very good, a top-notch plan. Although he knew it was a compliment, it was comfortable to hear. Daniel smiled and said, "You, just say it directly, if you have something to say." Martin's suggestion was not about the plan, but about another aspect. Should we do something special in the shooting? We can't tell people clearly that we are shooting, just for the sake of shooting. Wouldn't Annie and I become a glass love? Daniel agreed very much. It makes sense. This is no different from ordinary routine publicity. Many celebrities will also release similar videos or photos before Valentine's Day, and it is easy to be drowned out. Martin didn't say anything more. He believed in Daniel's professionalism. Daniel did not disappoint people, and said a name, Paris Hilton. Then he called Annie, Thomas and Maho to discuss the specific details together. Being a star, naturally you have to have the professional qualities of a star, and Annie agreed. Funded by the crew, Martin booked a luxury suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. In the afternoon, the two went to make preparations. Arriving at the hotel, Martin entered the lobby. Bruce was waiting there. He handed him a bag and said, "Everything is in here." He lowered his voice again and said, "I checked the room." Martin understood what he meant and said, "Annie and Laura have discussed the leak in detail. You keep an eye on Laura, and don't make any mistakes." "I understand." Bruce said, "I haven't filmed the video yet. You start filming first." Martin waved his hand and said, "It's fake." Annie entered the lobby at this time and asked, "Are you ready?" Martin waved to Bruce and took Annie upstairs. After entering the suite, the two began to familiarize themselves with the moves, and Martin adjusted the camera. After all, as a professional actor, Annie knew the moves by heart after a few times. She came over and asked, "How can I put on makeup to create that special state?" Martin put down the camera, pulled her over, and said, "How can makeup compare to reality? Isn't the real state better?" Annie lay sideways in Martin's arms. While she was confused and fascinated, she did not forget to ask, "Did you turn off the camera?" Martin raised his head slightly and said, "Of course." Words like God and Jesus kept popping out of Annie's mouth. The room didn't quiet down until it was completely dark outside. Anne took a half-hour break, put on new underwear, put on one of Martin's white shirts, and went to the bathroom. Martin took the camera and started filming. After a while, Anne came out of the bathroom in the dim light and walked towards Martin. The two were still telling intimate jokes. During this time, The Hills Have Eyes was mentioned many times. Anne said that the film was well made, and she is now a fan of Martin. The camera was placed on the table, and as the lights turned on, the atmosphere became serious. Martin took out the gift box from behind like a magic trick and handed it to Anne. Anne opened it and saw a turquoise jade plate. She opened her mouth in surprise, her eyes were red, and mist floated. It wasn't a burst of acting skills, but the jewelry really came. Anne finally got the gift she really wanted. She picked up the green gem, and was so excited that she couldn't control herself, and couldn't even speak. Martin said, "This is your Valentine's Day gift." Anne looked at the emerald green gemstone under the light, then looked at Martin, who was equally good looking across from her, and pursed her lips to prevent herself from crying. Martin smiled. "Honey, didn't you tell me?" Anne wanted to put down the gift box, but before her hand fell, she quickly put it away, took it to the back, stuffed it into her bag, took out the heart-shaped metal box from her bag, and ran back. "This is for you," and gave Martin a chocolate worth $99. "Try it. Do you like it?" Martin opened the box, first gave Anne a piece, and then ate another piece himself. He threw the box on the sofa, and the two kissed each other. Martin picked up Anne and went into the bedroom. The camera was quickly turned off. The next morning, Martin took Anne out of the hotel, and many entertainment reporters and paparazzi who had received the information from the informant kept taking pictures. Jessica drove the two to Warner Studios. Anne opened the exquisite mahogany box and admired the full green jade plaque again. Although it was not quite the same as emerald, it looked pleasing. She leaned over, kissed Martin, and said, "Thank you for the gift." Martin smiled and said, "As long as you like it." Anne asked, "Does the chocolate I gave you suit your taste?" Martin didn't like sweets at all, but Anne gave him very sweet chocolates. He nodded and said, "The chocolate is as sweet as you." Anne was in a really good mood today. If there is jewelry once, there will be a second time. When the number of gifts increases, there must be a change of style, such as a mansion. A yacht is not unacceptable. She felt that with Martin's ability to raise funds, these were not a problem. At most, she would have to wait for a while. Near the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, Bruce, wearing a pair of sunglasses, sat in Mean's second-hand car, observing the movement at the entrance of the hotel. Most of the paparazzi and entertainment reporters had dispersed, and only Jody was leaning on the motorcycle, still waiting. Mean asked, "Old Bruce, you have been watching that female paparazzi for a long time. Are you interested in her? Do you want me to teach you a trick? Just use your mouth and tongue to make sure she..." Bruce said without turning his head, "Shut up. If you keep making noise, I will send you to see Paris Hilton." Mean lowered his voice quickly. "Why doesn't she leave?" Bruce could roughly guess that Jody was waiting for him because every time Martin showed up, he would reveal more information. In fact, he would do it again today, but in a different way, making everything look real. Jody leaned against the motorcycle and waited for nearly 10 minutes. Seeing that the hypocritical bitch did not show up, she was ready to leave. Suddenly, she saw Anne Hathaway's assistant coming out of the hotel. The female assistant carried a bag in one hand and a lot of things in the other hand. She came to the parking lot, put down the things, and looked for the key. As a paparazzi for a long time, Jody's eyes kept following the female assistant, watching her open the car door, take the things into the car, and drive away. There was something left where the female assistant put the things. Jody looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. She quickly went over to pick it up. It turned out to be a USB flash drive. She quickly put it in her pocket, went back to ride the motorcycle, and left to avoid being discovered. The motorcycle quickly disappeared. Bruce raised the window and said to Mean, "Let's go." "Follow her?" Mean asked. Bruce found that he and this guy didn't have a tacit understanding. It was not like with Martin, where they could understand each other's true meaning with just a casual word or a glance. He said, "Go to Warner Studios." The motorcycle sped to the small apartment they rented. Jody immediately went upstairs and plugged the USB flash drive into the computer. There were a lot of messy files in it, most of which were makeup and skincare knowledge collected by Anne Hathaway. These were useless. Jody opened the last folder, which contained a video. Clicking on the video, it was not very clear. It was definitely a selfie. Jody got excited. If there was any explosive content about Martin and Anne, she would post it. Looking down, Annie appeared, but she was not naked as Jody had hoped. She was wearing a long men's shirt, with messy hair and a flushed face, which made it easy for people to make some associations. Then there was a conversation between the two of them, discussing The Hills Have Eyes, which was basically Annie bragging about how good the movie was. Jody could tell from the voices, Martin and Annie. Looking at the time of the shooting, it was clearly last night. Jody was looking forward to the two of them getting together, looking forward to getting Paris Hilton style explosive news. The picture was frozen, and Martin appeared in the camera and gave Annie a gift. Under the light, the emerald green reflective stone looked like a top-grade emerald. What a generous couple. Jody couldn't help but curse. But she soon found out that it was not right. It was the man who was generous, Martin. Martin gave jewelry as a Valentine's Day gift, while Annie only gave a box of chocolates, the ordinary type, that can be bought in the supermarket. Jody kept shaking her head. This woman is so stingy. They will be finished sooner or later. After exchanging gifts, the two kissed passionately, and Martin hugged Annie and left the camera and then disappeared. Jody sighed in disappointment. It turned out that it was not a video of a hot dance. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were leaving her. She quickly calmed down. Such a video was also worth a lot of money. Those entertainment channels, gossip blogs and entertainment portals would definitely be interested. Jody quickly took her mobile phone and called the director of an entertainment channel. She said, "I have a selfie video of Martin Davis and Anne Hathaway. Don't worry about where the video comes from. It is definitely not illegal. I guarantee that this video is so good that you will buy it immediately after watching it. Okay, I will come to you in an hour." She opened the drawer and found several USB flash drives to copy the video. While copying, she called the heads of several media. She even took a few photos of the video and sent them via MMS. After receiving the MMS, those people couldn't wait to see Jodie. On the eve of Valentine's Day, an entertainment TV channel, a large entertainment blog, and a portal website all released explosive videos at the same time. Shocking news. Martin Davis and Anne Hathaway's hotel date leaked. Martin and Anne Hathaway easily grabbed the headlines of all entertainment media. Chapter 185. The industry is getting more and more complicated. As soon as the video was leaked, Martin and Anne immediately held a press conference. The latter's assistant Laura cried bitterly in front of the camera, saying that she accidentally lost the USB drive and hoped that the person who found it would return it voluntarily. The temporary press person hired by the two called on all media not to broadcast such private videos that came from improper sources and reserved the right to prosecute relevant parties, etc. Martin also posted a message on his blog asking all media not to let personal privacy occupy public resources. The attitude should be correct. A large number of netizens crowded into his blog area and left various comments. Regardless of whether they were black or red, they attracted countless eyeballs. Martin's blog was once so crowded that it crashed. How could the entertainment media listen to the call? The louder the call, the more willing they were to spread it. In just over a day, Martin and Anne selfie rushed to the top of Google search keywords. People have an inexplicable desire to know about taboos, especially the privacy of celebrities. Many people who didn't know Martin before also learned about Martin and the movie The Hills Have Eyes that is currently being screened through the Gate incident. Martin and Anne have many die-hard supporters. Some of them spontaneously organized themselves to protest at the door of the media company that repeatedly played the selfie video. Correspondingly, there was another wave of news and traffic. A large number of passers-by walked into the theater and donated generously to The Hills Have Eyes. In a short period of time, Martin's attention was comparable to that of a Hollywood superstar's new film. As long as a small part of it is converted into box office, all beneficiaries, including him, can laugh. Martin then accepted interviews from many TV stations and called for the protection of celebrity privacy, which was responded by many stars. The marketing investment of the selfie gate is limited, but the effect is amazing. This incident may even change the industry. After Paris Hilton, it further proves that there is another way to become popular. A small number of stars with particularly sensitive noses have also noticed this. Every time there are festivals such as Halloween and Valentine's Day, celebrities and even politicians will come out to show off, attract attention and show their presence. Although showing off affection will die quickly, there are always a large number of stars rushing to show off. Rivals was released on Valentine's Day. The leading actor Will Smith also gave a gift to his wife Jada and asked the crew to film it and send it to various entertainment media, hoping to grab the entertainment headlines and grab another wave of popularity before the release. However, there were very few followers, and all the attention of the spectators was grabbed by the so-called selfie video. In terms of fame, Martin and Anne are far behind Will Smith and his wife. But it can't stop the spectators' enthusiasm for gossip and their strong desire to peek into the privacy of celebrities. In the living room of the mansion, Jada Smith changed several entertainment channels in succession, feeling quite helpless. They are all reporting on the crappy things about Martin Davis and Anne Hathaway. She looked at Will Smith on the other side. Two little stars stole our limelight. Will shook his protruding ears. It's not us. They stole everyone's limelight on Valentine's Day. Jada is not an open-minded person and couldn't help but say, why isn't the milliliters video released? Will is considered to be quite smart among black people and has worked in the circle for many years. It is not difficult for him to see the problem. It is very likely that it was released intentionally. The movie The Hills Have Eyes starring Martin is currently in theaters. Jada was surprised. Released intentionally? They don't care about their reputation at all. What a pair of dogs and bitches. She took the laptop next to her and opened the web browser. Martin and Anne's selfie gate was ranked first on Google's hot search keywords. Click to see related videos. After watching it again, Jada thought her husband's words made sense. There are no nude shots, and they are all talking about The Hills Have Eyes, using the guise of being a stalker to gain popularity. Thinking of the news released at the same time by his own company, which was actually stolen by a little guy, Will Smith cursed. They are all crazy. It is getting harder and harder to get into the industry, and these newcomers dare to use any lousy tricks. While talking, he unconsciously looked at Jada and waited until the popularity could not be maintained in the future, would he? Jada and him had an unspeakable tacit understanding and stood up. Asshole, don't even think about it. Will Smith knew that people could not be popular forever, and there would always be a day when they would run out of luck. At that time, he would definitely find another way to attract attention. Jada disliked the videotape. Will suddenly came up with an idea. What about an open marriage with Jada? Think about it, the two of them sitting in a talk show, and they didn't even need a host, and they talked frankly about open marriage life and their own creations. The media and the public would definitely be crazy about it. Being a star, face and other things are not important. Look at what Martin Davis did. As an old man in the circle, Will Smith has some admiration. This year's Valentine's Day is different from the past. In addition to traditional love movies, many people choose to watch the horror action movie The Hills Have Eyes. Will Smith's appeal is unquestionable. These days, the King of Smith is synonymous with the box office. Rivals earned $43.14 million in North American Valentine's Day weekend, with a high A rating from the CS Live audience and a North American box office estimate of $170 million. While winning the box office championship, it fully proved one thing. Your King of Smith is infinitely rampant. The Hills Have Eyes unexpectedly slipped to the second place in the box office list, but under the strong stimulation of the midweek selfie incident, there was no big decline in the second week box office that horror movies usually have. The decline in the second weekend was controlled within 50%, and Valentine's Day was spent with $18.1 million. Including the previous 4 working days, the North American box office accumulated $59.11 million. Warner Bros. Immediately negotiated a new distribution agreement with the theater chain, requesting to extend the theatrical screening time of The Hills Have Eyes, so that the North American box office can pass the $100 million mark over time. Such a screening strategy will not bring more box office revenue to the distributor and producer. However, films with a box office of over $100 million in North America are treated completely differently in the TV and DVD markets. In this era, the distribution companies at the top of the Hollywood industry chain do not only take a commission from the box office when distributing films, but also take a commission from the entire copyright. In addition, it takes some time for the producer to get the payment from the distributor. The return of funds is related to the preparation of Wanted. Martin stood on the top floor of the North Hollywood apartment, admiring the downstairs like watching a big show, and said to Louise on the phone, "Please push it a little harder." Louise said, "Don't worry, we can use the return of funds as collateral to apply for a bank loan with the investment agreement." She added, "My people have communicated with Sophia and Vincent." Martin was far behind Louise in real project planning. "You think more comprehensively than I do." Louise asked, "So, my Valentine's Day gift is a stone clown sculpture based on you? You are so thoughtful." Martin said it smoothly recently. "That is the work of the master sculptor Lily Carter, a masterpiece of art." "Great." Louise couldn't help laughing. "Lily Carter, a middle school student in Merita, Atlanta. Do you want me to bring her to Los Angeles?" Huh. Martin then remembered that Louise and Kelly had mailed a return gift to Lily. There was no way. There were too many gifts and letters sent out, and there were always times when the memory was confused. Martin felt that he had to learn a new course, time management. Louise said a few more words and hung up the phone. Martin saw Bruce looking through the telescope and asked, "Are there any new discoveries?" These two shameless bastards were watching the paparazzi surrounding the apartment, as if they were watching a play, looking for fun in it. Old Bruce pointed to the parking lot and said, "There are 2 paparazzi, one male and one female. They may have got some information each. When they exchanged information, they had sex in the car. It just ended now." Martin picked up the telescope and could only see the man and woman coming out of the car to tidy up their clothes. He regretted missing out on several $100 million and said, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" He suggested, "We install surveillance cameras in the parking lot. There are more paparazzi recently, and the waistbands of people in this line of work are almost the same as those of actors." Bruce was helpless. "Are you addicted to taking secret photos?" Martin deliberately said, "It's actually very interesting. You can try to find Kim." Bruce didn't want to mention Kim, mainly because when it comes to Kim's sister, the bastard Martin is full of shit. How could he, a civilized person, do such shitty things? He turned to ask Martin, aren't you going to give Anne a test of love? Can you be a little more humane? Martin sneered at Bruce's inhuman words and deeds. It's just after Valentine's Day, and you want me to sing a happy breakup with others? Where's the morality? Where's the quality? Bruce was too lazy to refute. Judging from his years of vision, and would not pass the test. He said, tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars of jade in exchange for a box of $99 of chocolate. Just give it. Martin still had some generosity. Do you think I should ask for it back? The gifts he gave out were all real. For example, crocodile tooth pendants, ox horn carvings and stone carvings. There were never any fakes. After the first week box office of The Eyes on the Hill came out, in order to show his sincerity, Wu Meioting directly sent a lot of jade by air transportation, half sold and half given to Martin. Martin was not polite, and accepted it directly. The one given to Anne Hathaway was one of the pretty good jade pendants. Martin asked Bruce, take two and give them to Kim and her sister. I'm giving them to Kim. Bruce emphasized, as for who Kim gives them to, I don't care. Martin's phone rang at this time, and he took it out, and found that it was Angelina Jolie calling. Hi, Angie. He answered the phone. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Jolie said, I have officially signed a contract with a crew of Wanted. You are the initiator of the project. I want to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. Martin was curious, why did Jolie suddenly ask him out? He responded, no problem. Bruce said, you pick up Jolie and get rid of Annie. Perfect. Martin gave him a middle finger directly. It won't be me who betrays this love. Chapter 186. This Annie is not that Annie. In a restaurant on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, the waiters brought the meals one after another and moved away from the booth. Julie raised her glass and clinked glasses with Martin. Louise told me that it was you who first suggested that I play the leading role. Martin drank his wine and smiled and replied, I like Lara Croft very much. I dream of working with you because you are my goddess and idol. Julie was puzzled. When she heard Martin say this before, she thought it was just a compliment, but now it doesn't sound like it. Martin took the initiative to clink glasses with her. Cheers, Laura. Julie finished the remaining wine in the glass and invited Martin to dinner. Whatever you want. The two chatted while eating. After talking about some interesting stories in the industry, Julie asked, it is said that the selfie scandal came from your suggestion. If others ask me, I will definitely deny it. Martin deliberately flattered. I was the first to suggest it, but I can't actually operate it. It still depends on Warner Brothers. Julie asked again, so, Paris Hilton in the Wax Museum is also related to you? Martin said vaguely, it mainly depends on me, a guy. Julie looked at Martin with a bit of admiration. Good acting skills and good looks are nothing, but knowing how to operate is really amazing. The former are countless in Hollywood, while the latter are few and far between. I want to hear your opinion on something about media PR and publicity. Jolie thought for a moment and decided to ask directly, is it possible that something that is not so bad, but a scandal, about the relationship between a man and a woman, can be turned into a hot news like Wax Museum and The Hills of Eyes? Obviously, Jolie was thinking about how to properly end Brad Pitt's affair with Aniston behind his wife's back. Martin and Louise had discussed Jolie more than once. For the sake of their own future, this couple even planned to wait for a while until Jolie had no reaction and then secretly find someone to expose the relevant scandal. Now that Julie had come to him, how could Martin let her go? I heard that Paris Hilton wanted to create her own brand because she is well known enough and even has a group of supporters. Julie fell into deep thought, and after a while she said, it won't be easy for her to clear her name. Martin needed Julie to become popular, so he started by lighting a fire. In fact, if Anne and I really released a video like a videotape, the effect might be better. Times have changed. The internet has narrowed the distance between people and further amplified scandals and gossip, and also increased the desire of the general public to pry into the privacy of celebrities. Scandals are sometimes not necessarily scandals. If they are handled well, they can become a fuel that drives people up. Julie said this because Martin had done something similar. She said carefully, suppose you and Anne were married, and I fell in love with you. It's just a hypothesis. You like me too. We did everything we should do, and we starred in a movie together. If the scandal is exposed, will the movie be ruined? Hearing these words, Martin guessed that Julie had some ideas, but had never actually implemented them, and lacked enough confidence. It would be rude to refuse a gift that was offered to you. Martin had a polite friend who said, "Aren't the coolest man and the coolest woman meant to be together? Nothing else matters in the name of true love." It's easy to find reasons and excuses and throw dirty water on Anne, saying that she cheated first, didn't want children, and wanted work over family, etc. This Anne is not the same Anne. Julie not only listened, but also took it seriously in her mind. After all, Martin's seemingly bad ideas have been successful several times in a row. Martin added fuel to the fire. "I will generously admit my mistakes, take photos with you and the children, and send them to the media. Express my love and desire for children and family, such as the family life that Martin wants, which you can give, but Anne, who doesn't want children, can't give." Julie remembered that Aniston had an abortion last year. This guy's really a genius at making trouble. She couldn't help staring at Martin, muttering in her heart, how much of the news about him is true? 30%? This kind of person is too compatible with the entertainment industry. Martin said again, "This is Hollywood. The public has long been accustomed to cheating, divorce and falling in love with someone else. If you think carefully, some actresses and actors who cheated in marriage are still admired by the whole world and enjoy the media's praise. As long as they are packaged with true love, family and children, bad things may not be impossible to turn into good things." Julie recalled that there are indeed precedents, but she still has some concerns. I have some bad rumors." Martin deliberately showed a very surprised look. "You are doing very well now. Can't you just continue to do what you are doing? Adopt a child?" Julie reacted very quickly, because she was whitewashing. "It is indeed a good idea. Martin has actually experienced that the American people are always very tolerant of prodigals, and Julie can be marketed as a saint. And Americans are particularly fond of Julie's tricks." Julie asked again, "Children alone are not enough, right?" For the sake of his future, Martin decided to teach him a killer move and a classic. "You can go to Afghanistan or Iraq to comfort the local refugees." Julie's real evolution has just begun. As far as I know, those people have lost their houses, families, and even some limbs. They see Americans. Martin only said one sentence, "Although they have nothing, they are free." Julie's eyes lit up, and she found the true meaning of freedom. She couldn't help but said excitedly, "Martin, you shouldn't be a star. You should be a public relations." Martin shrugged. "It's not easy to wipe people's ass." Julie didn't dislike Martin's rude words at all. Her burning eyes fell on Martin, as if she saw a confidant. At this moment, Pitt was tasteless, and not fragrant at all. But she is Julie after all, not a little girl who was overwhelmed by the instant heartbeat. Martin's status and wealth are too low. Julie raised her glass. "Martin, I toast you." The guests and hosts had a great time at this meal. Julie raised her glass several times to thank Martin. During the period, she even proposed that her Cambodian son recognize Martin as his godfather, but Martin politely refused. During the chat, Martin mentioned that he was vying for the second lead in Martin Scorsese's new film. It would be best if Julie could play a role, but it didn't matter if she couldn't. Having just gained a lot, Julie felt that Martin was a trustworthy person and kept the matter in mind. Once she heard Pitt mention that Plan B was the second largest investor in Scorsese's new film, and she would just find a suitable opportunity to help Martin. Julie is very good at whispering in the ear. The large-scale publicity and marketing of The Hills Have Eyes has basically ended, and Martin doesn't need to appear in the remaining ones. Martin's energy has shifted to the two projects of Wanted and The Departed. Warner Brothers will participate in the former, but Pacific Pictures will lead the specific planning and shooting, which can cooperate with Martin in vying for the role of the latter and avoid conflicts in shooting schedules. Martin's Boston accent lessons, which were twice a week, were increased to 5 times a week, and he gradually became more proficient. In addition, he specially invited Kate Winslet, who was busy with awards, to dinner. The accumulated connections and resources must be used at critical moments. Martin and Kate are old friends, and he mentioned very tactfully that he was preparing to audition for the role in The Departed. Kate said directly, I have a good relationship with Leo, but we rarely talk about work. I can mention your matter when I meet him. As for the effect, I can't guarantee it. Martin smiled and said, this is already beyond imagination. Kate was not polite to Martin. In this case, you owe me another favor. Martin remembered that Kate also helped when he first met Craven and said without hesitation, whatever you do, just tell me. Billions of dollars of debts have been repaid, so why are you afraid of a favor? Favors come and go, and relationships can be deepened. There is no fool who can get to this point. Kate smiled and said, let's talk about it later. This is also a kind of favor investment. Martin's rising momentum is very strong. He is unable to help Kate do anything at this stage, but it is hard to say in the future. Martin also thought of this. Kate changed the topic. You've been making a lot of noise lately. Martin said half truthfully, there's nothing I can do. I'm not well known enough, so I can only come up with some bad ideas. This kind of thing can't be used again after one use. Kate said, I've attended some parties, and it's said that some people noticed you and want to imitate you. Martin was very generous. I won't charge them tuition. He asked with concern, the Oscars are coming soon. How likely are you to win? Kate shook her head slowly. I was nominated for the Best Actress, so there's no doubt that I'll win. My public relations efforts are not strong enough. Without a big investment in public relations, the chances of winning important awards are basically zero. The two chatted about the Oscars for a while, and then dispersed. After leaving the restaurant, Martin rushed to the Hilton Hotel to find Anne. In the car, Bruce asked, have you thought it through? Martin said, how can a woman smell like work? You scumbag, can't you think of a good solution? The two had discussed this before, and Bruce felt insulted. What if she passes the test? Martin said seriously, what should you do when a true love is in front of you? Bruce was also a scumbag. Break it and appreciate the crying face carefully. I will be particularly happy. Martin felt that he was tall and noble. So, you are a scumbag, and I'm not. Indeed not. Bruce's words took a sharp turn. You are a scumbag. Martin was disdainful. Only scumbags break up with people, but I won't. The car turned to the front of the Hilton Hotel. Martin got out of the car and entered the hotel. He went to the elevator room to tidy up his clothes and took the elevator directly to the floor where Annie was. He knocked on Annie's door and gave her a passionate kiss. As soon as he entered, the two entangled and quickly got into the mood. This night, true love bloomed again. Martin's passionate love was all given to Annie. At dawn, the sun rose and Martin's phone vibrated. He quickly picked up his phone, left the bedroom, looked back, and saw Annie was still sleeping soundly. He went to the living room and answered the phone. I went out with my daughter on the weekend. I didn't finish writing yesterday, but I just finished the second chapter. Chapter 187 Happy Breakup. When the phone vibrated and woke up in a daze, but she was too tired last night and didn't want to move a finger. When Martin went out, she subconsciously wanted to reach out, but she raised her hand and put it down again. Martin's voice came from outside. What? There's a problem with the investments in Atlanta and Asia? The matter seemed to be very serious. The people outside were quite surprised, and their voices were somewhat high. Old Bruce, where are you? Just outside the door. Please wait. The door opened and closed, and Bruce's voice rang out in the living room. I just received a call from Atlanta. The eyes and the FBI are checking the investors' accounts, and their funds can't be transferred. Martin was annoyed. Damn it. How could this happen? Bruce, the bastard, suddenly forgot his words, gestured to Martin, took out a simple script from his pocket, stood in front of the camera he brought, and said according to the script, I don't know how the Asian investors got the news, and they are also going to withdraw their investment. Fuck. Martin punched the sofa with a bang, but with his other hand he secretly gave old Bruce the middle finger, despising his cowardice, and said at the same time, are both our projects going to be ruined? Bruce simply looked at the script and said, you have to make up your accounts over there quickly. Once they check it out, it will be very troublesome. Martin seemed to be going crazy. I don't have money. How can I make up the accounts over there? What else can we mortgage? Cars? That batch of gems? Bruce followed Martin's pace. Not enough. Martin's voice was filled with panic. We are going to go bankrupt and become paupers. Bruce suggested, let your agent take some advertisements and take more roles. There is no other way. In the bedroom, Annie opened her eyes, but did not move, for fear of making a sound and alarming the people outside. She was panicking, but her mind was very clear, and she controlled her body to lie flat. Martin's voice came in again. Old Bruce, don't say anything yet. Don't say goodbye to others. We can handle it. It's just a crisis. As long as we get through it, we will take off. Bruce put away the script, turned off the camera and walked away. I'll wait for you downstairs. With the sound of footsteps, the door opened and closed. Anna's head turned into a mess, and she couldn't think for a while. Martin's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and soon came in from outside. Annie still closed her eyes, as if she was sleeping soundly and knew nothing. Martin changed his clothes, walked over quickly, leaned over and kissed Anne's fair face, and whispered, dear. Anne's eyelids moved, and she opened them with effort, looking dazed. Good morning, Martin. Martin kissed her forehead again. I have something to deal with temporarily. You continue to sleep. I will call you later. Anne was very confused and needed time to sort out her thoughts. She nodded and said, go and do your work. Martin walked out of the room quickly and couldn't lie down anymore, so she turned over and sat up, grabbing the bedsheet with both hands, as if venting her depression. Why did it become like this? She came out of the bedroom in a daze. Her emotions suddenly lost control, squatted down and screamed. After venting her emotions a little, Anne's confused mind finally became clearer. Anne's first thought was, what should I do? There is no doubt that Martin encountered huge difficulties, and it was financial. He was very likely to go bankrupt, and even attract the eyes and FBI. Anne heard those words from Martin herself. Martin had no future and no money. Thinking of this, Anne remembered more things that she had ignored, because she was attracted by Martin's handsome face and so-called investment. Martin came from the slums of Atlanta, drove an ordinary Volkswagen sedan, and rented an ordinary small apartment of more than 80 square meters. The gifts he gave her were all value-added except for the gem. Are those value-added real or fake? Except for the broken stone, there were no luxury cars, no diamonds, and no luxury houses. Anne's mind suddenly became clear. Martin Davis had nothing except the illusory future. Without the support of investors, he was just a poor boy from the slums. This poor guy might have legal problems, and if things go wrong, it might even affect the princess. Anne couldn't help but feel fortunate that she didn't invest her own money in Martin and fortunately didn't have financial disputes with him. What should she do next? Anne thought of the most important point, which was also a natural point. Cinderella married the prince as a matter of course, but how could the princess suffer with the poor guy? The young Disney princess made a decision and took out her cell phone and called Laura. Come here quickly. Soon, Laura came to Anne's room and saw Anne's pale face. She asked, what's wrong? I want to break up with Martin. Anne's voice was cold, but she was determined. Help me find the gift Martin gave me, and I will return it to him. Laura was shocked. Why? Anne certainly would not tell the specific reason. He and I have irreconcilable conflicts. That's it. Don't ask more questions. Go and help me find things. Laura wanted to speak, but she was just an assistant after all, and could only go to find the gifts Martin gave to Anne. Anne picked up the phone and pressed her finger on a number key. Pressing it would dial Martin's phone with one click. Can we break up today? Anne suddenly remembered a neighbor in middle school who was in great pain after being targeted by the eyes. Even those who had financial disputes with him were exhausted. It must be fast. Laura came out of the room carrying a box and placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. There were only a few gifts in the box. Actually, there were only 3 in total: the horn carving and the tusk pendant, the star map directory, and the jade. Anne picked them up one by one and looked at them, secretly cursing herself for being stupid. How could a man give such a small gift to a woman after 2 months of dating? It doesn't matter if he is poor, but he is also a miser. Pauper and miser. Anne found a handbag and threw the horn carving, the Tusk pendant and the star map directory into it. She picked up the mahogany gift box containing the jade plate, opened it and took a look. The color was bright. And put it away and said, "I accidentally lost this." Laura was speechless. She felt it was inappropriate, but she didn't know what to say. And gave the handbag to Laura. "Go to Warner Studios this afternoon and return these things to Martin or Bruce." Laura didn't understand why Anne was so heartless, and asked tentatively, "Is it irreparable?" Anne shook her head slowly but firmly. "This relationship has become a thing of the past." Laura saw that she was in a bad mood, and said no more. Anne put her 10 fingers into her hair, hugged her head, and closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly opened her eyes, picked up the phone on the sofa, pressed her finger on the key again, and dialed Warner Studios. In the small office of the studio, Bruce turned on the camera, connected it to the computer, copied the video shot in the hotel, and clicked to play it. After watching for a while, he asked Martin next to him, "My acting is not bad either." Martin said disdainfully, "You couldn't even remember the lines. I really wanted to kick you out at that time." Bruce muttered, "It's normal to forget the lines. You see those NG shots, many of them are caused by the actors forgetting the lines. At least I have the script with me, and can read it immediately. Are you planning to read 1,234,567 on the spot, and then I will find a voice actor for you?" Martin mocked directly, "Where is the professionalism you are proud of?" Bruce was helpless. "I thought it was simple, but in the end." He knew he was in the wrong, and changed the subject, "And he hasn't called you for a long time. It seems you are proposing to me." Martin didn't answer, but reminded, "Save the video, and don't forget the play we set. I have an audition today. You came to the hotel to find me temporarily to act with me and help me familiarize myself with the lines and roles." Bruce said, "You are completely inhuman." Martin said, "Just in case, as long as she doesn't stand up to attack me, the video will never be seen." Bruce was quite emotional. True love is so fucking great. Martin's cell phone rang at this time, and it was Anne's number. Bruce took a data cable and plugged it into Martin's cell phone. "Hi, Anne." Martin answered the call. Before he could say the second sentence, Anne on the other end said, "Martin, I've thought about it over and over again, and I feel that we are not suitable for each other. Let's break up." Martin was shocked. "Break up?" "Yes, I'm going back to New York, and I'm at the airport now." "Why, Anne? He was fine when I left." "Don't say any more, Martin. Just let it go. Let's part ways in peace." "Why?" Martin continued to ask, like a stupid man who fell in love and couldn't extricate himself. "Why? Why are you like this?" Anne's voice suddenly raised. "Are you blaming me? Well, I'll tell you why. She had a lot of grievances, but had no place to complain, because you are a poor guy who is about to go bankrupt." Martin said anxiously, "Listen to me." The phone was hung up, and there was a busy tone when he called again. Martin unplugged the data cable, looked at Bruce, and said helplessly, "Poverty is an incurable disease." Bruce saved the video and recording into the same USB drive, unplugged the USB drive, and threw it to Martin. "You and Annie should be together forever. You are a perfect match." "Yeah," Martin retorted, "at least I have never coveted Anna's sister." Bruce was speechless after being refuted, and then his cell phone rang. It was Annie's assistant Laura calling. "Annie is a good person. She returned all the gifts you gave her." Bruce went out to get something, and soon came back with a handbag, and handed it to Martin. Martin took out the things inside, and put them on the desk. Bruce glanced at it and said strangely, "One thing is missing." Martin put it away again, and put it aside. "It doesn't matter." Because Martin gave away few things, Bruce remembered it after a little thought. The most valuable gem is missing. He slapped his forehead. "I take back what I said just now. She is as exquisite as you." Chapter 188 Confirmed Director, Extraordinary Human Trafficker. Before Martin could respond, Anne Hathaway's agent Maher announced that love was a thing of the past. Agents are very smart and know what to say and what not to say. They only announced to the public that Martin and Anne had different personalities and decided to break up after a big fight. Martin naturally didn't say much, nor did he need to say much. A peaceful breakup is the best choice for celebrity couples or husbands and wives. If there is a quarrel, both sides will have scandals. The paparazzi started to chase and intercept again, trying to find out the real reason for the breakup. Entertainment newspapers and gossip media bombarded them again. Sometimes, it doesn't matter whether the news is good or bad, what matters is the exposure. In Hollywood, let alone ordinary stars, even big stars need traffic. After a new weekend, The Hills Have Eyes has accumulated a box office of $71.51 million in North America. At the same time, the film was released in many countries and regions such as Latin America, Europe, East Asia and Australia. Thanks to the collateral effect of the North American box office, the overseas market response was good, and it won $22.47 million in just 1 week. As the number of viewers who have watched The Hills Have Eyes increases, the number of Martin's fans is also increasing. Under the promotion of Martin and Thomas, the West Coast fan club was officially established. Rachel became the leader, and Jessica and Emily joined and became deputy leaders. The base of activities is still the fan section of Martin's blog. Martin originally considered setting up his own official website, but it would cost a lot to make the website look decent and maintain it later. At present, most of his funds are invested in the Wanted project, and he will have to wait until the funds flow back. The director of the project has also been identified. Ari Emanuel personally recommended a candidate. Martin went to WMA specifically and came to the door of Thomas' office. Assistant Natasha hurriedly got up to greet him. Bruce came to her desk. "You're welcome. A cup of coffee." Natasha went to get the coffee. Martin entered the office, pulled out a chair and sat down. Thomas first told the good news. The company recommended you to the crew of The Departed. Ari Emanuel personally met with Martin Scorsese on this matter. In this respect, WMA attaches great importance to Martin. He added, "The company has invested a certain amount of human resources in you. Big agencies have their own advantages." Martin knows this very well and asked, "How did the crew respond?" Thomas said, "The crew has not yet selected the actors. You have passed the preliminary screening and directly entered the second round of auditions." He specifically reminded, "Scorsese is not an ordinary director. You can't avoid some procedures when you bring money into the group. You must participate in the third round of auditions. If you don't get the approval of Scorsese himself, it will also be difficult to get a role." Martin knew this a long time ago. "Don't worry, I've made sufficient preparations." Pacific Pictures negotiations with Warner Brothers have entered the final stage, and it is no problem for him to bring money into the group. This is Martin Scorsese's project, and there must be competitors. Thomas was not worried about Martin's competitiveness, but worried about another point. This is a high-end game. Scorsese takes it very seriously. According to Ali's conversation with him, he has no hope in this Oscar. He is ready to challenge the Oscar for Best Director again. Anyone who messes with this project will only become Martin Scorsese's enemy. He warned, "It's not that you can't compete, but some too low-level means may bring negative effects in such a high-end game." Scorsese has nearly 40 years of experience in the industry. What hasn't he seen? Martin nodded. "My competitors are much higher than me. Even if I succeed in using bad means to mess with people, it will have a very bad impact later. The benefits brought by the role may not be as good as the subsequent impact." That's right. As he got along with Martin, Thomas felt more and more that what happened during the audition and filming of the Wax Museum and the Jeans crew was not accidental. First, the biggest competitor was killed by Adrian, and then Adrian was finished in Australia. The incident of the Jeans crew was even less likely to be a coincidence. Who are the beneficiaries of these things? Thomas glanced at the tightly closed office door, lowered his voice deliberately, and warned, "If the Wax Museum and Jeans incidents happened to those people, the agency would give up if they said so, because they were not real stars after all. But if it happened to a star-level actor, it would be handled completely differently. Stars are related to the interests of all parties, and the relevant stakeholders will never let it go easily." Martin certainly understood this and said, "You keep your heart in your chest. I never intended to go astray with this role. Those lousy means must not be used indiscriminately." He asked, "Who are the competitors now?" Thomas shook his head. "We have inquired from many parties, but there is no news for the time being." So far, the crew has only confirmed Leonardo as the actor, and the actor selection process for the other roles has not yet started, so there is no way to find out. But one thing is certain, Scorsese's films have never lacked heavyweight star actors. This matter still needs to start with Warner Brothers. Martin should ask about another project. You called me and said that the company has a director willing to direct Wanted. Thomas said. Ali and Jim jointly issued a related notice, and several agents recommended their director clients. He handed Martin some information. Peer, a photographer, has no experience of directing alone before. Michael Davis, a director who started out as a screenwriter. His most recent film is Devil's Truck. Martin looked through them carefully. These two directors were very unfamiliar. He had been in Hollywood for so long, but he had never heard of them. Thomas said, there is another one, French director Louis Leterrier, whose previous film Danny the Wolf Dog was just released in Europe in early February, and the response was relatively average. Martin had heard of this director's name, and when he looked through his past information, he saw a series of movies, The Transporter, the director of the first two films. Martin carefully recalled these two movies. It seems that apart from Audi, only Jason Statham left an impression, and he couldn't remember the rest. The series has 3 films, which establish Statham's status as an action movie star. It seems that he is outstanding with action and coolness, which is more suitable for Wanted. Martin thought carefully again. He remembered that this guy had made other films, but when he watched movies before, he didn't pay much attention to the director, unless he was a big director in Hollywood. There is no doubt that this is a director who is good at shooting action movies. Martin glanced at the Europa company marked behind the Transporter and asked, is Leterrier currently in Los Angeles? Thomas said simply, after completing Danny the Wolf Dog, his development focus shifted to Hollywood. Before filming the movie Danny, he had already signed an agency contract with the company. Martin looked through Leterrier's information, took the phone on Thomas' desk, and dialed Agier's number. Agier had just come to North America from France to develop his career when filming The Eyes Are There, so he should know something about it. After the call was connected, Martin roughly explained the relevant situation. Agier said directly, you saw when filming The Eyes Are There, I was not very good at action scenes, but Leterrier was just the opposite. His narrative ability was relatively poor, but he was very good at controlling and designing large scenes, focusing on visual enjoyment and cool pictures. He is recognized by the French film industry as a director who can hold action scenes and play cool styles. After the call was over, Thomas said, I think he is more suitable. Martin needed a director with successful experience in this area, and Leterrier happened to be one. He said, you contact Leterrier's agent. If he is interested, ask him to come to the Wanted studio as soon as possible. Louise, I, the screenwriter and the action director will all meet with him. Thomas dragged the phone back and dialed the number of a senior agent directly. After a detailed discussion, he covered the microphone and asked Martin, what time is suitable? Martin said, this afternoon or tomorrow morning is fine. Thomas said to the phone, this afternoon. The other side replied, okay, at 2 p.m., Louise and I will go to the studio together. Thomas hung up the phone. Done. At 2 p.m. today. Martin looked at his watch and took the initiative to invite. You can go with me then. Although the law stipulates that agents cannot participate in the preparation, shooting and production of movies, observing and understanding the entire process is of great benefit to agents. The top entertainment agents often leave the agency industry and become executives in the 6 major companies. Agents can only be regarded as downstream service industries in Hollywood. Martin originally wanted to visit Ari Emanuel, but he was on a business trip, and it was a bit of a scumbag to visit another agent in front of Thomas, so he called Ari to express his gratitude. He would visit secretly when Ari came back. With the right director, Martin was in a good mood. When he left the office, he found Bruce chatting with Thomas' assistant Natasha. He observed her and found that Natasha was not very good, just average. The two went downstairs and Martin asked, are you interested in Natasha? Bruce shook his head, she's too peaceful, not my cup of tea. Someone came over in front and he waited for them to leave before explaining, Natasha is Thomas' assistant and can get a lot of information about Thomas. I tried it out and this woman is very ambitious. if we have a good relationship with her. If Thomas really wants to do something special, we can also have multiple channels of information. Old Bruce, you are worthy of it. Martin admired this bad guy. You are really professional. Bruce snorted coldly. I said I will guard you behind, and I will guard you behind. In the afternoon, Martin called Louise, joined screenwriter Brad and action director Chad Stahelski, and met with French director Leterrier. The two sides exchanged their understanding and ideas of action and cool scenes. Leterrier also read the first version of the script of Wanted, and had a full exchange on the filming of the movie. It is impossible to say that the ideas and concepts are completely consistent, but the difference is not very big, and it is not difficult to seek common ground while reserving differences. Both sides have the idea of cooperation, and the experienced Louise made the decision on the spot and used Leterrier as the director of the film. Chapter 189. She is free to do whatever she wants. I will accompany her. Merita, Clayton Community. Lily pulled the cart hard and came out of Nana's small supermarket. There was a wooden box on the cart. Nanny asked, do you want me to help you? The car horn sounded at this time, and a black BMW 7 stopped next to Lily. Elena opened the door and got out of the car, asking, where did it come from? Lily pointed to the label on the box. Martin mailed a gift for you and me. Elena opened the trunk and moved the box into the car with Lily. She waved to the supermarket. Nanny, thank you. You're welcome. Nanny asked curiously, Martin has become a big star. When will he come back? Elena turned to the driver's seat. He won't go back to Atlanta. Lily got on the co-pilot and urged Elena, go home quickly. This time the gift was particularly heavy, and she really wanted to know what Martin mailed. The BMW stopped in front of the house. The two sisters took down the box together and put it in the middle of the living room. Lily came over with a screwdriver and quickly opened the lid of the box. There were a lot of anti-collision sponges stuffed inside. Elena opened it and found 2 mahogany gift boxes and some emerald green stones. In addition, there was a note. Lily reached out to take it, but was slapped back by Elena. She muttered in dissatisfaction, it's not for you alone. Elena glanced at it, and Lily shut up. Although she was taller than Elena, she didn't dare to provoke her sister. Elena picked up the letter and saw the crooked handwriting. She knew it was written by the idiot Martin. The gift box was for her, and the stones were all for Lily. Elena took out a mahogany gift box and opened it. There was an emerald green bead bracelet in it. There was a jade plaque in another box. Elena put away the gift box and handed the letter to Lily. The rest are yours. Lily could see that these were not ordinary stones. She took one in her hand and said, Martin gave you jewelry. Aren't you going to Los Angeles to thank him? No. Elena glanced at Lily. Lily immediately lowered her head to look at the box. Elena warned, don't tell Scott and Emma about these things. Hearing her parents' names, Lily shrugged. Scott has hooked up with a rich woman, and Emma has disappeared for another week. We have a good pair of parents. She stopped thinking about her annoying parents and said instead, Martin has made a fortune. He has mailed so many good things. Did he cheat Annie of all her money? He is capable of cheating people of their money and women. Elena thought about what Martin had done before he went to Los Angeles, and it seemed that he could really do it. Lily asked tentatively, during spring break, shall we go to Los Angeles? Elena clenched her fist and asked back, do you have money? Lily didn't dare to say more, and quickly took a long jadeite from the box, and sat in front of the box to think. Give it to me to practice carving. The carving teacher of the interest class in school has a good family, and none of them are as extravagant as me. What should I carve into it? I got it. Lily thought of a good idea. Elena, I'll help you. Before she finished speaking, Elena strode over and punched Lily on the head with her fist. Idiot, shut up. Lily's idea was directly shattered. Harris came in from outside at this time and shouted as soon as he entered the door, I have good news for you. I just got the news from Robert of the Merita Theater that Martin's new play will be filmed in Atlanta in a few months. Elena and Lily were silent at the same time. Harris was surprised. Are you unhappy? Burbank, Warner Studios. After the main creative meeting of the Wanted crew, the art director and the set crew went to Atlanta first to set up the studio. Kelly has converted all the workshops in the General Motors Center into studios. In the office, Louise sat on a swivel chair, gently pushed her black-rimmed glasses, and said to Martin that Slot has reserved 2 studios for the crew, and the rent will be directly included in the production cost. Do you think it's feasible? Martin was still a gigolo, and had no right to refuse, as long as you don't mind. It is much more cost-effective to include it in the cost, and participate in the film's profit sharing than to calculate the rent alone. He also had an idea. I only want a salary of $1 million, and the remaining $2 million will be considered as investment, and included in the cost. Louise didn't care. I have no objection. In this way, Martin's total investment in the project reached $5 million. In fact, the money he actually spent was less than $1 million. The project is being prepared as normal. The specific shooting time will depend on the results of The Departed. Martin emphasized, in the next period of time, I will do my best to compete for a role in The Departed crew. Louise nodded slightly. I have basically reached an agreement with Warner Brothers. You will bring in funds, but Scorsese has the final say in the selection of actors. The key lies in his choice. She thought for a moment and added, in fact, apart from the 4 main roles, I can guarantee that you will definitely get the other roles. Let's compete for the second lead first. Martin had some ideas. I met Daniel from Warner Brothers a few days ago, and he told me that for the needs of filming, Scorsese is going to go to the Boston Police Department for a field trip. I need his itinerary and a list of his entourage. Louise's words were similar to Thomas's. That's Martin Scorsese, not Adrian and those little guys. Don't mess around. She specifically said, Scorsese's ability in that area has long been gone. He is not interested in either men or women. From all indications, he will not be able to win an Oscar this year. I have contacted him several times, and Scorsese has attached unprecedented importance to me in connection with another Oscar bid. Martin told her the plan. I have practiced my Boston accent for a long time, but I don't think it's enough. From the first version of the script you got, the second protagonist is a police officer. I want to experience life in the Boston Police Department. Louise understood what Martin meant. Do you want Scorsese to see it? Martin asked back, what's the point of experiencing life if you don't let the director see it? Louise nodded. Let your agent contact the Boston Police Department first. They will probably agree. I'll ask Scorsese about it. Martin went out and called Thomas. WMA will contact Boston as quickly as possible. Louise has a wide range of connections in Warner Brothers, and quickly got some news. When Martin came back, she said, in addition to screenwriter William Mahana, Scorsese's personal assistant, and casting director Alan will accompany Scorsese to Boston. It's hard to say what the itinerary will be. There are too many variables. Martin suddenly remembered, I heard Thomas mention Alan. Thomas had dinner with her several times. The casting director's on-site inspection of the Boston Police Department is naturally to prepare for future casting. Louise said, since Thomas knows her, then find a way to get her. If she is willing to reveal the information, Scorsese's schedule in Boston will be transparent to you. Martin said, I'll let Thomas contact her again. He called Thomas in the office, roughly explained it, and CPU again. Bring money into the group. I can get a ticket to the final selection of the second leading role. Getting the casting director Alan is the key to my victory in the selection. Thomas, I rely on you now. Thomas had been ruthless before, and he was fully prepared. At this time, he said it again without any psychological barriers. Martin, even if she wants me to accompany her for a night, it's no problem. She can do whatever she wants. I'll accompany her. Martin said, I'll wait for your good news. Seeing him hang up the phone, Louise said, besides those lousy tricks, what else do you have? There is another key link. Martin didn't explain to Louise, but came to the window and dialed Robert's mobile number. Atlanta, Merita Community Theater. Several vans were parked at the main entrance, and many young actors went in and out, moving boxes into the vans one by one. Robert directed several people to carefully move out the stock he had in the theater, and kept reminding them, there are glass bottles of Coke, so be sure to handle them with care. One of the young actors asked curiously, Director, why do you store so many expired Cokes? You don't understand. Robert didn't know how to explain to these people and pointed to the van that belonged to him and said, "Put all the coke in it and fix it with shockproof." He wiped the sweat from his big head and shouted to another person, "Where is the olive oil?" Several more people came out of the theater holding boxes. "The olive oil is here." The two young actors who carried the table came out last, muttering as they walked, "Director, why do you have to bring this broken table with you?" Robert looked deep. "Key items, move them to the car quickly. This is the altar for the ceremony." Merita Community Theater was corporatized, and Jerome established an agency that specializes in providing services for young actors. Knowing that Robert had a good relationship with Martin and had always kept in touch, Jerome not only made Robert the artistic director, but also absorbed him as a partner. Several vans set off and drove towards Peachtree Street. Robert drove a Cadillac and followed the convoy. Arriving at the office building rented by the company, Robert asked someone to move the table up first and put it in the new office facing west. When the cola and olive oil were moved up, the high priest was about to call Martin when Martin called. "Robert, something's up. Cola. I've moved to a new office and I'm going to put cola there. Are you competing for a new role? In addition to the eyes across the mountain, I have 2 other projects." "I see." Robert said no more, hung up the phone, took out a small notebook, and got busy strictly according to the recorded process. 3 bottles of cola produced in 2003 were placed on the old desk and then smeared with olive oil. Then, Robert stood in front of the wooden table, muttering something. The new assistant knocked on the door and entered the office. Robert pointed to the altar and said solemnly, "No one is allowed to touch the things on it, remember." The assistant quickly responded, "Yes, director." Robert came to the window of the new office and said to himself, "I wish Martin all the best. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 God is a Woman. After leaving the hotel room and walking along the corridor to the elevator, Thomas stood in front of the mirror on the wall and looked at the man inside carefully. He was obviously a handsome guy, but Alan looked down on him. Isn't it just that his hairline is a little bit backward, his hair is a little bit thinner, and his forehead is a little bit bigger? He was actually disliked by a woman in her 50s. Thomas took the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor and came to the lounge to think for a moment. He had said too much before, and it was not easy to tell Martin. How should he make up for it next? The requirements raised by casting director Alan were not excessive, and it was very common in the circle. It was an open rule in Hollywood, and no one would say anything. Thomas took out his mobile phone, flipped through the address book, saw Bruce's contact information, and called him. "It's important. Let's meet." Bruce asked, "Where?" Thomas told the address and waited patiently. 10 minutes later, Bruce entered the hotel and sat down opposite. Thomas went straight to the point. Martin's plan encountered some unexpected situations. Alan, the casting director who was going to Boston with Scorsese, asked us to provide some special services for celebrities. Bruce knew Martin's plan and asked, "Do you want Martin to do it herself?" "That's not necessary. As long as the celebrity can pique her interest, it will be fine." Thomas said simply, "Originally, I was going to go and lick her myself, but she doesn't think highly of me." Bruce grasped the key to the words, "Lick her?" Thomas nodded. "Literally." He asked, "Do we need to notify Martin?" Bruce was a manager and could not give Martin any advice on film selection. In essence, he was a scavenger in the entertainment industry. "No, we'll handle this." Bruce had practiced with Kim Kardashian and had accumulated some experience. "Martin gives us a commission just to let us solve these troublesome things. Martin has to do everything himself. What do we need to do?" Hearing about the so-called licking, Bruce thought of a killer move. At this time, he directly used his big move and called Mean. "There is something, and you need to use your best skills." Uncle Mean was very smart. "Old Bruce, tell me who I want to lick." Bruce said, "The hotel. You come first." Thomas asked, "Who are you looking for?" Bruce simply said, Paris Hilton's former lover, the man she wants to pursue, but can't get now. Mean. Thomas certainly knew Mean, a hot figure created by Martin, who became famous throughout the United States through Paris Hilton. Bruce asked, Mean is okay? Thomas turned on his mobile phone and sent a text message, Paris Hilton's ex-boyfriend, Mean. The other party replied immediately, yes. Thomas nodded to Bruce. The phone message sounded, and the person on the other end seemed to be eager to get in. When will it arrive? Thomas replied, soon. The hotel is very close to Warner Studios, and Mean rushed over in less than 10 minutes. Bruce told him the general situation. Over 50 years old, female casting director, likes to be licked by others. Uncle Mean's momentum rose immediately. Who else in Los Angeles is more suitable than me? Old Bruce, leave it to me. Bruce patted him on the shoulder. You don't need to tell Martin about this. Mean nodded. For Martin, I have no problem sweetening all the middle-aged and elderly women in Los Angeles. Thomas told him the room number. Mean took out the breath freshener, sprayed it several times, and went upstairs alone. Take the elevator to the 10th floor and knock on the corresponding room door. The door opened from the inside, and a white woman in her 50s appeared. She looked at Mean briefly, and pulled him in. Originally, Alan just wanted to try something new. In less than half a minute, she sang with a look of surprise on her face, and felt that God was a woman. Downstairs, Bruce and Thomas waited and waited, but Mean didn't come down. Thomas was worried. Nothing unexpected happened, right? Since being fished, Bruce felt that Mean was much calmer than before, and said, if something unexpected happened, Mean would have been driven down long ago. The two waited for nearly 3 hours before Mean came down from upstairs. Compared to when he went up, his lips were redder and his speech was a little lisp. I done it. Bruce took a bottle of water and handed it to Mean. Drink some water. Mean waved his hand. No, I can't drink it anymore. Thomas asked, what's the specific situation? Mean said, after Ellen went to Boston, she told me about her schedule every half a day, and she spoke for Martin during the audition. He chuckled. Another thing is that Ellen will recommend me to play one of the black police roles. Thomas was mentally prepared for the first few words, but the second one was completely unexpected. You also got a role? Uncle Mean was in high spirits at this moment. I asked her to fly to the sky, to be God 3 times in a row. She made a solemn promise to me, and asked for my contact information. She gave me her contact information, so that I could make an appointment with her in the future. Thomas had nothing to say, except that he was gifted. Bruce said, good job, man. I will suggest that Martin take you to Boston to experience police life. The three of them went to Warner Studios, and Bruce told Martin about the situation in general. In the evening, Martin treated everyone to a meal at the smokehouse, and they could order any kind of dishes. 2 days later, Mean got the message from Alan, and WMA had communicated with the Boston Police Department. Martin, Mean and Bruce took a flight to Boston. No matter LAPD, APD or BPD, no matter what the actual situation is, they all pay great attention to their external image and have a special media and public relations office. Martin and Mean, 2 Hollywood actors, were welcome to come and experience life. Chief John, the head of the public relations office, also accompanied the two to visit the police station. Martin spoke highly of BPD and spoke well of it. Chief John smiled brightly. This Hollywood star who has been very popular recently has no star airs at all, and is very easy to get along with. At the end of the day's visit, Martin took the initiative to invite Chief John and several of his colleagues out for dinner. Chief John was very kind. Martin specially asked Bruce to book a high-end restaurant. After dinner, they took a group photo. Some of these civilian police officers wanted to sign and write greetings for their children, and Martin also satisfied them all. Sheriff John was very impressed with Martin and personally drove them back to the hotel. Mr. Davis. Martin, call me Martin. Martin deliberately sat in the passenger seat. John drove the car and said, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as it does not violate the rules and regulations, I will try my best to arrange it for you. Martin said directly, I'm preparing for the role of a plainclothes detective. I want to visit your police academy in the first few days, follow the patrol, and go to the plainclothes police department for the rest of the time. John agreed immediately. "No problem. I will communicate with people from various departments." The hotel arrived soon. He stopped the car and said, "Martin, your Boston accent is good. Very Bostonian." "Really?" Martin looked surprised and said, "I have been practicing. It is one of the most charming accents in North America." John is a native Bostonian and laughed. "Yes, the Boston accent is the sexiest." Martin and the other two got out of the car and waited for John to drive away before entering the hotel. Mean's phone rang with a text message alert, and he quickly took it out to read it. After entering the hotel, he said, "Director Scorsese will come to Boston in 5 days." Martin nodded, and the three of them went upstairs together and found all the relevant information they brought. He handed a copy to Mean. "Take a good look, it will be helpful to you." The information was about BPD and Boston gangs, and WMA specially collected it for Martin. Martin soon saw an Irish gang leader in the information, named Bulger, who had been an informant for the FBI and colluded with BPD and state police. He was involved in drug trafficking, murder, terrorism, etc., and is currently on the run. Bulger's experience is very similar to that of the villain Frank. The difference is that after Bulger escaped in 1995, he has been on the wanted list and has not yet been brought to justice. His brother is the Speaker of the Massachusetts Senate. Martin thought these materials might be useful, so he wrote them down. Los Angeles, Warner Film Building. The studio of The Departed is located inside the building. In the conference room, Leonardo asked, "As soon as March begins, we will officially start auditions. Do you have a suitable candidate for the second lead?" Scorsese shook his head. "I don't have one yet, and I'm not in a hurry to confirm." Daniel, an executive of Warner Brothers, said directly, "I recommend Martin Davis." A representative of Plan B remembered that Brad Pitt had mentioned this and agreed. The 3 movies starring Martin Davis have been successful one after another. The latest one, The Hills Have Eyes, has also been unanimously recognized by critics for his acting skills. His friend Kate mentioned this person, and Leonardo nodded. "I've met this Martin Davis. He's not bad." Louise had already negotiated the investment, and her attitude was very clear. Pacific Pictures strongly recommends Martin Davis. Scorsese glanced at them and was a little curious about this Martin Davis. So many people recommended Martin Davis. He didn't watch The Hills Have Eyes, but he heard about the relevant news. It seems that the North American box office is heading straight for $100 million. Doug, a representative of Dyson Pictures, who is also a major investor, said, "I recommend Matt Damon." Another Warner Brothers executive said, "I think Matt is more suitable than Martin. His acting skills have been tested in more than 10 films, and he has a large number of fans. The Ocean's Hank series and the 2 Bourne films have proved his box office appeal." Another key point is that Damon is from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Louise glanced at Scorsese, who still did not say anything. Scorsese has the final say on the selection of the main actors. The Aviator failed to win an Oscar, and Scorsese is not in a hurry to make a decision when returning to the subject he is best at. The fact that the candidates can be recommended here means that there is financial support behind them. Louise was not surprised that someone recommended Matt Damon. Even if Scorsese's project does not have Damon, there will be others who will jump out to compete. Chapter 191, Experiencing the Purpose of Life. At the Los Angeles branch of Weinstein Pictures, Harvey was flipping through a document in his hand. On the front page were photos of Sophia Lee and Vincent Lee. 2 Atlanta businessmen came to Hollywood to invest in a film project. He could guess without looking carefully that there must be something fishy. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything rash. It was a taboo in the industry. Besides, Weinstein Pictures also did a lot. The subordinate opposite said, "The project these 2 recently participated in investing in is called Wanted, led by Pacific Pictures, participated by Warner Brothers, and starred by Martin Davis and Angelina Jolie." Warner Brothers again. Harvey was depressed. He dared to bombard Warner on TV, but he couldn't actually start a war. You can scold capitalists, but you can't harm their interests. However, Harvey saw the key point. They are from Atlanta and have invested in 2 projects of Martin Davis in succession. "I remember Martin Davis is also from Atlanta." The subordinate said, "The newspaper has published a report on Martin Davis, a man who came out of the slums of Atlanta." Harvey waved his hand. "Okay, you go down first." As soon as the subordinate left, the assistant came in and said, "Matt Damon is here." Damon, who was particularly honest, entered the office, greeted him, and sat on the sofa. Harvey asked, "How did you find time to come here today?" "I came here specially to thank you." Matt Damon's real masterpiece Good Will Hunting was operated by Harvey when he was at Miramax. He and Ben Affleck have a very close relationship with Harvey. "Please do me another favor," Harvey asked. "Is it still The Departed?" Damon nodded. "I went through the investor Dyson Pictures and asked them to recommend me. I also contacted Warner Brothers. I originally thought of just waiting for the final audition, but something unexpected happened." He elaborated. Plan B, Leonardo, Pacific Pictures, and Daniel from Warner Brothers all recommended Martin Davis to play the second lead. Hearing this name he had just paid attention to, Harvey cursed in his heart and said, "He's just a little star who has just emerged. He is at least 3 levels lower than you." Damon understood the situation and had a sense of crisis. He represents Pacific Pictures' $20 million investment. Pacific Pictures has been cooperating with Warner Brothers for many years. Louise Mayer is interested in investing, and Warner Brothers will not refuse. Dyson Pictures' investment is only a little over $10 million. Even if Warner Brothers and the investment are even, he still has Plan B and Leonardo's support. He saw it clearly. The proportion of audition rooms in Scorsese's projects is higher than that of general projects, but factors outside the audition room are equally critical. Harvey was straightforward. "How do you want me to help you? Can you help me persuade him to quit?" Damon had asked Harvey for help in the past when competing for roles, so he and Ben Affleck had always been supporting Harvey. Harvey responded, "I'll try." Damon laughed. Before he could really smile, Harvey took out a business card and handed it to him. "Go and deal with this woman. There is no free lunch in the world." Damon knew this truth. He took the business card and took a look at it and understood what was going on. In the past, he and Ben Affleck had helped Harvey. Harvey reminded him, "Don't relax on your side either." Damon smiled innocently. "Scorsese refused to meet the actors before the audition. My agent found his assistant and has already transferred the information that I'm from Cambridge to Scorsese." A few minutes later, Damon came out of the office, went downstairs and got in the car. Sitting in the car, he glanced at the actress's business card, took out his phone, and called his good friend, Ben. "There is something for you to deal with." More than half an hour later, Ben Affleck appeared in a hotel and stopped an actress who was going downstairs. "You have finally come to this point and worked hard to create a little situation. You don't want to be ruined because of a small matter, right? Big Ben has used it many times, and it is very useful. You know who is on the other side, the person who can decide your career. Think about it carefully, and don't be impulsive. This kind of thing is very common in the circle. Is anyone paying attention?" Faced with threats and checks, the actress finally chose to compromise. Boston. After following the patrolman to walk the streets for 2 days, Martin and Mean joined the special operations team of the police department to experience the daily work of plainclothes detectives. During this period, they went to the scene several times and learned in detail about the process of BPD handling cases. Martin carefully observed the actions of the plainclothes detectives. They were just ordinary people. They might have been under a lot of work pressure and had seen a lot of the dark side of society. Most of them were full of foul language, like fake or shit. Some of them even had violent tendencies. Martin chose to blend in, imitating the 30-year-old detective Chief Jack, and made some vulgar jokes with these plainclothes detectives when he had nothing to do. He and Mean also learned the use and rules of various police equipment. Then, every night, Martin spent a lot of money to entertain relevant personnel, eating, drinking and having fun. This aspect is common all over the world. Martin is humble and generous in spending money. As long as the BPD personnel do not violate the principles, they are also willing to help out. In the shooting gallery, the sound of gunshots continued. Martin held the gun in exactly the same posture as Jack next to him and kept hitting the fixed human-shaped target until the magazine was empty. Jack took off his earplugs, looked at his electronic display, then looked at Martin's, and said, "Good shooting." When shooting at fixed targets, Martin's worst shot was a 9-ring shot. Mean on the other side immediately responded, "My boss is the most talented person in Los Angeles." Martin packed up his gun and invited Jack, "Let's have a drink, it's my treat." Jack had become very familiar with Martin in the past few days, and followed him out, saying, "Your Boston accent is better than mine, a Massachusetts native." Martin smiled and said, "I'm going to compete for a BPD role, and I've spent several months practicing it." Jack said, "It's not easy for an actor. At least there's no danger." Martin's words sounded particularly nice. "You are facing the muzzle of guns all the time, and Boston can have the current order, because you are carrying the burden forward." These words touched Jack's heart. Carrying the burden forward? Very vivid. Several people ordered drinks, and rested while chatting. Mean's phone suddenly rang, and there was a text message. He took a look, leaned over and lowered his voice. Alan sent a message that Scorsese will be at the police station in about an hour. Martin nodded slightly and said, "Jack, go back to the police station?" Jack asked, "Is the person you are waiting for here?" Martin has not treated Jack badly these days, and said, "Do me a favor." Jack picked up his coat and left. No big deal. As he walked out, Martin's cell phone rang. It was Sheriff John from the BPD Public Relations Office who called. The other party's words were quite concise, "I'll be at the police station at 3 o'clock. Martin thanked him and followed Jack out of the shooting club. Back at the police station, Jack's special operations team had captured a group of street vendors and most of them were busy. Martin had already become familiar with these people, and he and Mean immediately joined the work. Although he could not do formal work, he could run errands to pick up folders, assist in transferring calls, etc. Because he had carefully observed and learned before, Martin was very smooth at it, and with his explosive acting skills, it seemed as if he was a real member of this action team. On the other side, Sheriff John accompanied Martin Scorsese, William Mahana, Alan and others into the police station. The super director came to visit, and the chief personally received him. The two sides chatted in the reception room for a while. Scorsese wanted to see the plainclothes detectives handling the case, and the detective bureau agreed. The chief's studio was busy, so he showed up and left quickly. John, as the actual receptionist, walked in front and led the group to the special operations team. The operations team was very busy, and the person in charge, Jack, came over to say hello and introduced the work of the operations team to the guests through the large glass window. When Alan saw a dark face, her eyes lit up instantly. She took out her mobile phone, entered the hotel room number, sent it, and edited another message. "I'll wait for you tonight." The mobile phone screen flashed. She glanced at it, and the text message was concise. "Okay." Alan thought about Mean's superb mouth and tongue, and quickly found Martin's location and asked John, "Sheriff, is that man Martin Davis? Or do you have a detective who looks like Martin Davis?" Scorsese was originally talking to Jack, and this immediately caught his attention. He glanced in the open office, and saw a slightly familiar face. John smiled and said, "Last month, Mr. Davis applied to come to BPD to experience life, saying that he wanted to prepare for a role. He first studied police regulations at the police academy, followed the patrol for a few days, and then came to the detective department, and joined Detective Jack's special operations team." Alan pinched his chin and said, "This guy is interesting. If he didn't look familiar, I wouldn't have noticed him." Through the glass window, Scorsese observed carefully. Except for being more handsome, Martin Davis's words and deeds were no different from other detectives. Martin Davis stayed inside to answer the phone and pick up and deliver documents, just like a formal member of the action team, not abrupt at all. Scorsese didn't speak rashly, but winked at Alan. Alan asked, "Detective, how long has Martin Davis been here?" "Today is the 6th day." Jack said simply, "This guy's easy to get along with, and integrates very quickly." Everyone else believed this, because Martin Davis looked like a member of the action team, not an actor experiencing life. Alan said from a professional perspective, "He seems to be immersed in the role of experiencing life." Jack asked curiously, "What did you say?" Alan smiled and continued to ask, "How is he?" "He learns things very quickly and seriously, and can speak fluent Boston dialect." Jack only needs to tell the truth. He has been to the scene with us, learned various regulations, and learned many anti-gang and drug enforcement cases that do not need to be kept confidential. He is proficient in the use and rules of various police equipment. He shrugged. You may not believe it, but his gun holding posture is more standard than mine, and his shooting skills are better than mine. Scorsese took the initiative to move forward. Let's go visit other places. When Alan caught up, he lowered his voice. Find a way to contact him. I will talk to him tonight. Chapter 192 Realistic Style. Missing my sister. Boston. Hyatt Hotel. In a business reception room, Martin Scorsese met a young actor with the same name as him. He was introverted and unremarkable except for being handsome. He was just like many ordinary detectives he saw in the police station in the afternoon. The two had already greeted each other, and Scorsese asked directly, "Why are you in Boston?" "I want to fight for the role of Colin Sullivan." Martin knew the progress of the crew, and did not hide his desire. "I have confidence in my acting skills. I want to get your approval in the audition. Even if there is only 1% of hope, I will give 100% of my efforts." He selectively talked about his real experience. "I was born in the slums of Atlanta. I saw more drug dealers and gangs than PD. I lacked knowledge in this area, so I asked the agency to contact BPD and join them to experience it in person. Knowing the gangs and experiencing life in BPD, isn't this an alternative Colin Sullivan?" Scorsese was almost surrounded by Martin's name in the crew meeting and was naturally impressed. As a veteran director, he knew the importance of investors. Not to mention the filming. The award-winning film still relies on investors to continue to pay. He asked again, "You are not from Boston? What's your accent?" Martin said truthfully, "I've been practicing recently. I came to Boston to strengthen it." Scorsese nodded secretly. The actor's serious attitude is impeccable. At this moment, he seemed to be an examiner. "Do you have any experience?" Martin recalled the films he had seen before. It is very different from the image in the media, and even more different from the police and gangster movies. They are all ordinary people, not very skilled, swearing and making dirty jokes all day long, sometimes not following the rules when handling cases, and some have psychological problems and need psychological counseling. Scorsese nodded slightly. The style of the original Hong Kong film is not suitable for North America. It is too romantic and poetic. Scorsese decided on a realistic style, which coincided with Martin's words. "Have you read the script?" Seeing Martin nod, he simply said, "Perform a scene where you abandon your undercover identity and choose to kill the villain. I'm Frank." Martin simply brooded and began an explosive performance. After the performance, Scorsese nodded and said only one sentence, "Remember to attend the Mac-Up audition with the crew." Okay. Martin knew very well that he had Scorsese's approval. Scorsese came over and took the initiative to shake his hand. "That's all for today." Martin said goodbye and left. Scorsese sat back in his chair and thought about it. There is no doubt that the other party is a young actor who is positive and serious about his work. His acting skills are also good, definitely above the level he requires. The only disadvantage is that he is not as famous as Matt Damon. Alan knocked on the door and asked, "How did the talk go?" Scorsese said, "It's better than I expected." He came from a low-income family and came to BPD to experience life. His acting skills are also good. Not bad. Alan knew him and asked, "You are hesitating?" Scorsese nodded. "He is not as famous as Matt Damon." "Let's talk about the matter." Alan sat on the sofa chair on the side. "The little guy is working hard to prepare for the role. What is Matt Damon doing? What kind of employees does the boss like? The donkey that takes the initiative to pull the mill." Old school directors like Scorsese also like actors to prepare their scenes with all their strength. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "You ask around." Alan took out his cell phone, made a few calls, and said, "Damon is in Los Angeles, preparing to attend the fashion show of Harvey Weinstein's wife. Investor Dyson Pictures supports Damon. Scorsese is also very greedy. He wants everything." Alan said, "Damon is almost 35 years old. His age is different from Colin's setting, and he is more suitable to kill Colin's dingman." Scorsese said, "Good idea. Isn't the problem solved in this way? All the investors can be in place. Alan quickly went downstairs, returned to her room, and made a phone call. In just a few minutes, Mean entered her room. The next morning, the satisfied Alan solemnly promised Mean that, as long as he was available at any time, she would guarantee to give him an important supporting role. As a casting director, Alan can make the decision on this role. Under Mean's new verbal offensive, she repeated what she said to Scorsese last night. Although the old director gave very good feedback last night, Martin continued to experience life with the special operations team as he had done in the past few days. At noon that day, Mean came over and informed Martin of the relevant information. "Thank you for your hard work." Martin looked at Mean's slightly swollen lips. "This time, I'm lucky to have you." Mean wiped his lips. "It's okay, boss. This is what I'm good at. I didn't get anything in the past, but this time I got an important supporting role." Martin said, "Let's work together." Mean was very confident. "I don't ask to be the protagonist. I can have a stable income, and when I'm in my 50s or 60s, I can get a role like Morgan Freeman, and I'll be satisfied." Martin said, "You can see Morgan Freeman in the crew of Wanted later." As a gold medal supporting actor in Hollywood, the old man has a certain appeal to middle-aged and elderly audiences, and the pay is not high. Before Martin came to Boston this time, Louise had already invited Morgan Freeman. Martin Scorsese and others stayed in Boston for a week before leaving, and returned to Los Angeles to continue polishing the role and script. During this period, Martin and Scorsese had several more exchanges. As it was related to the next Oscar, Scorsese was striving for perfection, and the filming of this movie would not start until the summer. Martin had enough time to shoot Wanted first. After experiencing life in BPD for 20 days, it was time for Martin to say goodbye. The public relations office held a farewell party for him. Because Martin had invited them too many times, these guys thought they had to treat him back once, not to mention that it was spending public money. At the party, Martin clinked glasses with Jack, John and others one by one and drank heartily. All the people who participated in the party came to take pictures with Martin. In case Martin became a big star, they would have more bragging capital besides scolding Fack. At the end of the party, Bruce came on stage and brought souvenirs specially prepared by Martin. Martin first found the chief of the detective bureau and presented him with a crocodile tooth pendant in a gift box, a souvenir. The chief declined. "How can this be possible?" Martin raised his voice and explained, "This is made from the tooth of a large saltwater crocodile that I legally hunted when I went to Australia for filming. It is a simple handicraft. I brought it here just as a testimony of my friendship with the BPD." The chief accepted it. Martin gave away dozens of crocodile tooth pendants in one go. After the cocktail party, in the car returning to the hotel, Martin specifically said to Bruce, "Old Bruce, send a message to Australia and ask them to bring another batch over." There was no way. There were too many friends and not enough pendants to give away. Martin gave the remaining few to Mean. "Take them back to give to relatives and friends." Back to the hotel, Martin went to bed early because he drank a lot of wine at the social gathering. Bruce and Mean went to the bar downstairs. They each ordered a beer and drank and chatted. Bruce completely recognized Mean. "Man, you did a great job this time." Mean was quite emotional. "Before I met you and the boss, I licked countless old women and got nothing except a little money. After meeting you and the boss, everything is completely different. I now have a certain reputation and a little money." Bruce clinked glasses with him. "The facts prove that people with a skill can live a better life." Mean completely agreed. "I can't count how many old women I have experienced before I have the skills I have now." Bruce took out a bottle of Fengyalgin that Martin gave him and handed it to Mean. "If you encounter the kind of people who force you or go too far, this is a magic medicine to deal with them." Mean twisted the bottle open and smelled it and was about to pour it into his mouth. Bruce quickly grabbed him. "You sit at the critical moment." "Okay." Mean screwed the bottle cap, put it in his pocket, and said, "Paris Hilton has been targeting me since the last premiere. I guess she is not only hyping, but also missing my tongue." In the past, Bruce would think Mean was bragging, but now it feels normal. Kim Kardashian has told him more than once that Paris is not an ordinary promiscuous woman. Mean said, if Paris wants to force me without spending money, I will use the magic medicine you gave me. This reminded Bruce of Kim Kardashian's sister. Khloe is also very promiscuous. Bruce quickly shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and secretly cursed Martin. All the blame for this bastard. The next morning, Martin and the other two left Boston and took a flight back to Los Angeles. After getting off the plane and coming to the apartment, he didn't see the fat landlord. Martin asked the tenants and found out that Antonio had gone to a club party. The entry condition of that club required $1 million assets 10 years ago. When they came to the second floor, the door across the street opened and Jessica came out. She greeted him first and then said, "Martin, Thomas told me early this morning you should call him when you come back." "I know." Martin took out his mobile phone, waited for old Bruce to open the door, and entered the apartment. The apartment was spotless. Jessica and Emily, who followed in, had specially cleaned it last night. Thomas answered the phone and said immediately, "Martin, good news. The crew of The Departed officially notified me today that I will be asked to go to your studio for an audition with Mac Upon on March 22nd. Martin breathed a sigh of relief. This time has not been wasted. He asked again, "What about your competitors?" Thomas said simply, "I specifically asked Louise. She will serve as the executive producer of the crew. Your biggest competitor is Matt Damon, but Scorsese himself prefers to let him play another important role, Dingman, who kills Colin." Chapter 193 Chain Reaction. WMA, Joint Partner Office. "Thank you for your recommendation, Ali." Martin thanked Emmanuel very formally. "This played a key role in my fight for the role." Ali, who looked more like a gangster than a senior agent, patted Martin on the arm and said, "The company has invested a lot of resources in you. You must win this role, and don't let us down." Martin must be confident at this time. The role can't be lost. Ali nodded. "Very good, Martin. I'm very optimistic about your future. Seize every opportunity." Originally, Thomas was accompanying him and was quite relaxed. When the boss said this, an alarm bell rang in his heart and his hair stood up. Thomas vaguely felt the danger of a third party intervening. He was like a loser who had been struggling for many years. He finally chased Martin, the goddess, and Ali, the tall, rich and handsome man, suddenly jumped out and wanted to intervene. What should he do? Thomas was worried about gains and losses at this moment, but he couldn't say it. He just hoped that the goddess would quickly throw away the tall, rich and handsome man and leave. Martin chatted with Ali for a few words and suddenly realized that Thomas's eyes were always on him. It was like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman. He was quick-witted and roughly guessed Thomas's thoughts and immediately said goodbye to Ali. Thomas breathed a sigh of relief when he walked out of the partner's office. It seemed that a third party would not succeed in interfering in the short term. Martin deliberately put the words on the table. "Are you afraid that I will jump to Ali?" "No." Thomas subconsciously denied, and then shrugged, a little, but not much. Martin put his arm around his shoulders. "I'm treated as the #1 customer here, but I will become the last customer at his place. Who do you think I will choose? Besides, we are not only partners and partners, but also friends." Thomas put his heart back in his stomach. "Actually, I know you won't have any problems, but I'm mainly unsure." "Then work hard to climb up. Wouldn't you feel more confident if you become a partner?" Martin took the opportunity to launch a CPU offensive, and his words went straight to Thomas' heart. "I'm indeed envious of the resources in Ali's hands, but I always believe that you can also bring them." This feeling of being trusted made Thomas feel very comfortable, and he thought to himself, is it too early to get off work every day? Even if he leaves the company, he can still attend some activities or parties in the circle to meet big men, build relationships and expand his network. Didn't the opportunity of The Departed originate from his network of contacts? When they arrived at Thomas' office, Bruce made Natasha very happy, and the two talked and laughed. Martin didn't enter the office, but waved his hand and said to Bruce, "Let's go." The two went downstairs to the lobby, and he asked, "What did you find out?" Bruce said, for the sake of his career, Thomas gave up love. Martin smiled. "With a career, there will be countless love. Thomas is still reliable at the moment." Bruce briefly mentioned, for the role in The Departed, He took the initiative to serve Alan, but Alan looked down on him. Martin sighed. If we want to climb higher, someone will always have to bear the burden. After leaving the building, the two walked towards the parking lot. As the publicity campaign ended, the entertainment news about Martin also decreased, and only occasionally there would be paparazzi following behind. After entering the parking lot, someone suddenly came over. Bruce looked at him vigilantly. The man said, "Mr. Davis, my boss wants to see you." Martin looked at him briefly and confirmed that he didn't know him. "Who is your boss?" The man said, "Harvey Weinstein." The door of a nearby business car opened, revealing Harvey's fat face. Martin nodded to Bruce and got on the business car. Bruce understood what Martin meant and took out his mobile phone to find Sophia's contact information. Once Martin encountered a problem, he would suppress his psychological fear and call for support. Martin got on the car and sat next to Harvey. Harvey smiled. "I have heard that you are an amazing young man for a long time, and I finally met you today." Martin replied, "I have heard of Mr. Weinstein's name a long time ago. Matt Damon is Harvey's die-hard little brother." Harvey has always wanted to talk to Martin, but Martin suddenly disappeared from Los Angeles, and he couldn't chase him to Boston, so he waited until now. You have starred in 3 horror and thriller movies in succession, and you have accumulated a certain appeal in this regard. Harvey is not a mindless pressure, but he is very particular about methods and methods. The 2 movies House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes have been successful one after another, and Martin has value. He took the initiative to invite. My Dimension Films has a movie project, a horror thriller, a new installment in the Hellraiser series, and I plan to invite you to be the male lead. Martin remembered this series, and the male-headed bald man in it was one of the classic horror images in Hollywood, and was also the prototype of the Saw opening of the cabin in the woods. Was the other party inviting him sincerely? Martin couldn't be sure. He remembered very clearly that this was the first time he met Harvey face to face. Sophia angrily confronted Harvey at the Eyes on the Hill studio, and Martin had already dodged it. Harvey asked, "How is it? Are you interested?" He further said, "Your acting skills are excellent. After Dimension Films, Weinstein Pictures can also cooperate with you. You know what I'm best at." Martin did know that he was best at finding people to go to the hotel to discuss the script and then wash their hair. He would not make a decision rashly and asked, "Can I know when the filming will start?" Harvey's words were very flexible. "The project is in preparation and has not yet been determined." Once the actor signed the contract, he took the initiative. Martin's mind kept turning, remembering the news he had read in his previous life. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck had done countless things to clean up Harvey's mess. He was competing with Matt Damon, and Harvey, who had never dealt with him before, suddenly invited him to star in a project of Dimension Films, and the schedule had not yet been determined. To be on the safe side, Martin decided to let Thomas deal with Harvey. "I'll think about it and get back to you later." Seeing that Martin did not directly refuse, Harvey said, "As soon as possible." He also gave Martin the script. It was obvious that inviting Martin to star in a horror film was not just talk. Martin took the script, got out of the car, got back in the car, waited for Harvey's business car to drive away, and asked, "Didn't you call Sophia? You were there less than 10 minutes ago." "Bruce, the scumbag," said Scumbag, "I think even if he is bigger than you, it is impossible for him to subdue you and succeed in such a short time." Martin gave him a middle finger, tearing the scar that had not yet healed into blood again. "Are you afraid that Sophia will do something to you?" Bruce suffered a fatal blow and fell silent. The bad guy Martin flipped open the script and took a quick look, then called Thomas, who soon came down from upstairs. The two found a place in the lobby of WMA, and Martin explained the matter in detail. Thomas asked, "Are you not interested in this project?" Martin said, "It's not about whether I'm interested or not, but I think there's something wrong. I remember that Matt Damon has a close relationship with Harvey." This reminded Thomas, and he knew more. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck can become popular because of Harvey Weinstein. There are many rumors in the circle that these two are Harvey's die-hard supporters. Martin said directly, "I'm worried that there is a trap in it. You should find a way to refuse it tactfully." Thomas was very aware of the burden. "Leave it to me." He also had an idea. "I'll see if I can get Oscar Isaac into this crew." Martin simply left the script and left WMA. Thomas immediately called another client, Oscar, and asked him to come over quickly, saying that there was a potential project. Afterwards, he communicated with the people from Dimension Pictures and got busy. Martin went to Warner Studios to act with Mean and continue to prepare for the audition for The Departed. Martin would not relax until the result was actually announced. All the audition invitations for The Departed were sent to the corresponding actors. Matt Damon received an audition notice for the supporting actor Ding Jenon. Why not Colin Sullivan? Damon was a little confused. Doug from Dyson Pictures said, Scorsese and casting director Alan agree that your age is too old for Colin, and you are more suitable to play Dingman. He emphasized, Leonardo, Plan B, Pacific Pictures, and Warner Brothers all support Martin Davis. I can only guarantee that you will get an important role. Matt Damon frowned. I don't understand why Scorsese chose him. I'm from Cambridge and have an advantage in accent. Doug has heard a lot of news in the past 2 days. Martin Davis has been preparing for this role since December and has been working hard on his Boston accent. He also contacted BPD and had a 20-day life experience. Damon said, I plan to experience life after I get the role. Doug spread his hands helplessly. You are too slow. Martin Davis prepared for the role before the audition and put it in front of Scorsese. You are still preparing slowly. He has put in 100% effort. What will Scorsese do? This bastard is too crazy. He has not even got the role yet, but he has paid so much. Matt Damon was speechless. Hollywood competition is already fierce. Does he want to exhaust all the people competing for the role by doing this? Doug didn't care about that and just asked, will you take the audition? Damon said, yes. I have the Ocean's 8 series and Burn in my business, and I lack acting awards. Why don't I take Scorsese's project? On the other hand, Mark Wahlberg, who also had his eyes on the crew of The Departed, was also working for the role. He heard that the crew invited the main actors to audition, but he didn't receive any notification, and he asked his agent to inquire about it. The news he got was that the crew had basically decided that Matt Damon would play the role he was competing for. All of Mark Wahlberg's preparations were in vain. He was a little annoyed and took note of Matt Damon's account. Chapter 194, Doing Too Many Bad Things and Being Fearful of Being Fucked. Tuesday was a very ordinary morning. Jessica accompanied Martin out of the apartment and got into the Volkswagen driven by Bruce, ready to go to Burbank for the audition. The car drove less than a kilometer and turned into the underground parking lot next to it. Mean drove another car and waited here. Martin took off his hat, put it on Jessica's head, and said, be careful. Under the light, Jessica's skin was so white that it reflected light. She was a little surprised. Is it necessary to be so careful? Bruce said, it is necessary. Martin got into Mean's car and waited until Bruce left before driving out of the parking lot and following behind. It's not that Martin is too careful, but when auditioning at the Wax Museum last year, Adrian targeted Paris Hilton's ex-boyfriend, who was the top candidate at the time. Today, it was just the opposite. Martin was the top candidate for the audition. There were no unexpected situations along the way. They arrived at Warner Studios, met up with Thomas, and entered the office building of Warner Pictures together. The crew of The Departed rented half a floor. Today was a MacUp audition, and the crew assistant took Martin and Mean into the dressing room. Bruce stood guard at the door. Thomas said, you guys are making it really complicated. Bruce nodded. It doesn't matter to ordinary people, but bad people who have done too many bad things will feel uneasy if they don't do this. Not only Martin, but he also agreed to do this. If you mess with others too much, you will naturally be afraid of being messed with. Thomas looked at Bruce, then looked at the hallway through the glass door of the dressing room, and thought that these two guys were born to be a good match. Bruce pointed to the water bottle Jessica was carrying. Don't let it out of your sight. Before Jessica became an assistant, she was also in the acting circle, and nodded quickly. I understand. Thomas understood that Martin and old Bruce treated the audition as a war, and the kind of bad things that the CIA did. But thinking about the bad things these two people were involved in, it was not an exaggeration to do so. An hour later, Martin changed into an old-fashioned suit and entered the audition room. In the audition room, in addition to the casting director Alan and the director Scorsese, there were a group of executive producers including Louise. There were also 5 relatives, supervisors from Warner Brothers and the Screen Actors Guild. They were very professional, each holding a game console and playing, never interfering. An assistant came to prepare for the scene with Martin, and the audition was still the conflict scene between Colin and his boss Franco. In less than a minute, the audition was completed. Scorsese did not let Martin leave, but asked the photographer to take several photos of him in Macup. There is a difference between what the human eye sees and what the camera shoots. Scorsese watched the audition video again, and then watched the Macup photos, and he was more and more satisfied. His acting skills are online, his image is good, he brought money into the group, and he works very hard. Except for his less famous name, he has no other shortcomings, which meets his requirements for actors. Okay. Scorsese stopped the shooting. He looked at Martin. You go to the dressing room and wait for a while. Martin knew that the audition result would be decided on the spot and responded, okay. After he left the audition room, Scorsese looked around and asked for the opinions of a group of investors. For the role of Colin, I choose Martin Davis. What do you think? Agree. Daniel, a representative of Warner Brothers, and Louise of Pacific Pictures expressed their opinions one after another. Casting director Alan said, I agree. Producer Granham King, with Scorsese as the lead, raised his hand and said, I agree. The general situation was decided, and the others agreed one after another. Even Doug from Dyson Pictures voted in favor. The 5 people who played video games were just bystanders and had no right to express their opinions. Scorsese glanced at Alan next to him and said, go and notify them. Alan stood up and left the audition room, walking towards the dressing room. Thomas saw her and stood up. Bruce knocked on the door, and Martin came out of the dressing room. Not only Martin, but also Mean, Alan's favorite, came out at the same time. Alan nodded quietly to Mean, then walked towards Martin with a smile on his face. Congratulations, you got the role of Colin Sullivan. Yes. Thomas waved his fist vigorously. Martin came up to shake hands and thanked. Thank you. Thank you, Director Alan. You're welcome. Alan specifically reminded, one thing, go back and study the role and script carefully. Don't watch the original movie. Don't be influenced by the original, because we are shooting and producing a work with a completely different style. Martin said solemnly, I remember. At this time, footsteps were heard from the other side, and Matt Damon led 2 people into the corridor. Martin saw Damon, and Damon also saw Martin. Damon walked towards Alan. Hi, Director Alan. Martin turned back to the dressing room to remove his Macup. Damon greeted Alan, and subconsciously turned his head to look at Martin, but met another pair of eyes. The owner of those eyes was looking behind him. It may be a stress protection reaction of the body. Damon stuck out his belly and shrunk his hips, and his buttocks were almost flat and could hardly be seen. Bruce was bored, retracted his gaze, and sat back on the bench at the door. Thomas watched Damon go to another dressing room and clapped his fists. Martin will definitely catch up with him. Bruce felt that if Matt Damon was not as bad as Martin, he would definitely be caught up. Soon, the Macup artist left, and Martin came out, hugged Bruce, Thomas, and Jessica one by one, and said, thank you, everyone. These words were sincere. He could not have gotten this role by himself. The decisive factors of the audition are not only in the audition room, and the key to an actor's success is not only the actor himself. This is a team victory. Before noon, the results of Mean's audition came out. Uncle Mean flattered the casting director, and the audition was just a formality. He successfully got the role. A black policeman following Colin Sullivan. Now is not the future, and Frank's Irish gang certainly won't have black people. Mean can only be used for roles on the police side. At noon, Martin called Emily, who was busy in the Wanted studio, and Thomas, Bruce and Mean, and he invited them to have lunch together. This is also his team in Los Angeles. Martin specially toasted everyone. I can get a role in The Departed crew. The work of each of you is crucial. We are a team. This is a team victory. Thank you, everyone. Bruce took the lead, and everyone toasted Martin. When the meal came, Martin said again, everyone please feel free to eat. Thomas was not in a hurry to eat. He specifically reminded, "I won't say anything about the wanted crew. That was your project and you are the only one who can bully others. When you get to the departed crew, you have to be more careful. Matt Damon may not have other ideas, and Leonardo is not easy to get along with. There is another person you have to pay special attention to." Martin listened to these words. The degree of quarrels between Hollywood male actors is far less than that between actresses, but there are also fierce fights. Thomas specifically mentioned a person's name. The villain will most likely be Jack Nicholson, who is famous for being difficult to deal with. Martin nodded and asked, "I know, he is famous for his bad temper. Because the car in front of him blocked the road, he directly smashed the car window with a golf club and paid $500,000 in compensation." Mean asked, "I heard that he has slept with 2,000 women in Hollywood." Thomas simply answered, "Nicholson, Marlon Brando and Warren Beatty are known as the three playboys in Hollywood, and they are worthy of the name." Mean was fascinated. "When I'm in my 60s, I wonder if there will be so many." Bruce followed up with a sentence, "There are not so many female casting directors in Hollywood, right?" Martin drank another glass with everyone and said, "Don't worry, I will try my best to get along with others peacefully." Bruce was instantly alert, and he thought he would be busy in this crew. Following Martin, he has experienced enough bad things, and old Bruce is not afraid. It's just a matter of messing with others, or being messed with. He is experienced. After dinner, Martin gave Thomas some more instructions before leaving, asking him to collect some relevant information about Matt Damon and Jack Nicholson. "Don't worry, I'm not going to cause trouble," he comforted Thomas, just in case. Thomas had no choice but to believe. As for Jack Nicholson, Martin's deepest memory in his previous life was not the movie, but Meryl Streep's cheating partner and Jennifer Lawrence's active pursuit of shallowness in order to get promoted. After he came here, he found that Hollywood didn't care about these things. Similar gossips and rumors were basically true. After participating in the audition of The Departed, Martin also had an audition for Wanted. The difference is that in the former he was an actor, and in the latter he was one of the people with decision-making power. In the audition room of Wanted, in addition to Louise, Martin, Leterrier and the casting director, there were also several people with connections. The professional quality of these people with connections was obviously not high, and they whispered from time to time during the audition. While the actors were going in and out, Martin asked Louise, "Where are they from?" Louise said, "They are arranged by Warner Brothers and the Screen Actors Guild. It's a routine procedure." Martin called Jessica over and said, "Go find 4 handheld game consoles and give them to those 4 people." Jessica did things neatly and quickly. Before the next actor entered the audition room, she found 4 handheld game consoles and delivered them to the people with connections. The professional qualities of the 4 people with connections soared, and they played games peacefully without saying much. Martin understood that the professional qualities of the people with connections, who were sent by the partners and the Screen Actors Guild for routine supervision during the audition, were closely related to the game consoles. The Wanted crew signed Morgan Freeman to play the villain. Other actors were recruited one after another. In addition, Martin and Angelina Jolie both needed stunt doubles, and the latter directly contacted the actor who served as Jolie's double in Tomb Raider 2. Martin called the 3 stunt doubles of The Hills Have Eyes, and Bald Buck and Lewis joined the crew as their schedules and salaries were suitable. At the same time, Thomas negotiated with The Departed about Martin's salary, which was only 1/10 of the first lead Leonardo, or $2 million. Except for the low salary, he was treated as the lead actor in all other aspects. Chapter 195 Teacher Martin. In the studio, on the training ground, Chad Stahelski, the action director, held a bone-chopping knife and fought with Martin in close combat. He also had a role in the film, The Butcher in the Assassin's League. Martin rolled on the ground, picked up the bone-chopping knife on the ground, and just parried Chad's knife. The actions of the two were all designed, and they knew what they were doing. Martin blocked Chad's knife and started to chop him, and the prop knife kept making collision sounds. Compared with ordinary stuntmen, these two guys with solid skills, if nothing else, fighting is very good to watch and bluff. Julie changed into training clothes and came out of the locker room. She saw the two people on the training ground from a distance and immediately quickened her pace to the edge of the training ground, staring at Martin with interest. in a woman's heart, she likes to drag out familiar men for comparison. Julie shook her head secretly. Compared with the agile Martin, Pitt was simply clumsy when filming Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Martin stopped over there, and Julie noticed that he was looking over here and nodded slightly. Martin nodded and discussed with Chad how to improve the action scene. Director Leterrier also joined in. Chad gestured and said, the top killers in the Assassin's League can stimulate adrenaline and enter an effect similar to bullet time. This scene needs to be fast. Martin worked as a professional stuntman for several years in his previous life. After coming here to keep training for a long time, he gradually regained his feeling and was very confident. As long as the action routine is designed well, speed is not a problem for me. You're fine. Chad shook his hands and said, I can't hold it. Director Leterrier has rich experience in handling action scenes. You can use long lenses appropriately and then disassemble some action lenses. There are mainly two forms of lens expression here. One is absolute speed from the audience's perspective, and the other is relative slowness in the character's vision. Every profession has its own expertise. Martin said, you have the final say in lens design. Leterrier took over the conversation. In addition to the sense of impact of the action, we also have to pay attention to one factor. Cool. This is a movie, not a real fight. When the audience sees the finished film, they can't help but shout cool, then our film will definitely be a success. The life and death duel between Wesley and the Butcher is one of the rare close combat scenes in the film, and several people want to make the presentation effect more outstanding. After discussing for a while, Leterrier further conceived the shot. Chad took a prop knife and gestured to improve the action design, and Martin was free and walked towards Julie. Julie was stretching her body under the guidance of Chad's assistant. Compared with the skinny figure in the future, her figure now conforms to the aesthetics of normal people. Martin came up to Julie and said, thank you for the casting of The Departed. I didn't do anything. Julie smiled slightly. I just mentioned it casually. She turned and said, you also taught me a lot. Martin smiled. I hope you can use those ideas. Julie said, if I encounter difficulties in this area in the future, can I consult you? Hollywood is not only about fierce competition, but also about human relationships. Martin certainly won't refuse. You can come to me at any time. Julie glanced at Martin's training suit and suddenly became interested. How about we compete? Martin was a little surprised. You and me? Julie nodded. Don't underestimate me. Before filming Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I went to the secret agent school for 2 months. The so-called secret agent school is an organization established by Hollywood stuntmen to provide professional services for action movies and actors. Martin reminded, I won't hold back. Julie took a step back and took a stance. Come on. People nearby saw that Martin and Julie were going to practice against each other, and they all came to watch the fun. Martin also took a step back and nodded to Julie. You go first. Hey. Julie took a big step forward and threw a tentative punch. In Martin's eyes, Julie was too slow and her punch was soft and powerless. He grabbed Julie's wrist and exerted force on his feet and hands at the same time. Julie immediately lost her balance and fell to the ground. Before she fell, Martin used force on his hands and pulled her up again. Julie took Martin's arm and stabilized her body. She smiled and said, there is a big difference in level. Martin said, it's mainly because you don't have enough strength. Julie nodded and said, I don't want to train my muscles like Hilary Swank. It's too scary. Because of the close conversation about the scandal and whitewashing last time, she felt that she had a closer relationship with Martin and joked, I don't need to rely on fake JJ to rush for an Oscar. Martin said, you can become a top star without an Oscar. Julie completely agreed with this. Leonardo, Brad Pitt and Will Smith are now the most influential stars in Hollywood, and the total number of Oscars they have won is 0. Far away, at the edge of the office area, Mean opened a bottle of Coke and handed it to Bruce. Bruce took a sip and felt that the taste was a bit off, so he asked, what year was the Coke produced? Mean didn't understand. Don't worry, it's not expired. He looked at the two people in the training area. Old Bruce, it feels like the boss's spring is coming again. Bruce drank half a bottle of Coke and said, why do women care about appearance? People like me who have substance, but no one pays attention to them. That's not right. Mean rarely retorted, in addition to appearance, they also care about wallets. He praised, the boss is good looking and has a bright future. According to what you said, he can even blow up the earth. If I were a woman. Bruce thought to himself that he had originally wanted to relax for a few days and take a vacation, but it seems that he has to prepare in advance to clean up the mess he made. Thomas came out of the office at the back at this time. Bruce called him and pointed at Martin and Julie. Make a publicity plan in advance. Thomas sat on the chair next to him. Do you think Martin will pursue Julie? No. Bruce still remembered Martin's scumbag quotes. No initiative, no rejection, no promise. A super bad guy who even let the woman take the initiative to talk about breaking up. Thomas is an entertainment agent after all, and he roughly understands what Bruce means. Couples on the crew are too common in Hollywood. Male and female actors who play opposite each other, whether they have families or not, get together while acting. When the crew disbands, they will naturally disperse. At noon, Martin and Julie left the studio together and went out to eat. Thomas calculated in his heart how to maximize Martin's interests. In the smokehouse restaurant, pianist Sebastian played jazz piano music. Julie mentioned something. Have you noticed? Since the crew announced that they had signed a contract with me, many media have been attacking me. The American media are all bitches. They dare to do anything for news. Martin also put himself in the position of a victim of media gossip. I broke up with Anne Hathaway, and there were countless media outlets that scolded me. Julie had a few thoughts in her heart. Why did Martin break up? Looking at the other side again, she suddenly felt that Martin's charm had faded. She sighed softly. There are too many media outlets that criticize me. Martin laughed. People who are unique are always more likely to be criticized. People like Julie, of course, think this statement is correct, but she is not as thick-skinned as Martin, and said, it's more difficult to deal with, because my past relationship was indeed more chaotic. This kind of words also apply to Martin, so he didn't care about his face. Chaotic relationship? And they are all bullshit. We just sleep with people we like. The fork in Julie's hand fell on the table with a clatter. Even a real slut like her was shocked. Finally, I understood why Martin could come up with those methods. Compared to Martin, her rank was a bit low. So, Julie decided to study hard and asked humbly, do you have any suggestions? Martin's words were all empty talk. When it came to the actual situation, he put on a serious thinking look. In this regard, you can be my teacher. After Julie said the word teacher, she suddenly felt that Martin's charm had increased dramatically, even slightly better than before. She immediately reached out and shook Martin's hand vigorously, saying with seriousness and respect, Teacher Martin. Martin thought to himself, how did he become a teacher? What kind of teacher? This felt very strange. Julie's hand was placed on Martin's hand. Teacher, teach me. Martin pointed his finger. Let me think about it. A slut and a bad guy gathered at the same table. How wonderful. Martin would not let down such a combination. After a while, he said, it is better to be proactive than to be passive. And you have been in the circle for many years. You must know many editors-in-chief or chief editors of entertainment media. Contact one of them who are willing to cooperate and take the initiative to disclose past information to them. Julie understood immediately. In terms of written expression, is it biased towards me? For example, focus on my changes? Yes, you are a mother now, a loving mother. What's wrong with a mother who does it for her children? The sufferings of the past are just embellishments of your inspirational life. Martin tapped the table. Take the initiative to participate, and public opinion will not be completely out of control. It can even be used by me. He suddenly laughed. You have exposed such information to the media, and it is reasonable for them to pay you. You can even contact the publisher, find a gunman to publish a book, and continue to expose information. This is what Julie did a few years later. She exposed black material to the media and sold photos of her children for hype, just to get a good price, while keeping the right to speak firmly in her own hands. Julie remembered every word Martin said, and at the same time, she shouted willingly, Mr. Martin, thank you for your guidance. Martin sighed secretly, and he was really worried about the sales of Wanted. A movie that is cool, dazzling, and good looking may not necessarily sell well. With this as a foundation, and supplemented by enough topicality, the box office will not be bad. After the good teacher Martin taught the female student, Julie obediently paid the bill. But this is Hollywood, and those who use others to hype will also be hyped by others. The crew of Summer of Genes, which has confirmed the release date, took the initiative to come to the door. They want to talk to Martin about publicity. Chapter 196 Love and Family. Last year, Martin participated in the filming of 3 movies. House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes have been released, and Summer of Genes is also scheduled to be released in the summer. In the first trailer of this movie, Martin's role is quite important, as if he is the male lead. The crew specially found Martin. Producer Brad specifically introduced the relevant situation to Martin and Thomas. After the release of The Hills Have Eyes, we adjusted the post-production editing to make Martin's role more important. There is no way. Martin is now the most popular among all the actors in the crew. The North American box office of The Hills Have Eyes has reached $88.5 million, and the scandal between Martin and Anne Hathaway is even more well known. The crew picked up a big bargain for free, and Brad would not let it go. The contract stipulates that Martin needs to cooperate with the crew in publicity and participate in at least 3 public promotional activities. He does not have the capital to negotiate more conditions with Warner Brothers now. The publicity plan will be given directly to Thomas. He has reviewed it, and there is no problem. I will cooperate with the crew. This statement means that the agent is taking the blame, but this is the agent's responsibility. Thomas asked, "Do you have a specific plan?" Brad said, "Originally, the crew wanted to do something with Martin and Blake." Thomas immediately retorted, "If I remember correctly, Blake will not turn 18 until August, and this is California." Brad changed his tone. "It's okay to be good friends, right?" Thomas glanced at Martin and nodded. "Okay." Brad said, "In a few days, the crew will organize a party, and then there will be a campus event. The event will be held at Burbank Middle School where Blake is studying. The crew sponsored a game between them and North Hollywood Middle School." Martin replied, "There is no problem on my side." Brad said in advance, "In the promotional soft articles during the publicity, there will be some reports about you, which may mention your relationship with Anne Hathaway." Thomas quietly gave Martin a look, but Martin didn't respond. The agent would naturally be responsible for discussing matters that might lead to conflict. Thomas said, "We require Martin's promotional articles to be reviewed before they are released." Brad thought about it for a moment and agreed. Martin's phone vibrated, and he took it out and said, "Sorry, there's an emergency call." After Martin left, Thomas and Brad talked in detail. It was just some negotiations, and it would be best if the actor wasn't present. If they really wanted to quarrel too fiercely, they could also blame the agent. After leaving the door, Martin looked at the text messages on his phone. It was from Louise, telling him that Kelly had also bought a new phone that could talk all night. Martin thought to himself that the code was so obvious that he could only go to the meeting alone. Although he had to work hard to plow the land, he would not be the most uncomfortable. Martin put away his phone, went to the rest area in the front hall of the studio, found a place to sit down, and wait for Thomas. Thinking of what the producer had just said, why did he encounter so many bad people and bad things? It was not because he was bad, but because the upper reaches of the circle were bad. The top floors of Hollywood are all rotten, and he, a little actor, can only rot with them. In another corridor, the door of the post-dubbing room opened, and Blake Lively finished her dubbing work for the day. She walked along the corridor towards the lobby with a black backpack hanging on her orange sweater. As soon as she turned the corner, she saw Martin sitting in the lobby lounge. He was wearing a very ordinary casual shirt, jeans, and sneakers, and his perfect figure and handsome face made him look soothing. Blake awakened her memory of the male god, and walked quickly over there. Martin heard the fast-paced footsteps, and turned his head. The first thing he saw was a pair of straight long legs, followed by a hot body with ups and downs. These are enough to satisfy most of a man's beautiful fantasies about women. If the full score is 10, a score of 9 is not too much. But if you look up and see the overly mature face, the score will be reduced by at least 1.5 points. Blake awakened not only the memory of the male god, but also the dog-licking instinct of the crew during the filming. The fast walk quickly turned into a trot. She hoped that Martin would stand up, open his arms, and give her a hug. Martin turned around and just smiled at Blake. "Long time no see." Blake ran over and stopped. "Martin, you are more handsome and more elegant than before." "Thank you, you are more beautiful too." Martin pointed to the chair opposite. "Sit down and talk." Blake looked at Martin, who was sitting still, and was sure that he would not get up to pull the chair for him, so he could only turn around and sit down. Martin asked casually, "I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been busy with recently?" Blake explained, "I've been doing post-dubbing for Genes some of these days. I've been busy with my studies since I came back from the crew. I'm going to apply for college. Now is a critical period, so I haven't contacted you." Martin followed her words and asked, "Which university are you going to apply for?" Blake said, "A university in California. It depends on the test scores. My family suggested that, if the performance of Genes is good, I can go directly into the acting career. You know the situation of my family. My father told me that, while his connections and influence are still there, I can avoid some detours." She looked at Martin. "What do you think? This is related to other people's life events." How could Martin give advice casually? He said, "I'm a poor student and lack knowledge and experience in this area." Blake. A woman came over with Thomas. Thomas introduced Martin. "This is Millie, the company's agent." Blake automatically answered, "My agent." Martin shook hands with her. He remembered that Blake was not this agent when he met her last time. Millie said politely, "When there is an event later, please cooperate with Mr. Davis." Martin said politely, "No problem." Blake asked, "Millie, which promotional event will Martin attend?" Millie said, "Promotion for the campus game day." Blake turned to Martin and said, "Welcome to visit my school." The two chatted for a few words and soon left. Walking on the sidewalk in the studio area, Thomas specifically reminded Martin, "Don't forget, she is not yet 18 years old." Martin pointed to his head and said, "I won't be confused." Having experienced the Hollywood storm in his previous life, he knew very well the seriousness of such a thing. After leaving the studio, Martin met Bruce. Old Bruce did not drive immediately, but took out a magazine and handed it to Martin. "Take a look. This is Vanity Fair, which has a great influence in the United States. Brad Pitt is on the cover." Martin opened it to read Pitt's interview. All the content revolves around one theme. Pitt longs for children and the warmth of family. But he has no children now. Bruce handed over a gossip newspaper, American Rumors. Martin glanced at it and saw a photo of Jennifer Aniston. Below it was a news article in bold. Jennifer Aniston had suffered multiple miscarriages, several of which were artificial abortions. The most recent one was last year. According to reliable information leaked by an insider, Aniston insisted on aborting the child after she became pregnant, despite her husband Pitt's strong opposition, which led to a fierce quarrel between the couple. The two even became strangers for a period of time. Bruce asked, "Is this paving the way for a campaign? The opponent is evil, and we are naturally righteous." Martin picked up another newspaper. Brad Pitt went to an institution to visit children. He squatted among 7 or 8 children and smiled very brightly. In the next picture, Pitt was holding a child in both hands, and his happiness was almost overflowing from the photo. It was very obvious that this was a card for playing children and family. Martin had heard that Aniston did have a miscarriage last year. It was impossible to know whether it was active or passive, but it was too difficult to take off the hat after it was put on. Pitt has already made a move, and I don't know when Jolie will follow. Martin put away the newspaper and threw it aside, saying, "If you keep reading, you won't believe in love, not to mention family and affection." Bruce said, "From a professional perspective, family and affection can suppress love." The two drove around and didn't see any paparazzi. They entered an underground parking lot in North Hollywood. Martin was going to change cars in the parking lot and spend the night at Louise's place. Bruce pulled down the sun visor and adjusted his appearance in the mirror. Martin drove over, stopped beside him, and asked, "Why, are you going on a date?" "I've made an appointment with Kim for dinner." Bruce, the jerk, didn't tell Martin that Kim's sister Chloe was also there. Martin was curious and asked specifically, "Aren't you guys shooting the videotape yet?" "I'm waiting to buy the DVD or videotape." Bruce simply said, Kim is still quite popular now. She's been on a few shows recently. I suggest that she wait until the heat is completely gone before shooting. At this point, he mentioned one thing. If it weren't for the release of your and Anna selfie video, and the hype that was going on, I wouldn't have let her wait patiently. First it was Paris, then it was you and Annie, and now Kim Kardashian is going to happen again in a short time. The effect will be greatly reduced. Martin gave him a thumbs up. Old Bruce, you're getting more and more professional. With your ability to mess things up, how can I clean up your mess if I don't become professional as soon as possible? Bruce restarted the car. Don't call me tonight if you have nothing to do. Martin asked, have you prepared a gift? Bruce replied casually, I brought 2 pieces of jade. 2 pieces? Martin raised his middle finger at Bruce. Old Bruce, I really despise you. Bruce didn't care about that and drove to Venice and to the agreed hotel. He met Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian in an Italian restaurant. The latter was just over 20 years old, nearly half a head taller than the former, with a curvy figure and a hot body. The only downside was that her face was not very pretty. But Bruce always considered women's faces as the last thing. The waiter brought the menu. Bruce handed it to the two and said, what do you want to eat? You can order whatever you want. Kim and Khloe were not polite and ordered dishes one after another. The 3 of them had a good atmosphere and had a happy meal, just like a family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, A Family. After dinner, Kim went to the bathroom. Bruce knew Kim's habits and knew she wouldn't be back for a while, so he asked Cola to go to the hotel lounge. Cola walked in front and Bruce followed behind. His scattered eyes immediately found the focus. Face and other things are not important at all. Maybe it's a human instinct, or maybe the perverted eyes are burning. Cola inexplicably felt a burning sensation on her butt. She couldn't help but slow down and walk with Bruce. When they came to the lounge, Bruce helped her pull out a chair. Sit down. Cola smiled and said, Old Bruce, you are a gentleman. Bruce remembered Martin's attitude and sat opposite her. Everyone who knows me says so. He took out a mahogany gift box and handed it to Cola. This is for you. See if it's suitable. This was a test. Cola did not refuse, but picked it up and opened it. Inside was a platinum pendant inlaid with green gems. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Bruce asked, do you like it? Yes, I like it. Khloe put it away generously. Thank you, old Bruce. Familiar footsteps sounded, and Kim walked over from a distance. Bruce watched silently as Khloe closed the gift box and put it in her bag. He chose to remain silent, as if he hadn't given anything. If Khloe had said something, Bruce would have said something else. When Kim came over, Khloe didn't even mention the gift and followed her upstairs. When they came to the suite that had been booked in advance, the 3 of them sat on the sofa and watched TV. Bruce sat on the left with his arm resting on the back of the sofa. Kim sat in the middle, leaning on Bruce's arm and leaning in his arms. Khloe on the right, leaned towards the middle, seemingly leaning against her sister with a deep sisterly affection, but in a place where Kim couldn't easily see. Half of her back was leaning on Bruce's palm. Bruce was as steady as a mountain, but his palm unconsciously fell down and stopped near the waistline. Perhaps thinking it was fun and exciting, Khloe suddenly stood up and sat Bruce's hand down. The sofa cushion was very soft, and the back of Bruce's hand sank completely. The top was also soft, and Bruce's palm sank into it. A loving family. At 8:30 in the evening, Khloe said goodbye and left. Bruce took out another gift box and gave a bracelet to Kim. Kim liked it very much and took the initiative to hold the wall. Bruce felt that he could play for a while. When the sunlight fell into the bedroom, Martin opened his eyes, broke free from Louise's entanglement, and walked towards the bathroom. On the ground, there were many torn clothes, broken glasses and damaged business suits. Martin stepped on a shirt with torn sleeves and was hit by something. He kicked the clothes away and found that it was the clown sculpture he gave to Louise. It was made of cow horns and was modeled after him, with his hands standing side by side. Maybe because of the clothes covering it, the clown was still wet after several hours. Martin ignored it and went into the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, he heard some voices. He found a cell phone under Louise's worksuit that was still on. Kelly's voice came over. "Asshole, when are you going back to Atlanta?" Martin said, "Are you ready for Louise's surprise in the middle of next month?" Kelly smiled softly and said, "I'm ready. You have to cooperate with me." She can only listen, but not use it, and Louise can only see, but not use it. Ma heard footsteps and turned back to see that Louise had gotten up and casually put on her pajamas and was walking over. "What are you talking to that bitch about?" she asked. Martin hung up the phone as if nothing had happened. Kelly asked when the crew would go to Atlanta. Louise hugged him from behind. "I always feel that you and the bitch are planning something." Martin said half truthfully, "I plan to tie you up and hang you up to beat you." Louise giggled. "What are you going to beat me with? Your whip?" Martin threw his phone on the ground. "I'm afraid I'll break your bones." After Louise finished washing, the two of them simply cleaned up the things on the floor. Seeing Martin the clown, Louise cleaned and wiped it like a treasure, and then disinfected it with disinfectant, and carefully put it in a box. Martin asked, "Is it necessary?" Louise changed into a women's small suit, picked up a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and put them on, and said, "Lily made this clown sculpture based on you, which is very good. The body is slender enough, the head is very big, and the head and body are uneven." Martin thought to himself, "What you said sounds strange." He had worked very hard last night, and now his stomach was empty. He said, "Let's go downstairs to eat." Louise took his hand and went downstairs with him, saying as they walked, "When we get to Atlanta, I must go meet Lily. I think she is a very interesting girl." Martin paused and said nonchalantly, "She is a very ordinary girl, nothing to see." Louise seemed to be kind-hearted. "I think she is very talented in carving. Do you want me to introduce her to a good teacher?" Lily learned carving from the teacher of the interest class at school. Martin thought for a while. Maybe she really has some talent. "When we get back to Atlanta, I will ask her first." He glanced at Louise, knowing that she had bad intentions, and specifically said, "She is just an ordinary middle school student. Don't make trouble." Louise smiled and said no more, but she felt that middle school students were more malleable. When they arrived at the restaurant, the chef immediately brought breakfast. The housekeeper Mary took a few newspapers and put them on the dining table. The two ate, talked and read. This time, Martin didn't see any news about Brad Pitt, but he saw reports about Charlie on the entertainment pages of several newspapers. Charlie officially adopted her second child, a Russian orphan. The articles were full of praise for Charlie, saying that she was a mother and was willing to give everything for her children. Louise is very familiar with Charlie and said they adopted her last year. At a normal speed, the formalities should have been completed by the end of last year, but it has been delayed until now. This is a rotation. Martin quickly glanced at the newspaper and put it aside. After the groundwork was done, Pitt and Charlie were forced to do it. It was all because Aniston was a workaholic who insisted on having an abortion instead of having a baby. A huge hype began, and then everyone from the film company to the distributor to us benefited. Louise added, "Only Aniston was hurt." She said without hesitation, "When the incident breaks out, I will also let Pacific Pictures push it from behind. Aniston and I are just acquaintances. If Jala's appeal becomes stronger, it will be good for Wanted." The North American box office of Alexander the Great was only $34 million, and the global box office just covered the production cost. The DVD and video sales were so low that they could be ignored. Louise needed a movie to sell well and re-establish the reputation of Pacific Pictures. After breakfast, because it was the weekend, the two did not have to go to work today, so they went out the back door together and walked in the park behind the mountain. Not far away, Martin heard a dog barking and saw the four Olsen siblings coming from the opposite side, with Elizabeth holding a big golden retriever. The older Olsen sisters are twins. The younger Olsens are a boy and a girl. Louise is a good neighbor with them, and they chatted together. The Olsen sisters are very rich among their peers. Rich people have more common topics. Therefore, the poor loser Martin was very conscious to chat with the students. "What's its name?" Martin pointed at the golden retriever. "It listens to you very much." Elizabeth smiled sweetly. It's yellow, and potatoes are also yellow, so I call it potato. I raised it, so it listens to me very much. She looked at Martin and asked, did you star in a movie called Summer of Jeans? Martin nodded. Yes, it was filmed last year. Actually, I'm not the lead actor. I played a small supporting role in it. Elizabeth glanced at her sister, took a few steps away, and lowered her voice. You are different from ordinary stars. My two sisters, they play a small role, and when others ask, they want to say it's the protagonist or the movie they invested in. When the opportunity was presented to him, Martin first established his new personality. Facing the media is different from facing friends. What you say to the media is more exaggerated, but of course you have to be honest with your friends. Elizabeth agreed with Martin's statement, which was equivalent to acknowledging that Martin was her friend. She added, my high school is going to have a competition with Burbank High School. The competition is sponsored by the Jeans crew. It seems like they are going to do some kind of promotional activity. Will you participate? Martin had already confirmed the itinerary. I will go. I will go too. Elizabeth explained, I'm a member of the school cheerleading team, and there will be a cheerleading competition with Burbank High School. Martin remembered Blake Lively said that she seemed to be the captain of the Burbank High School cheerleading team. He decided to reveal some information. You will face a strong opponent. Blake Lively, the heroine of Jeans, is the cheerleader of Burbank. This is unfair. Elizabeth's voice was a little high, attracting the attention of her two sisters. She quickly smiled and shook her hand, and then said to Martin, our cheerleading team has been training once a week for more than a month, and we don't even have a chance to compete fairly? Martin said, according to the normal promotional template, Blake must be in the limelight. The 16-year-old girl was very well protected by her sisters. Elizabeth was very grateful to Martin. Thank you for revealing this important news to me. It is very important for our preparations. Martin accepted it calmly. I'm glad I can help you. Elizabeth's favor for Martin increased greatly. She took out a Scarlett mobile phone and asked, can I leave your phone number? Martin immediately reported a string of numbers. As Elizabeth pressed the dial button, his mobile phone vibrated. Martin took out his mobile phone and saved it. Elizabeth was still a little girl, and she wanted to show off. Can I bring my classmates to take a photo with you and ask for your autograph? Martin said, it will be okay if you go. Elizabeth was very happy, and she would definitely be in the spotlight. I have had a fever these 2 days, and I don't know if it is positive. Chapter 2 will be later. Chapter 198 Bullying. In April 2005, the North American box office of The Hills Have Eyes surpassed the $100 million mark, and the global box office reached $147.52 million. Warner Brothers held another grand celebration for the film. It was also to build momentum for the next DVD sales. When Martin walked alone on the hotel red carpet, countless cameras automatically turned to him. Martin, smile. Look here. The reporters were as enthusiastic as the charming Latin girls onto Joanna's custom street, eager to rush over and pull people. Martin entered the hotel banquet hall, and someone immediately came up to give him a hug, holding his shoulders and shouting, our North American box office has exceeded 100 million. Then he laughed again. Martin was as happy as director Agia, saying, we are now a member of the 100 million box office club. In terms of fame, the biggest beneficiaries were Martin and director Agia. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was warm, as if a volcano erupted. Craven asked Martin and Agia to wash their faces after the banquet. You haven't organized a party in a long time. Craven was old, but not old at heart. The last party was so great that I'm not interested in other people's parties anymore. Agia also tempted. I'll pay, you come up with an idea. Martin said, this kind of party takes a certain amount of time to organize and plan. There are too many things going on recently. I'm going to Atlanta to shoot a new movie soon. How about waiting for me to come back from Atlanta? Craven said, okay. When the two went to other places, Daniel came over. Martin had a drink with him and asked, how much is the expected sales of DVD? Daniel roughly said, 35 million to 45 million US dollars. DVDs of horror movies have always sold well, and the rental market performance will not be bad. Martin asked these questions because it was related to his personal interests. Although he personally did not sign a profit-sharing agreement, the unified agreement between the Actors Guild and the Producers Alliance stipulated that the main actors could share in various post-production copyright income. There are many hit movies starring in them, and they can even earn millions of dollars a year. The most typical example is Morgan Freeman, who has played the main supporting roles in countless popular movies and has certain profit-sharing rights. With the advantage of quantity, he later accumulated a fortune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Daniel had one more thing. Warner Brothers has the power to start the sequel. The production company has proposed to prepare a sequel. Are you interested? Martin declined. The story about the male protagonist has been told. Aja, Craven and I didn't think about the sequel at that time. He added, my schedule is not suitable. When The Departed is finished, it will probably be close to the end of the year. Daniel understood this and said, what a pity. After the party, Martin and the other two got rid of the paparazzi and went to wash their faces together. Later, Warner Brothers took advantage of the film's box office of over $100 million to promote the DVD market. Similarly, the DVD title was implanted with a summer advertisement for jeans. The Redbox chain store in Burbank Commercial Plaza had not yet opened that day, and a large number of fans holding Martin's posters lined up at the door. Jessica and Emily were among them. Rachel was also there. She said, the store will open in 10 minutes. Everyone, please calm down and keep order. Phoebe in the back held up a signature book and said, I brought another gift for Martin. Jessica was quick to react and asked, what is it? If she wanted Martin to write down the greetings they sent last time, she would have to find a way to keep the autograph book. It would be too difficult for Martin to have hundreds of signatures. Phoebe said, a few friends and I wrote the greetings for Martin. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. Because the notice was sent in the blog and MSN group, many fans came one after another. Of course, they would not miss the first signed DVD of the movie star they support. In the store, the DVD of The Hills Have Eyes was placed on the most conspicuous shelf, and a table was placed in the empty space nearby. Someone reminded loudly, it's time to open the store. Martin sat behind the table, took the signature pen handed by Bruce, and waited patiently for the fans to enter. As the shutter door rose, a male fan who was less than 20 years old rushed into the store first, picked up a commemorative DVD worth $39.90, and ran to Martin's table. Martin took the initiative to extend his fist. Hey, man, congratulations, you won the jackpot. My name is William. The man bumped fists with Martin and quickly handed the disc over. Martin quickly signed his name on it and said, I'll remember you. William was very happy and went to pay happily. There was already a line behind, and Phoebe came second. In addition to the DVD, she also handed over an autograph book. Martin signed on the DVD and said, you are Phoebe. Phoebe was very happy and said, Martin, I brought you a gift. Martin had already seen it. It was another autograph book. He hadn't memorized the previous one yet. Forget it, he had completely given up. Thank you. Martin opened it and took a look. As expected, there were many people's blessings. Phoebe didn't waste time and picked up the DVD. Goodbye, Martin. I will continue to support you. Goodbye. Martin took the third disc, signed his name, and returned the disc while smiling and nodding at the people. Thank you for your support. As an actor with professional ethics, Martin didn't care about anything else at this moment. He treated every fan he met seriously. He would greet every person who came over with a smile, making consumers feel like they were in the spring breeze. They are all parents who provide food and clothing. No matter how tired your wrist is, it won't be more tiring than screwing screws in a factory or working as a stuntman. If your facial muscles become stiff after laughing for a long time, it won't be more difficult than smiling and flattering and toasting at every table when facing directors, producers, and investors. One of the signature pens ran out of ink, so he changed it. Bruce saw Martin's smile and enthusiasm and secretly admired him. Martin was a bad guy, but he was also a bad guy with professional qualities. It was almost 11:30 in the morning, and Martin's signing time had come. There were still many people queuing inside and outside the store. Just for this store today, DVD sales were booming. While Martin was stretching his wrist, he turned back and said to Bruce, "Go and negotiate. The signing time will be extended. I will treat all the employees in the store to pizza at noon." Bruce went to communicate with the person in charge, and the two quickly reached an agreement. He returned to Martin and called Jessica, asking her and Emily to go to a well-known store nearby to order pizza. Martin continued to sign. Bruce thought for a moment, walked away from the crowd, went to a secluded place, and called several paparazzi including Jody. How could such a big event not be reported when a popular movie star gave up lunch and lunch break and took the initiative to sign for fans? The signing lasted until after 12 o'clock. Just as a large number of fans dispersed, a car from the store delivered several pizzas. Bruce was not in a hurry to eat. He found the photographer and said, "Give me a copy of the video." He found the store manager and pointed to the surveillance camera that could see Martin. "I want the video here." After 11 o'clock. Business was good today, and the manager had been told to cooperate with the signing party, so he immediately said, "Come with me." 10 minutes later, Bruce left the store, entered the mall, and went to the parking lot through another door. He came to the Volkswagen and sent a text message. After waiting for a few minutes, Jody, wearing a baseball cap, opened the passenger door and got in. Bruce handed her a USB flash drive, the latest news about Martin. Jody put it away and prepared to get out of the car, but stopped again and asked, "Did Martin and Anne's USB flash drive stay there on purpose?" Bruce was not stupid. Of course he would not admit it. "You should ask Anne Hathaway's assistant about this question." Jody benefited a lot from the video and specifically said, "If you have such an opportunity again, you can use me as much as you want." She was very serious. "I don't mind being used by you, really." A video was sold for tens of thousands of dollars, and Jody would love to have such an opportunity more often. Bruce didn't waste any words and said directly, "You can go now." Jody got out of the car with a USB flash drive, walked quickly back to the newly bought car, got in the car and hurried back. Jody paid special attention to the news about Martin. She had gained a lot last time. From cameras to DVs to transportation, she had completely updated her equipment. In the past few months, the news she had gained from following several first-line stars was not as much as Martin's sales. Those celebrities who have been famous for a long time are not as hard to work as Martin. Bruce got out of the car and heard a quarrel. Looking back casually, he saw some boys in school uniforms quarreling, and fake words kept ringing. These people were not old, about 17 or 18 years old. 7 or 8 tall and strong guys were surrounding 3 people. The 1980s culture of American campuses, whether public or private, has a very long history and can even be considered a tradition. Bruce drove to the exit of the mall and soon waited for Martin and others. The others got into a business car, and Martin got into the car driven by Bruce with a box of pizza. He opened the pizza box. "Eat something before you go." Bruce moved out of the car, made way, picked up the pizza and started eating. Martin took out another can of Coke and gave it to him. Bruce swallowed the food in his mouth and asked, "Isn't it the expired batch?" Martin put it on the armrest. "How precious is that expired batch of Coke? Can you drink it casually?" Bruce was worried about Martin, a bad guy, and took it to check the production date. "What about the trust between people? Old Bruce, you have betrayed my trust in you." Martin moved his wrist and found a conflict several dozen meters in front of him. 7 or 8 boys in school uniforms were chasing and fighting with 3 other people. Bruce also saw it. They were arguing just now, and now they are fighting. The 2 groups of people alarmed the mall security, and several security guards came out and shouted a few times, and the group with more people left cursing. The group with fewer people supported each other and walked in opposite directions. After eating half a pizza, Bruce started the car and drove Martin to the store, where he would sign books in the afternoon. On the other side, 3 white boys staggered away with bruised faces and noses. This was not the first conflict. In recent months, they have been bullied frequently. Because they are immigrants from Russia and something bad happened in their family, no one stood up for them. Chapter 199. There is a movie called Elephant. In the afternoon, Martin's autograph activity continued, and the location was changed to South Coast Commercial Plaza. Although he was mentally exhausted, his face and muscles were stiff, he still maintained a passionate attitude and signed for every fan who bought a DVD. There are so many Hollywood starlets that it is terrible to roll up. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the autograph session was considered to be over. Martin, like the previous days, took a few newspapers and got in the car. Bruce asked, "Where are you going?" Martin took out a copy of the Los Angeles Times and said, "Let's find a place to eat first. After dinner, I will treat you to wash your face. Only the softest facial cleanser can make people really relax. A bad person can naturally understand what a bad person says." Bruce said, "Facial cleanser, your description is really appropriate." Martin said, "It's obviously facial cleanser. I was wrong." Bruce had no way to refute this time. Martin flipped through the entertainment section. There was no news about Julie and Pitt today. The two were obviously controlling the rhythm. When reading social news, he was attracted by the front page headlines. A few weeks ago, the FBI Los Angeles branch arrested 3 American Russian businessmen. Just yesterday afternoon, the Los Angeles federal prosecutor formally charged the 3 with a series of crimes including smuggling, human trafficking, and controlling underground music sales, and applied to the court to freeze their assets. Martin asked, "Are many of the streetwalkers in the old city Eastern European?" Bruce was not very clear. "I heard Mean mentioned that they seem to be mainly Eastern European whites and Mexicans." He asked, "Do you want to sponsor them?" "Not interested." Martin said casually, "I don't lack female companions." After dinner, the two went into the underground parking lot to change cars and made sure there was no tail behind them, and went to the dancer club together. Martin skillfully ordered 2 young dancers and enjoyed the joy of washing his face with Bruce. After paying the tip, there was a new facial cleanser service, which was quite refreshing and relaxing. Bruce enjoyed a round and said, "No wonder you and Wes Craven always like to discuss work here. It really makes people think more actively." The facial cleanser rolled over, and Martin was refreshed. One day when you can't think of something, you can come here and try it. Your mind will open up immediately. Bruce, this idiot, suddenly thought of Khloe Kardashian. If Khloe could provide facial cleanser, his mind would definitely be super active, and he might be able to write a script. Of course, it's not an ordinary movie script, but a creative video script. Just as these 2 idiots were enjoying the facial cleanser, the 3 students they met during the day came to the north of Burbank. After entering an apartment, Andre, the leader, stood in front of the mirror and checked the injuries on his face. Victor and Sergey sat on the sofa, rubbing the painful parts of their bodies. They were not thin, but in front of the basketball team, they looked like dwarfs. Besides, the other side was outnumbered every time. Sergey touched the painful spot and gritted his teeth. "I will kill Miller and Jackson, those bastards. These 2 are the captain and vice captain of the school's high school basketball team, and they are also the ones who lead the bullying." Victor said, "Andre, didn't you break up with Judith from the cheerleading team?" Ever since Andre caught up with Miller's ex-girlfriend, the 2 sides have had a grudge. Originally, there was a small group around Andre and others, but their fathers got into trouble and were arrested by the FBI one after another, and the small group automatically dispersed. As rumors spread in the school that their family was engaged in smuggling and controlling Eastern European prostitutes, Andre and the other 2 were completely isolated. From bullies to being bullied. If they hadn't graduated in the summer, Burbank High School might have taken some measures. Victor still held on to his fantasy. "It was fine before. Why are they so domineering now?" Andre, who seemed to be more silent, said, "Because we are Slavs. Because our fathers are being investigated by the FBI. Our families have been arrested. They look down on us and believe that, no matter how we are bullied, no one will stand up for us." Victor was helpless. "They always target us like this. How can we gain a foothold in school? We are all 18 years old." Andre said, gritting his teeth, "We will graduate from high school soon, and we will be adults. Now we can't rely on others, and can only rely on ourselves." Sergey was hungry. "I'll go out and buy some food." Andre patted his stomach. "Buy more." Sergey went out quickly and came back quickly, but he came back empty-handed. The credit card was locked. Andre knew something was wrong when he heard it and took out his mobile phone to call his father's lawyer. The lawyer told him that the court had frozen all of their family's assets and specifically reminded him, "You 3 are not involved, so don't worry about it." You can't do anything. Don't get yourself involved. Andre asked the key question. What about the universities we applied to? The lawyer said frankly, there is no hope. The other two also heard these words, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Victor squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Sergei walked back and forth in annoyance. Andre was the leader of the three and said, we still have some cash. What are your plans for the future? Sergei couldn't help but say, I will kill those who oppress us. Just because we are immigrants, they have always discriminated against us, even before our family was in trouble. Victor raised his head and looked at his two friends. Sergei continued, you know, since we came to Los Angeles and entered school, those people have always treated us as beasts from Siberia. What do they call us in private? Stupid bears. The family suddenly suffered a change, from the bully to the bullied, and was beaten up again. It was the age of passion and impulse. Even Victor said, I drink Coke. They laugh at me for only drinking car antifreeze. I want to find a girlfriend, and the cheerleading bitch laughs that I should go to the zoo to find polar bears. Andre didn't say anything. He came to the TV cabinet, picked up a disc from a pile of discs, took it out, and put it into the DVD player, and pressed the TV play button. You watch this movie first. Andre asked his two companions to sit down. The three of them sat on a long sofa and watched a movie made by Americans. The movie was called Elephant. Seeing that the introverted and weak male protagonist was bullied by others, he just tolerated it blindly, which made Sergei extremely dissatisfied. Fight back, idiot. Tolerance brings more bullying. The two protagonists in the film bought guns through the internet and decided to make a big move. Victor waved his fist vigorously. Yes, that's what we should do. Kill all those bastards. Andre didn't say anything. He looked mature and calm on the surface, but in fact, the impulsive beast had already awakened in his body. The movie reached the climax, and gunshots continued to ring out. Victor and Sergei kept cheering. Without waiting for the movie to end, Andre suddenly turned off the TV and asked, how did our fathers come here and develop? Although they did not participate in their parents' affairs, they knew a little about their father's history. Andre didn't need the two to answer. Our future is ruined. The family is gone. The family property is gone. And the future is gone. Victor and Sergei looked at the turned off TV at the same time. Andre said calmly, I'm going to kill all those bastards. Victor and Sergei looked at each other and said almost at the same time, count me in. Andre took out a bunch of keys from the drawer next to him. Remember? A fool at school lost his driver's license, so I used it to rent a small warehouse and secretly hid some stuff. The three of them went downstairs, found a convenience store, and bought some food with cash, drove to a warehouse rental company in the dark, and found the warehouse rented by Andre. The warehouse was not big, only about 20 square meters. Andre turned on the lights, closed the warehouse door, and dragged out the wooden box covered with tarpaulin. Sergei couldn't wait, and disassembled the long wooden box to reveal the firearms inside. From long rifles to Glock pistols, there were all. These people didn't know how many times they had played with guns, and they didn't dare to say how good their shooting skills were, but they were familiar enough. Victor picked up an empty magazine and pressed the yellow-orange bullets into it. Andre said, since you have made the decision, don't regret it. If you regret it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sergei picked up the R without a magazine and aimed at the wall. With a weapon in his hand, he became arrogant. Tell me, what should we do? Andre has made up his mind. In a few days, it will be the open day of Burbank Middle School. Not only will there be a large number of visitors, but Burbank Middle School and North Hollywood Hall Middle School will also hold a basketball game. Those basketball team members who laughed at us and the bitches in the cheerleading team will all be present. He picked up a gun and made a shooting gesture. Then, get rid of them all. In order to borrow Martin's hot momentum, Warner Brothers launched Martin's personal poster for the promotion of Summer of Jeans and gave him the title of male lead. In the remade title, Martin's name surpassed the other three heroines and was tied with Blake Lively. What's more exaggerated is that producer Brad and director Karpis even adjusted the post-editing. In the re-edited version, Martin's shots were nearly doubled without affecting the plot. During the filming, he didn't have many scenes, so most of the shots were used. Martin was the only actor in the project cast who could be called a star. The crew also released posters of Martin and Blake, the male and female protagonists, with the two looking at each other affectionately. If Blake was not old enough, the crew would definitely ask the media to spread the rumor that Martin and her fell in love during the filming. The friendship of the four heroines naturally became the focus of the crew's publicity. No matter how many small groups Blake and April have created on MSN, when they appear in front of the media and the public, they must be sisters with deep affection. Jeans is a youth film, and the main audience is people around 18 years old. The focus of this wave of publicity is naturally the Burbank Middle School Open Day event that Martin and the four heroines will participate in. Chapter 200 Gunshots. The Open Day of Burbank High School attracted a large number of parents to visit. Compared with the series of activities in previous years, this year there are also celebrity students participating with movies. According to the plan agreed upon by Warner Brothers and the school, Martin, Blake and other leading actors of Jeans will participate in the basketball game between Burbank High School and North Hollywood High School in the afternoon, and Summer of Jeans will be screened in advance in the school auditorium in the evening, so that students can watch the movie in advance. Martin and Bruce came to Burbank High School together and drove directly to the parking lot on campus. The two got out of the car and went straight to the basketball hall. The basketball hall of the famous private high school in California is built quite impressively, and it is not a problem to accommodate thousands of people watching the game at the same time. The large library next to it is not inferior to the university library in terms of scale and decoration. Martin couldn't help but say, "If I could have gone to a private middle school back then." Bruce automatically replied, "With your talent, you wouldn't be better than you are now." Martin, a poor student, was self-aware. That's true, but for students who can afford to go to such a middle school, it shouldn't be difficult to go to a medium-sized public university with a suitable recommendation, right? Bruce was also a poor student. "I haven't understood it. I haven't experienced it. I'm not sure." Martin looked down on him. Poor student. What else could Bruce do except give him a middle finger? The two came to the side entrance of the basketball court, where a representative from Warner Brothers and Burbank Middle School was waiting, leading Martin into a large lounge. "Hi, Martin." Blake rushed over immediately when he saw his idol, stretched out his arms, and gave him a solid hug. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Just behind, the other three heroines, America, Alexis and April, looked at this side with cold eyes. April, who had a conflict, cursed in a low voice, "Bitch, you're really like a dog licker." America didn't say anything, but nodded repeatedly. Blake pulled Martin aside and talked enthusiastically. "It's still early. My cheerleading competition will be in 3 hours. I'm the captain of the cheerleading team here. You must watch my competition." Martin cooperated. "I will definitely not miss it." Blake was particularly excited today because the basketball game kicks off. "We can enter the court early. The Northwest Passage has a better viewing angle. I will be close to that side during the game." Martin suddenly remembered that the cheerleading team all wore short skirts and short tops when they performed, which seemed to be very interesting. He specifically asked, "Are you going to compete with the cheerleading team of Hall Middle School?" "Yeah." Blake was quite confident. "I will beat Hall Middle School to a pulp." Martin said, "It's so unfair to Hall Middle School for you to compete." Blake asked, "You are praising me, right?" "Yes, you are praising me." "Martin, you also think I'm too good?" Martin looked at this narcissistic girl and said, "It's very simple. If the full score is 100, your figure must be at least 99 points. Just stand on the field and you will win." Blake couldn't help but straighten his chest and abdomen and move closer, like a dog licking. "But in my eyes, the full score is 100, and you have 120 points. A staff member of Warner Brothers came in from outside and reminded, "Get ready, our media friends are here." There were still 3 hours before the game, and there were no spectators queuing outside. The leading actors of the crew came so early, and there was another reason, which was to accept interviews from reporters. Helen, a reporter from Warner TV, brought the photographer and other assistants into the lounge. The leading actors of the crew came to the venue that had been set up long ago to take photos and videos. Originally, it was supposed to be a 4-woman and 1-man configuration, but because Martin became popular and Blake was a relative, it became a man-woman configuration, with 3 female supporting roles. America was indignant and broke the silence. Bastards. April still remembered the hatred of having soup poured on her head during the filming, and whispered, "Do you want to mess with them?" As soon as she said this, America automatically moved away from her. Alexis did not participate in the fight in the crew, as if she did not hear it, and ignored April at all. The subsequent interviews did not involve the 3 of them for the time being, and reporter Helen interviewed Martin and Blake first. "The crew is very unfair," America muttered. Alexis was a little calmer and reminded him, "The crew has always been so unfair." In front of the camera, Helen asked Martin and Blake, "I watched the trailer and felt that you had a special tacit understanding in the camera. Do you know each other very well?" Martin not only has a flexible bottom line, but also a flexible personality. At this moment, he thought of Anne, so he borrowed Anne's personality at a certain time. "Blake and I knew each other long before the filming. When we arrived at the crew, we were good friends who could talk about anything." He gestured to Blake. "As you can see, Blake is the kind of girl that even God would be jealous of. I can't describe her excellence in words. I'm proud to have such a friend and partner." These words fell into Blake's ears. The girl, who already had the attribute of a dog, looked at Martin with a pair of eyes that almost turned into a heart shape, and automatically took over the conversation. "Martin is my idol and my favorite actor. He is the most perfect man I can think of with all my imagination." Blake deliberately left it blank. "He is also a real gentleman. It is always very comfortable to get along with him. I have thought more than once that knowing Martin may be the best gift God has given me." Helen looked at Martin and immediately understood that this girl was a face and figure type. After asking a few more questions about the movie, the interview was temporarily suspended. After a break, Helen would interview the other 3 heroines. The people from Warner Brothers had learned about some of the crew's affairs, and they went over to tell the 3 not to talk nonsense. Bruce then found Martin. "There is a text message." Martin looked at it and saw that it was from Elizabeth. She asked if she had time now, and if she could bring her classmates over for a group photo. Martin found the person in charge of the scene and asked. It was break time, and the person in charge agreed immediately. Martin sent Elizabeth a message back and told her the lounge where she was. Elizabeth replied, "I know where it is." In less than 2 minutes, Elizabeth led a dozen girls in from the door. Most of them were 16 or 17 years old, wearing the same Hall Middle School uniform. Elizabeth immediately ran over and smiled sweetly. "Martin, I'm here." A dozen girls followed behind and laughed around Martin. Martin nodded to Elizabeth and greeted the cheerleaders around him. "Hello, everyone. So you really know Martin?" One girl envied Elizabeth. "It's great to have a big star as a sister." Elizabeth was very sensible. "Stop making trouble, everyone. Take a photo with Martin quickly. We still have work to do here." The girls rushed to stand next to Martin. On the other side, Blake noticed and asked the cheerleaders, "Judith, are they our opponents today?" Judith glanced at the blonde girl with a sweet smile. "Yes, I know the girl who talked to Martin. She is the younger sister of the Olsen sisters and a member of the cheerleading team of Hall Middle School." Blake felt like his things were robbed. "These bitches, they came to my door." Judith asked flatteringly, "Do you want to?" Blake immediately interrupted her. "Don't be stupid." On Martin's side, Bruce took the SLR camera and instructed people to adjust their positions appropriately. He had taken a lot of photos since last year, and his professional quality had soared. After everyone adjusted to their positions, Bruce raised the camera and took photos, taking 5 photos in a row. Elizabeth's desire to show off was satisfied. She turned to Martin and said, "Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner some other day." Martin nodded and said, "Call me anytime." The cheerleaders of Hall Middle School left quickly. After a while, Helen briefly interviewed the other 3 female actors, and the cheerleaders were going to enter the stadium to familiarize themselves with the venue. Martin was going to kick off the game and take promotional photos on the court, so he followed. Helen followed with the crew at the end. After turning into a passage, they could faintly hear the sound of a ball hitting the floor. Blake said, "Our home team is starting to warm up." Martin nodded and followed them into the basketball court. On the court, tall and strong students stretched their bodies and did simple dribbling. Martin found that some of them looked familiar. In the back, the cameraman carried a camera to shoot, and Helen also took a small DV and filmed the stadium with interest. There were posters of jeans in many places in the stadium. An ordinary Chevrolet arrived at the gate of Burbank Middle School and stopped outside the school. Andre, Sergey and Victor each carried a long sports bag and walked into the school. They were wearing the loose sports uniforms of Burbank High School and they were familiar faces. The guards didn't even bother to stop them or even look at them. Today, many clubs were holding activities and many students came with sports bags. The three of them had a clear goal and went straight to the basketball hall. Those who had the deepest hatred with them must be in the basketball hall today. Outside the stadium, students gradually gathered. Although there was no queue for the time being, there were more people than usual. The three did not rush to enter the stadium, but walked around the basketball hall. In order to prevent students from entering the stadium in an unorderly manner in advance, the main entrance and several entrances and exits of the basketball hall were temporarily closed and locked. Only the entrances and exits for the team and cheerleading team were open. Andre winked, and the three of them walked over there at the same time. Sergey opened the sports bag and pulled out a short shotgun hidden under his sports coat. Andre held a long bag with his left hand, reached into his clothes with his right hand, and pulled out the Glock pistol on his tactical vest. Approaching the entrance, two staff members guarding here saw the school students coming over and reminded them, "Go to the normal entrance and exit to line up. It is not allowed here." Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. A few meters away, a black pistol was pointed at him. Andre did not hesitate at all, pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the staff member fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, there was a bang next to him, and the shotgun in Sergey's hand shot another person's chest and abdomen into a hornet's nest. After firing and seeing blood, the three people were not afraid at all, but became excited. Victor took out his pistol and shot each of them in the head. They rushed into the basketball hall quickly. Andre understood the terrain and pointed to the three-way entrance in front and said, "Victor, you guard here. The other doors are not open, and those who want to escape must pass through here." Victor threw down his bag, took off his coat, revealing the bulletproof vest and multiple magazines inside, took out a modified R from his bag, and hid it behind a corner with a good view. Andre started running and called Sergey, "I'll go to the court, you go to the locker room. If there's no one in the locker room, meet up at the court." Sergey carried a shotgun on his shoulder, and all his irritability and anger found an outlet. With a happy smile on his face, "Let's compete to see who kills more." Andre picked up the R, as if he was playing CS. "I like it." Sergey ran towards the locker room, and bumped into a black guy, who came out to check the situation out of curiosity. He shot him in the chest. With the roar of the shotgun, the black guy fell to the ground. On the passageway, where Andre ran to the court, there was a huge convenience store. The door of the store was open. At the counter on one side of the door, the boss wearing glasses lifted a basket of bottles of Coke and placed it against the wall. When he turned around, he happened to meet Andre's eyes. The boss subconsciously raised his hand, hoping to escape. Andre fired 2 shots and sent the boss to see God. On the basketball court, the cheerleading team of Hall Middle School also came to warm up. Elizabeth came over to greet Martin. Blake ran over to stand beside Martin like a female knight guarding a prince. The basketball captain named Miller came over and showed his courtesy to Judith. Several basketballs hit the wooden floor, making bangs. Martin vaguely heard some noise and asked, "What was that noise just now?" Blake shook his head. "No, right?" Elizabeth couldn't hear clearly. It seemed like there was a sound. Martin heard another sound, closer than before, and he immediately turned his head and looked at Bruce. Bruce rushed over quickly, pulled Martin up and left. "Gunshot. Ask gunshot. Go." Martin would not doubt Bruce's judgment and ran away. Elizabeth and Blake also heard Bruce's words. Because of Martin, their feet were faster than their heads, and they hurriedly followed. Running away does not affect the mouth. Martin turned back and shouted, "Someone is shooting, run." Reporter Helen and the cameraman were knowledgeable and followed without saying a word. The two did their job conscientiously, and the DV and camera in their hands filmed the whole process. If it was a prank by the crew, it was also for publicity purposes. If there really was a shooting, the two reporters were not scared, but excited instead. This is America, and many people react very quickly when they heard Martin shout that someone was shooting, including Judith and Miller, as well as the three heroines. They all followed. The cheerleaders and school team players on the basketball court turned their heads to look at the fleeing people. Martin shouted again, "Run, someone is shooting." As soon as his voice fell, a man wearing a tactical vest rushed out of the players' passage, holding an R in his hand, aiming at the court, and pulling the trigger. The gun was obviously modified, and in automatic shooting mode. The sound of gunfire and screams mixed together. Martin bent down, shrank his body as much as possible, and rushed into an exit with Old Bull. Screams, howls, and panicked running continued to come from behind. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.